The Core Teachings of Ramana Maharshi. Edited by Roy Melvyn. Editor's note. In the chapters with dialogues, which make up the greater part of this book, I have taken the license to string together one or more questions and answers resulting in what may appear to be a single conversation. I have done this as I feel it adds to the cohesiveness of the overall work. The dialogues in this book are sourced from a total of 13 books, such as 40 Verses, Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi, Day by Day with Bhagavan, Maharshi's Gospels, and other books, which are listed in the description. Chapter: Ramana's Life and Times. About 30 miles south of Madurai there is a village Tirukuli by name with an ancient Shiva temple about which two of the great Tamil saints, Sundaramurti and Manikavakakar, have sung. In this sacred village there lived in the latter part of the 19th century an uncertified pleader, Sundaram Ayar, with his wife Alagamal. Piety, devotion, and charity characterize this ideal couple. Sundaram Ayar was generous even beyond his measure. Alagamal was an ideal Hindu wife. To them was born Venkataraman, who later came to be known to the world as Ramana Maharshi, on the 30th of December, 1879. It was an auspicious day for the Hindus, the Ardra Darsanam Day. On this day every year the image of the dancing Shiva Nadaraja is taken out of the temples in procession in order to celebrate the divine grace of the Lord that made him appear before such saints as Gautama, Patanjali, Vyagrapada, and Manikavakaka. In the year 1879, on the Ardra Day, the Nataraja image of the temple at Tirukuli was taken out with all the attendant ceremonies, and just as it was about to re-enter, Venkataraman was born. There was nothing markedly distinctive about Venkataraman's early years. He grew up just as an average boy. He was sent to an elementary school in Tirukuli, and then for a year's education to a school in Dindigul. When he was 12 his father died. This necessitated his going to Madurai along with the family and living with his paternal uncle Subayar. There he was sent to Scott's Middle School and then to the American Mission High School. He was an indifferent student, not at all serious about his studies. But he was a healthy and strong lad. His schoolmates and other companions were afraid of his strength. If some of them had any grievance against him at any time, they would dare play pranks with him only when he was asleep. In this he was rather unusual. He would not know of anything that happened to him during sleep. He would be carried away or even beaten without his waking up in the process. It was apparently by accident that Venkataraman heard about Arunachala when he was 16 years of age. One day an elderly relative of his called on the family in Madurai. The boy asked him where he had come from. The relative replied, "From Arunachala." The very name Arunachala acted as a magic spell on Venkataraman, and with an evident excitement he put his next question to the elderly gentleman: "What? From Arunachala? Where is it?" And he got the reply that Tiruvannamalai was Arunachala. Referring to this incident, the sage says later on in one of his hymns to Arunachala, "O great wonder! As an insentient hill it stands. Its action is difficult for anyone to understand. From my childhood it appeared to my intelligence that Arunachala was something very great. But even when I came to know through another that it was the same as Tiruvannamalai, I did not understand its meaning. When stilling my mind, it drew me up to it, and I came close. I found that it was the immovable." Quickly following the incident which attracted Venkataraman's attention to Arunachala, there was another happening which also contributed to the turning of the boy's mind to the deeper values of spirituality. He chanced to lay his hands on a copy of Secular's Periapuranan, which relates the lives of the Seva saints. He read the book and was enthralled by it. This was the first piece of religious literature that he read. The example of the saints fascinated him, and in the inner recesses of his heart he found something responding favorably. Without any apparent earlier preparation, a longing arose in him to emulate the spirit of renunciation and devotion that constituted the essence of saintly life. The spiritual experience that Venkataraman was now wishing devoutly to have came to him soon, and quite unexpectedly. It was about the middle of the year 1896. Venkataraman was 17 then. One day he was sitting up alone on the first floor of his uncle's house. He was in his usual health. There was nothing wrong with it. But a sudden and unmistakable fear of death took hold of him. He felt he was going to die. Why this feeling should have come to him he did not know. The feeling of impending death, however, did not unnerve him. He calmly thought about what he should do. He said to himself, now death has come. What does it mean? What is it that is dying? This body dies. Immediately thereafter he lay down, stretching his limbs out and holding them stiff as though rigor mortis had set in. He held his breath and kept his lips tightly closed, so that to all outward appearance his body resembled a corpse. Now what would happen? This was what he thought. Well, this body is now dead. It will be carried to the burning ground and there burnt and reduced to ashes. But with the death of this body am I dead? Is the body I? This body is silent and inert. But I feel the full force of my personality and even the voice of the I within me apart from it. So I am the spirit transcending the body. Body dies, but the spirit that transcends it cannot be touched by death. That means I am the deathless spirit. As Bhagavan Sri Ramana narrated this experience later on for the benefit of his devotees, it looked as though this was a process of reasoning. But he took care to explain that this was not so. The realization came to him in a flash. He perceived the truth directly. I was something very real, the only real thing. Fear of death had vanished once and for all. From then on, I continued like the fundamental Sruti note that underlies and blends with all the other notes. Thus young Venkataraman found himself on the peak of spirituality without any arduous or prolonged sadhana. The ego was lost in the flood of self-awareness. All on a sudden the boy that used to be called Venkataraman had flowered into a sage and saint. There was noticed a complete change in the young sage's life. The things that he had valued earlier now lost their value. The spiritual values which he had ignored till then became the only objects of attention. School studies, friends, relations, none of these had now any significance for him. He grew utterly indifferent to his surroundings. Humility, meekness, non-resistance, and other virtues became his adornment. Avoiding company, he preferred to sit alone, all absorbed in concentration on the self. He went to the Meenakshi temple every day and experienced an exultation every time he stood before the images of the gods and the saints. Tears flowed from his eyes profusely. The new vision was constantly with him. His was the transfigured life. Venkataraman's elder brother observed the great change that had come upon him. On several occasions he rebuked the boy for his indifferent and yogi-like behavior. About 6 weeks after the great experience, the crisis came. It was the 29th of August, 1896. Venkataraman's English teacher had asked him, as a punishment for indifference in studies, to copy out a lesson from Bain's grammar 3 times. The boy copied it out twice but stopped there, realizing the utter futility of that task. Throwing aside the book and the papers, he sat up, closed his eyes, and turned inward in meditation. The elder brother, who was watching Venkataraman's behavior all the while, went up to him and said, "What use is all this to one who is like this?" This was obviously meant as a rebuke for Venkataraman's unworldly ways, including neglect of studies. Venkataraman did not give any reply. He admitted to himself that there was no use pretending to study and be his old self. He decided to leave his home, and he remembered that there was a place to go to, namely, Tiruvannamalai. But if he expressed his intention to his elders, they would not let him go. So he had to use guile. He told his brother that he was going to school to attend a special class that noon. The brother thereupon asked him to take 5 rupees from the box below and pay it as his fee at the college where he was studying. Venkataraman went downstairs. His aunt served him a meal and gave him the 5 rupees. He took out an atlas which was in the house and noted that the nearest railway station to Tiruvannamalai mentioned there was Tindivanam. Actually, however, a branch line had been laid to Tiruvannamalai itself. The atlas was an old one, and so this was not marked there. Calculating that 3 rupees would be enough for the journey, Venkataraman took that much and left the balance with a letter at a place in the house where his brother could easily find them, and made his departure for Tiruvannamalai. This was what he wrote in that letter: "I have set out in quest of my father in accordance with his command. This," meaning his person, "has only embarked on a virtuous enterprise. Therefore no one need grieve over this act, and no money need be spent in search of this. Your college fee has not been paid. Herewith rupees 2. There was a curse on Venkataraman's family. In truth, it was a blessing, that 1 out of every generation should turn out to be a mendicant. This curse was administered by a wandering ascetic who, it is said, begged alms at the house of one of Venkataraman's forebears, and was refused. A paternal uncle of Sundaram Ayar's became a sannyasin, so did Sundaram Ayar's elder brother. Now it was the turn of Venkataraman, although no one could have foreseen that the curse would work out in this manner. Dispassion found lodging in Venkataraman's heart, and he became a Parivrajaka. It was an epic journey that Venkataraman made from Madurai to Tiruvannamalai. About noon he left his uncle's house. He walked to the railway station, which was half a mile away. The train was running fortunately late that day, otherwise he would have missed it. He looked up the table of fares and came to know that the 3rd-class fare to Tindivanam was 2 rupees and 13 annas. He bought a ticket and kept with him the balance of 3 annas. Had he known that there was a rail track to Tiruvannamalai itself, and had he consulted the table of fares, he would have found that the fare was exactly 3 rupees. When the train arrived, he boarded it quietly and took his seat. A Malvi who was also traveling entered into conversation with Venkataraman. From him Venkataraman learnt that there was train service to Tiruvannamalai and that one need not go to Tindivanam but could change trains at Villapuram. This was a piece of useful information. It was dusk when the train reached Tiruchirappalli. Venkataraman was hungry. He bought 2 country pears for half an anna, and strangely enough, even with the first bite his hunger was appeased. About 3 o'clock in the morning the train arrived at Villapuram. Venkataraman got off the train there with the intention of completing the rest of the journey to Tiruvannamalai by walk. At daybreak he went into the town, and was looking out for the sign-post to Tiruvannamalai. He saw a signboard reading Mambalapattu but did not know then that Mambalapattu was a place en route to Tiruvannamalai. Before making further efforts to find out which road he was to take, he wanted to refresh himself as he was tired and hungry. He went up to a hotel and asked for food. He had to wait till noon for the food to be ready. After eating his meal, he proffered 2 annas in payment. The hotel proprietor asked him how much money he had. When told by Venkataraman that he had only 2.5 annas, he declined to accept payment. It was from him that Venkataraman came to know that Mambalapattu was a place on the way to Tiruvannamalai. Venkataraman went back to Villapuram station and bought a ticket to Mambalapattu, for which the money he had was just enough. It was sometime in the afternoon when Venkataraman arrived at Mambalapattu by train. From there he set out on foot for Tiruvannamalai. About 10 miles he walked, and it was late in the evening. There was the temple of Arayanalar nearby, built on a large rock. He went there, waited for the doors to be opened, entered and sat down in the pillared hall. He had a vision there, a vision of brilliant light enveloping the entire place. It was no physical light. It shone for some time and then disappeared. Venkataraman continued sitting in a mood of deep meditation, till he was roused by the temple priests who were wanting to lock the doors and go to another temple 3/4 of a mile away at Killer for service. Venkataraman followed them, and while inside the temple he got lost in samadhi again. After finishing their duties, the priests woke him up, but would not give him any food. Temple drummer, who had been watching the rude behavior of the priests, implored them to hand over his share of the temple food to the strange youth. When Venkataraman asked for some drinking water, he was directed to a sastri's house which was at some distance. While in that house he fainted and fell down. A few minutes later he rallied round and saw a small crowd looking at him curiously. He drank the water, ate some food, and lay down and slept. Next morning he woke up. It was the 31st of August, 1896, the Gokulashtami day, the day of Sri Krishna's birth. Venkataraman resumed his journey and walked for quite a while. He felt tired and hungry. So he wished for some food first, and then he would go to Tiruvannamalai by train if that was possible. The thought occurred to him that he could dispose of the pair of gold earrings he was wearing and raise the money that was required. But how was this to be accomplished? He went and stood outside a house which happened to belong to one Muthakrishna Bhagavatar. He asked the Bhagavatar for food and was directed to the housewife. The good lady was pleased to receive the young sadhu and feed him on the auspicious day of Sri Krishna's birth. After the meal, Venkataraman went to the Bhagavatar again and told him that he wanted to pledge his earrings for 4 rupees in order that he may complete his pilgrimage. The rings were worth about 20 rupees, but Venkataraman had no need for that much money. The Bhagavatar examined the earrings, gave Venkataraman the money he had asked for, took down the youth's address, wrote out his own on a piece of paper for him, and told him that he could redeem the rings at any time. Venkataraman had his lunch at the Bhagavatar's house. The pious lady gave him a packet of sweets that she had prepared for Gokulashtami. Venkataraman took leave of the couple, tore up the address the Bhagavatar had given him, for he had no intention of redeeming the earrings, and went to the railway station. As there was no train till the next morning, he spent the night there. On the morning of the 1st of September, 1896, he boarded the train to Tiruvannamalai. The travel took only a short time. Alighting from the train, he hastened to the great temple of Arunachalesvara. All the gates stood open, even the doors of the inner shrine. The temple was then empty of all people, even the priests. Venkataraman entered the sanctum sanctorum, and as he stood before his father Arunachalesvara, he experienced great ecstasy and unspeakable joy. The epic journey had ended. The ship had come safely to port. The rest of what we regard as Ramana's life, this is how we shall call him hereafter, was spent in Tiruvannamalai. Ramana was not formally initiated into sannyasa. As he came out of the temple and was walking along the streets of the town, someone called out and asked whether he wanted his tuft removed. He consented readily, and was conducted to the Ianculum tank where a barber shaved his head. Then he stood on the steps of the tank and threw away into the water his remaining money. He also discarded the packet of sweets given by the Bhagavatar's wife. The next to go was the sacred thread he was wearing. As he was returning to the temple, he was just wondering why he should give his body the luxury of a bath, when there was a downpour which drenched him. The first place of Ramana's residence in Tiruvannamalai was the great temple. For a few weeks he remained in the 1,000-pillared hall. But he was troubled by urchins who pelted stones at him as he sat in meditation. He shifted himself to obscure corners and even to an underground vault known as Patala Lingam. Undisturbed, he used to spend several days in deep absorption. Without moving, he sat in samadhi, not being aware of even the bites of vermin and pests. But the mischievous boys soon discovered the retreat and indulged in their pastime of throwing potsherds at the young Swami. There was at the time in Tiruvannamalai a senior Swami by name Seshadri. Those who did not know him took him for a madman. He sometimes stood guard over the young Swami and drove away the urchins. At long last he was removed from the pit by devotees without his being aware of it, and deposited in the vicinity of a shrine of Subramanya. From then on there was someone or other to take care of Ramana. The seat of residence had to be changed frequently. Gardens, groves, shrines, these were chosen to keep the Swami. Swami himself never spoke. Not that he took any vow of silence. He had no inclination to talk. At times the texts like Vasistham and Kaivalyanavanatam used to be read out to him. A little less than 6 months after his arrival at Tiruvannamalai, Ramana shifted his residence to a shrine called Kiramurtam at the earnest request of its keeper, a Tambaran Swami. As days passed and as Ramana's fame spread, increasing numbers of pilgrims and sightseers came to visit him. After about a year's stay at Kiramurtam, the Swami, locally he was known as Brahmana Swami, moved to a neighboring mango orchard. It was here that one of his uncles, Nelliyappa Ayar, traced him out. Nelliyappa Ayar was a second-grade pleader at Manamadurai. Having learned from a friend that Venkataraman was then a revered sadhu at Tiruvannamalai, he went there to see him. He tried his best to take Ramana along with him to Manamadurai. But the young sage would not respond. He did not show any sign of interest in the visitor. So Nelliyappa Ayar went back disappointed to Manamadurai. However, he conveyed the news to Alagama, Ramana's mother. The mother went to Tiruvannamalai accompanied by her eldest son. Ramana was then living at Pavalakanru, one of the eastern spurs of Arunachala. With tears in her eyes, Alagamal entreated Ramana to go back with her. But for the sage there was no going back. Nothing moved him, not even the wailings and weepings of his mother. He kept silent, giving no reply. A devotee who had been observing the struggle of the mother for several days requested Ramana to write out at least what he had to say. The sage wrote on a piece of paper quite in an impersonal way thus: in accordance with the prarabdha destiny of each, the one whose function it is to ordain makes each to act. What will not happen will never happen, whatever effort one may put forth. And what will happen will not fail to happen, however much one may seek to prevent it. This is certain. The part of wisdom, therefore, is to stay quiet. Disappointed and with a heavy heart, the mother went back to Manamadurai. Sometime after this event, Ramana went up the hill Arunachala and started living in a cave called Virupaksha, after a saint who dwelt and was buried there. Here also the crowds came, and among them were a few earnest seekers. These latter used to put him questions regarding spiritual experience or bring sacred books for having some points explained. Ramana sometimes wrote out his answers and explanations. One of the books that was brought to him during this period was Sankara's Vivekakudamani, which later on he rendered into Tamil prose. There were also some simple unlettered folk that came to him for solace and spiritual guidance. One of them was Achama, who, having lost her husband, son, and daughter, was disconsolate till the fates guided her to Ramana's presence. She made it a point to visit the Swami every day, and took upon herself the task of bringing food for him as well as for those who lived with him. In 1903 there came to Tiruvannamalai a great Sanskrit scholar and savant, Ganapati Sastri, known also as Ganapati Muni because of the austerities he had been observing. He had the title Kavya Kantha, one who had poetry at his throat, and his disciples addressed him as Nayana, Father. He was a specialist in the worship of the Divine Mother. He visited Ramana in the Virupaksha cave quite a few times. Once in 1907 Ganapati Sastri was assailed by doubts regarding his own spiritual practices. He went up the hill, saw Ramana sitting alone in the cave, and expressed himself thus: "All that has to be read I have read. Even Vedanta Sastra I have fully understood. I have done japa to my heart's content, yet I have not up to this time understood what tapas is. Therefore I have sought refuge at your feet. Pray enlighten me as to the nature of tapas." Ramana replied, "Now speaking, if one watches whence the notion I arises, the mind gets absorbed there, that is tapas. When a mantra is repeated, if one watches whence that mantra sound arises, the mind gets absorbed there, that is tapas." To the scholar this came as a revelation. He felt the grace of the sage enveloping him. It was that proclaimed Ramana to be Maharshi and Bhagavan. He composed hymns in Sanskrit in praise of the sage, and also wrote the Ramana Gita explaining his teachings. Ramana's mother, Alagama, after her return to Manamadurai, lost her eldest son. 2 years later, her youngest son, Nagasundaram, paid a brief visit to Tiruvannamalai. She herself went there once on her return from a pilgrimage to Varanasi, and again during a visit to Tirupati. On this occasion she fell ill and suffered for several weeks with symptoms of typhoid. Ramana showed great solicitude in nursing her and restoring her to health. He even composed a hymn in Tamil beseeching Lord Arunachala to cure her of her disease. The first verse of the hymn runs as follows: "O medicine in the form of a hill that arose to cure the disease of all the births that come in succession like waves. O Lord, it is thy duty to save my mother who regards thy feet alone as her refuge, by curing her fever." He also prayed that his mother should be granted the vision divine and be weaned from worldliness. It is needless to say that both the prayers were answered. Alagama recovered and went back to Manamadurai. But, not long after she returned to Tiruvannamalai, a little later followed her youngest son, Nagasundaram, who had in the meanwhile lost his wife, leaving a son. It was in the beginning of 1916 that the mother came, resolved to spend the rest of her life with Ramana. Soon after his mother's arrival, Ramana moved from Virupaksha to Skandasramam, a little higher up the hill. The mother received training in intense spiritual life. She donned the ochre robe and took charge of the asrama kitchen. Nagasundaram too became a sannyasin, assuming the name Naranjanananda. Among Ramana's devotees he came to be popularly known as Chinnaswami, the younger Swami. In 1920 the mother grew weak in health, and ailments incidental to old age came to her. Ramana tended her with care and affection, and spent even sleepless nights sitting up with her. The end came on May 19, 1922, which was the Bahilan of Ami Day in the month of Vaisakha. The mother's body was taken down the hill to be interred. The spot chosen was at the southernmost point between Palatirtham Tank and the Dakshinamurti Mantapam. While the ceremonies were being performed, Ramana himself stood silently looking on. Nearer, Anjanananda Swami took his residence near the tomb. Ramana, who continued to remain at Skandasramam, visited the tomb every day. After about 6 months he came to stay there, as he said later on, not out of his own volition, but in obedience to the divine will. Thus was founded the Ramanashramam. A temple was raised over the tomb and was consecrated in 1949. As the years rolled by, the ashramam grew steadily, and people not only from India, but from every continent of the world came to see the sage and receive help from him in their spiritual pursuits. Ramana's first Western devotee was Mr. Humphreys. He came to India in 1911 to take up a post in the police service at Vellore. Given to the practice of occultism, he was in search of a Mahatma. He was introduced to Ganapati Sastri by his Telugu tutor, and Sastri took him to Ramana. The Englishman was greatly impressed. Writing about his first visit to the sage in the International Psychic Gazette, he said, "On reaching the cave we sat before him at his feet and said nothing. We sat thus for a long time, and I felt lifted out of myself. For half an hour I looked into the Maharshi's eyes, which never changed their expression of deep contemplation. The Maharshi is a man beyond description in his expression of dignity, gentleness, self-control, and calm strength of conviction." Humphrey's ideas of spirituality changed for the better as a result of the contact with Ramana. He repeated his visits to the sage. He recorded his impressions in his letters to a friend in England, which were published in the Gazette mentioned above. In one of them he wrote, "You can imagine nothing more beautiful than his smile." And again, it is strange what a change it makes in one to have been in his presence. It was not all good people that went to the asrama. Sometimes bad ones turned up also, even bad sadists. Twice in the year 1924 thieves broke into the asrama in quest of loot. On the second of these occasions they even beat the Maharshi, finding that there was very little for them to take. When one of the devotees sought the sage's permission to punish the thieves, the sage forbade him, saying, "They have their dharma, we have ours. It is for us to bear and forbear. Let us not interfere with them." When one of the thieves gave him a blow on the left thigh, he told him, "If you are not satisfied, you can strike the other leg also." After the thieves had left, a devotee inquired about the beating. The sage remarked, "I also have received some puja," punning on the word which means worship but is also used to mean blows. The spirit of harmlessness that permeated the sage and his environs made even animals and birds make friends with him. He showed them the same consideration that he did to the humans that went to him. When he referred to any of them, he used the form he or she and not it. Birds and squirrels built their nests around him. Cows, dogs, and monkeys found asylum in the asrama. All of them behaved intelligently, especially the cow Laxmi. The sage knew their ways quite intimately. He would see to it that they were fed properly and well. And when any of them died, the body would be buried with due ceremony. The life in the asrama flowed on smoothly. With the passage of time, more and more visitors came. some of them for a short stay and others for longer periods. The dimensions of the asrama increased and new features and departments were added. A home for the cattle, a school for the study of the Vedas, a department for publication, and the Mother's Temple with regular worship, etc. Ramana sat most of the time in the hall that had been constructed for the purpose as the witness to all that happened around him. It was not that he was not active. He used to stitch leaf plates, dress vegetables, read proofs received from the press, look into newspapers and books, suggest lines of reply to letters received, etc. Yet it was quite evident that he was apart from everything. There were numerous invitations for him to undertake tours. But he never moved out of Tiruvannamalai, and in the later years out of the asrama. Most of the time, every day, people sat before him. They sat mostly in silence. Sometimes some of them asked questions, and sometimes he answered them. It was a great experience to sit before him and to look at his beaming eyes. Many did experience time coming to a stop and a stillness and peace beyond description. The Golden Jubilee of Ramana's coming to stay at Tiruvannamalai was celebrated in 1946. In 1947 his health began to fall. He was not yet 70 but looked much older. Towards the end of 1948 a small nodule appeared below the elbow of his left arm. As it grew in size, the doctor in charge of the asrama dispensary cut it out. But in a month's time it reappeared. Surgeons from Madras were called, and they operated. The wound did not heal, and the tumor came again. On further examination, it was diagnosed that the affection was a case of sarcoma. The doctors suggested amputating the arm above the affected part. Ramana replied with a smile, "There is no need for alarm. The body is itself a disease. Let it have its natural end. Why mutilate it? Simple dressing of the affected part will do." 2 more operations had to be performed, but the tumor appeared again. Indigenous systems of medicine were tried, and homeopathy too. The disease did not yield itself to treatment. The sage was quite unconcerned, and was supremely indifferent to suffering. He sat as a spectator watching the disease waste the body. But his eyes shone as bright as ever, and his grace flowed towards all beings. Crowds came in large numbers. Ramana insisted that they should be allowed to have his darshan. Devotees profoundly wished that the sage should cure his body through an exercise of supernormal powers. Some of them imagined that they themselves had had the benefit of these powers which they attributed to Ramana. Ramana had compassion for those who grieved over the suffering, and he sought to comfort them by reminding them of the truth that Bhagavan was not the body. They take this body for Bhagavan and attribute suffering to him. What a pity! They are despondent the Bhagavan is going to leave them and go away. Where can he go and how? The end came on the 14th of April, 1950. That evening the sage gave darshan to the devotees that came. All that were present in the asrama knew that the end was nearing. They sat singing Ramana's hymn to Arunachala with the refrain, Arunachala Shiva. The sage asked his attendants to make him sit up. He opened his luminous and gracious eyes for a brief while. There was a smile, a tear of bliss trickled down from the outer corner of his eyes, and at 8:47 the breathing stopped. There was no struggle, no spasm, none of the signs of death. At that very moment, a comet moved slowly across the sky, reached the summit of the holy hill, Arunachala, and disappeared behind it. Chapter: The Theoretical and the Practical. Dialogues with Ramana Maharshi. Question: According to Vedanta, only that which is permanent and unchanging can be called real. That is the meaning of reality. Ramana, the names and forms which constitute the world continually change and perish and are therefore called unreal. It is unreal, imaginary, to limit the self to these names and forms, and real to regard all as the self. The non-dualist says that the world is unreal, but he also says all this is Brahman. So it is clear that what he condemns is regarding the world as objectively real in itself, not regarding it as Brahman. He who sees the self alone in the world also. It is immaterial to the enlightened whether the world appears or not. In either case, his attention is turned to the self. It is like the letters and the paper on which they are printed. You are so engrossed in the letters that you forget about the paper, but the enlightened sees the paper as the substratum whether the letters appear on it or not. Question: Buddha is said to have ignored questions about God. Ramana: yes, and because of this he has been called an agnostic. In fact, Buddha was concerned with guiding the seeker to realize bliss here and now, rather than with academic discussions about God and so forth. Question: is the study of science, psychology, physiology, etc., helpful for attaining yoga liberation, or for intuitive understanding of the unity of reality? Ramana: very little. Some theoretical knowledge is needed for yoga, and may be found in books, but practical application is what is needed. Personal example and instruction are the most helpful aids. As for intuitive understanding, a person may laboriously convince himself of the truth to be grasped by intuition, of its function and nature, but the actual intuition is more like feeling and requires practical and personal contact. Mere book learning is not of any great use. After realization, all intellectual loads are useless burdens and are to be thrown overboard. What use is the learning of those who do not seek to wipe out the letters of destiny from their brow, by inquiring, whence is the birth of us who know the letters? They have sunk to the level of a gramophone. What else are they, O Arunachala? It is those who are not learned that are saved rather than those whose ego has not yet subsided in spite of their learning. The unlearned are saved from the relentless grip of the devil of self-infatuation. They are saved from the malady of a myriad whirling thoughts and words. They are saved from running after wealth. It is from more than one evil that they are saved. It is due to illusion born of ignorance that men fail to recognize that which is always and for everybody the inherent reality dwelling in its natural heart center and to abide in it, and that instead they argue that it exists or does not exist, that it has form or has not form, or is non-dual or is dual. Can anything appear apart from that which is eternal and perfect? This kind of dispute is endless. Do not engage in it. Instead, turn your mind inward and put an end to all this. There is no finality in disputations. The scriptures serve to indicate the existence of the higher power or self and to point the way to it. That is their essential purpose. Apart from that, they are useless. However, they are voluminous in order to be adapted to the level of development of every seeker. As a man rises in the scale, he finds the stages already attained to be only stepping stones to higher stages, until finally the goal is reached. When that happens, the goal alone remains and everything else, including the scriptures, become useless. Question: is Bhagavan's teaching the same as Shankara's? Ramana: Bhagavan's teaching is an expression of his own experience and realization. Others find that it tallies with Sri Shankara's. Question: when the Upanishads say that all is Brahman, how can we agree with Shankara that this world is illusory? Ramana: Shankara also said that this world is Brahman or the self. What he objected to is one's imagining that the self is limited by the names and forms that constitute the world. He only said that the world has no reality apart from Brahman. Brahman, or the self, is like a cinema screen and the world like the pictures on it. You can see the picture only so long as there is a screen. But when the observer himself becomes the screen, only the self remains. Question: what is reality? Ramana: reality must always be real. It has no names or forms, but is what underlies them. It underlies all limitations, being itself limitless. It is not bound in any way. It underlies unrealities, being itself real. It is that which is. It is as it is. It transcends speech and is beyond description, such as being or non-being. Question: the Buddhists deny the world, whereas Hindu philosophy admits its existence but calls it unreal. Isn't that so? Ramana: it is only a difference of point of view. Question: they say that the world is created by divine energy, Shakti. Is the knowledge of unreality due to the veiling by illusion, Maya? Ramana: all admit creation by the divine energy, but what is the nature of this energy? It must be in conformity with the nature of its creation. Question: are there degrees of illusion? Ramana: illusion itself is illusory. It must be seen by somebody outside it, but how can such a seer be subject to it? So how can he speak of degrees of it? You see various scenes passing on a cinema screen. Fire seems to burn buildings to ashes, water seems to wreck ships, but the screen on which the pictures are projected remains unburnt and dry. Why? Because the pictures are unreal and the screen real. Similarly, reflections pass through a mirror, but it is not affected at all by their number or quality. In the same way, the world is a phenomenon upon the substratum of the single reality, which is not affected by it in any way. Reality is only one. Talk of illusion is due only to the point of view. Change your viewpoint to that of knowledge and you will perceive the universe to be only Brahman. Being now immersed in the world, you see it as a real world. Get beyond it and it will disappear and reality alone will remain. The world is perceived as an apparent objective reality when the mind is externalized, thereby abandoning its identity with the self. When the world is thus perceived, the true nature of the self is not revealed. Conversely, when the self is realized, the world ceases to appear as an objective reality. That is illusion which makes one take what is ever-present and all-pervasive, full to perfection and self-luminous, and is indeed the self and the core of one's being, for non-existent and unreal. Conversely, that is illusion which makes one take for real and self-existent what is non-existent and unreal, namely the trilogy of world, ego and God. To those who have not realized the self as well as to those who have, the world is real. But, to the former, truth is adapted to the form of the world, whereas to the latter, truth shines as the formless perfection and the substratum of the world. This is the only difference between them. The Vedantines do not say that the world is unreal. That is a misunderstanding. If they did, what would be the meaning of the Vedantic text? All this is Brahman. They only mean that the world is unreal as world, but real as self. If you regard the world as non-self, it is not real. Everything, whether you call it illusion Maya, or divine play Leela, or energy Shakti, must be within the self and not apart from it. Question: the Vedas contain conflicting accounts of cosmogony. Ether is said to be the first creation in one place, vital energy in another, water in another, something else in another. How can all this be reconciled? Does it not impair the credibility of the Vedas? Ramana: Different seers saw different aspects of truth at different times, each emphasizing some viewpoint. Why do you worry about their conflicting statements? The essential aim of the Vedas is to teach us the nature of the imperishable self and show us that we are that. Question: about that part I am satisfied. Ramana: then treat all the rest as auxiliary arguments or as expositions for the ignorant who want to know the origin of things. The truth is that the world appears as a passing shadow in a flood of light. Light is necessary even to see the shadow. The shadow is not worth any special study, analysis, or discussion. Chapter on God and Free Will. Ramana: all religions postulate the three fundamentals, the world, the soul, and God, but it is the one reality that manifests itself as these three. One can say, the three are really three only so long as the ego lasts. Therefore, to inhere in one's own being, when the ego is dead, is the perfect state. The world is real. No, it is mere illusory appearance. The world is conscious. No, the world is happiness. No. What use is it to argue thus? That state is agreeable to all wherein, having given up the objective outlook, one knows oneself and loses all notions either of unity or duality, of oneself and the ego. If one has form oneself, the world and God will also appear to have form. But if one is formless, who is to see these forms, and how? Without the eye can any object be seen? The seeing self is the eye, and that eye is the eye of infinity. Brahman is not to be seen or known. It is beyond the threefold relationship of seer, sight and seen, or knower, knowledge and known. The reality remains ever as it is. The existence of ignorance or the world is due to our illusion. Neither knowledge nor ignorance is real. What lies beyond them, as beyond all other pairs of opposites, is the reality. It is neither light nor darkness, but beyond both, though we sometimes speak of it as light and of ignorance as its shadow. Question: Srimad Bhagavad Gita says, I am the prop for Brahman. In another place it says, I am in the heart of each one. Thus the different aspects of the ultimate principle are revealed. I take it that there are three aspects, namely, 1. The transcendental, 2. The inherent, and 3. The cosmic. Is realization to be in any of these or in all of them? Coming to the transcendental from the cosmic, Vedanta discards the names and forms as being Maya. Again, Vedanta also says that the whole is Brahman, as illustrated by gold and ornaments of gold. How are we to understand the truth? Ramana: the Gita says, if that Ahem is known, the whole is known. Question: that is the inherent aspect only. Ramana: you now think that you are an individual. Outside you there is the universe, and beyond the universe is God. So there is the idea of separateness. The idea must go. For God is not separate from you or the cosmos. The Gita also says, I am the Self, Okudeksa, seated in the heart of all beings. I am the beginning and the middle and also the end of all beings. Thus God is not only in the heart of all, He is the prop of all. He is the source of all, their abiding place and their end. All proceed from Him, have their stay in Him, and finally resolve into Him. Therefore He is not separate. Question: how are we to understand the line in the Gita, this whole cosmos forms a particle of me? Ramana: it does not mean that a small particle of God separates from Him and forms the universe. His Shakti is acting, and as a result of one phase of such activity the cosmos has become manifest. Similarly, this statement in Purusha Sukta, all beings form one of His parts, does not mean that Brahman is in 4 parts. Question: I understand that. Brahman is certainly not divisible. Ramana, so the fact is that Brahman is all and remains indivisible. He is ever realized. However, man does not know this, and it is just what he has to know. Knowledge means overcoming the obstacles which obstruct the revelation of the eternal truth that the Self is the same as Brahman. The obstacles taken altogether form your idea of separateness as an individual. Therefore, the present attempt will result in the truth being revealed that the Self is not separate from Brahman. Question: can you kindly give me a summary of your teachings? Ramana: they are found in the booklets, particularly in Who Am I? Question: I shall read them. But may I have the central point of your teaching from your own lips? Ramana: the central point is just the thing. Question: it is not clear to me what you mean by that. Ramana: that you should find the center. Question: I come from God. Isn't God distinct from me? Ramana: who asks this question? God does not. You do. So find who you are, and then you may find out whether God is distinct from you. Question: but God is perfect and I am imperfect. How can I ever know Him fully? Ramana: God does not say so. It is you who ask the question. After finding out who you are, you may know what God is. Question: but you have found yourself. Please let us know if God is distinct from you. Ramana: it is a matter of experience. Each one must experience it for himself. Question: oh, I see. God is infinite and I am finite. I have a personality which can never merge into God. Isn't that so? Ramana: infinity and perfection do not admit of parts. If a finite being is apart from infinity, the perfection of infinity is marred. Thus your statement is a contradiction in terms. Question: no, see, there is both God and creation. Ramana: how are you aware of your personality? Question: I have a soul. I know it by its activities. Ramana: did you know it in deep sleep? Question: the activities are suspended in deep sleep. Ramana: but you exist in sleep and you do now too. Which of these two is your real state? Question: what is the relation between my free will and the overshadowing might of the Omnipotent? A. Is the omnipotence of God consistent with the ego's free will? B. Is the omniscience of God consistent with the ego's free will? C. Are natural laws consistent with God's free will? Ramana: yes. Free will is the present appearing to a limited faculty of sight and will. That same ego sees its past activity as falling into a course of law or rules, its own free will being one of the links in the course of law. The omnipotence and omniscience of God are then seen by the ego to have acted through the appearance of his own free will. So he comes to the conclusion that the ego must go by appearances. Natural laws are manifestations of God's will, and they have been laid down. Question: is God personal? Ramana: yes, he is always the first person, the I, ever standing before you. Because you give precedence to worldly things, God appears to have receded to the background. If you give up all else and seek Him alone, He will remain as the I, the Self. Question: the final state of realization is said, according to Advaita, to be absolute union with the Divine, and according to Visishtadvaita, a qualified union, while Dvaita maintains that there is no union at all. Which of these should be considered the correct view? Ramana: why speculate about what will happen at some time in the future? All are agreed that the I exists. To whichever school of thought he may belong, let the earnest seeker first find out what the I is. then it will be time enough to know what the final state will be, whether the I will get merged in the Supreme Being or stand apart from Him. Let us not forestall the conclusion, but keep an open mind. Question: but will not some understanding of the final state be a helpful guide even to the aspirant? Ramana: no purpose is served by trying to decide now what the final state of realization will be. It has no intrinsic value. Question: why not? Ramana: because you proceed on a wrong principle. Your conclusion is arrived at by the intellect, which shines only by the light it derives from the self. Is it not presumptuous on the part of the intellect to sit in judgment over that from which it derives its little light? How can the intellect, which can never reach the self, be competent to ascertain and much less decide the nature of the final state of realization? It is like trying to measure the sunlight at its source by the standard of the light given by a candle. The wax will melt down before the candle comes anywhere near the sun. Instead of indulging in mere speculation, devote yourself here and now to the search for the truth that is ever within you. Question: why are so many gods mentioned? Ramana: the body is only one, but how many functions are performed by it? The source of all these functions is one. It is the same with the gods. Question: are the gods, Ishvara and Vishnu, and their heavens, Kailas and Vaikuntha, real? Ramana: as real as you are in this body. Question: I mean, have they got a phenomenal existence like my body, or are they pure fictions like the horns of a hare? Ramana: they do exist. Question: if so, they must be somewhere. Where are they? Ramana: in you. Question: then they are only my idea, something which I create and control. Ramana: everything is. Question: but I can create a pure fiction like the horns of a hare, or a partial truth like a mirage, while there are also facts which exist irrespective of my imagination. Do the gods, Ishvara and Vishnu, exist like that? Ramana: yes. Question: is God subject to cosmic dissolution at the end of a cycle? Ramana: why should he be? A man who realizes the self transcends cosmic dissolution and is liberated. Why should not Ishvara, God, who is infinitely wiser and abler than a man? Question: do gods and devils also exist? Ramana: yes. Question: how are we to conceive of supreme divine consciousness? Ramana: as that which is. Particularly interesting are the questions asked by a Muslim professor about the hymns which Bhagavan wrote to God in the form of Arunachala. Question: I have been reading the 5 hymns. I find that the hymns are addressed by you to Arunachala. But you are a non-dualist, so how can you address God as a separate being? Ramana: the devotee God and the hymns are all the self. Question: but you are addressing God. You are specifying this Arunachala hill as God. Ramana: you can identify the self with the body, so why shouldn't the devotees identify the self with Arunachala? Question: if Arunachala is the self, why should it be specifically picked out among so many other hills? God is everywhere. Why do you specify him as Arunachala? Ramana: what has attracted you from Allahabad to this place? What has attracted all these people around? Question: Sri Bhagavan. Ramana: how was I attracted here? By Arunachala. The power cannot be denied. Again, Arunachala is within and not without. The self is Arunachala. Question: several terms are used in the holy books. Atman, Paramatman, Para, etc. What is the gradation among them? Ramana: they mean the same to the user of the words, but they are understood differently by various persons according to their development. Question: but why do you use so many words to mean the same thing? Ramana: it depends on the circumstances. They all mean the self. Para means not relative or beyond the relative, that is to say the absolute. Question: what about the reference to duality during one's effort and unity at the end? Ramana: it refers to people who think one must begin one's spiritual striving with a dualistic idea. They say that there is God, and that one must worship and meditate until ultimately the individual merges into God. Others say that the individual and the Supreme Being always remain separate and never merge. But let's not worry now about what happens at the end. All agree that the individual exists now. So let a man discover it, that is, discover his self. There will be time enough afterwards to find out whether the self is to merge in the Supreme or is a part of it or remains separate. Let us not forestall the conclusion. Keep an open mind, dive within and find the self. The truth will dawn upon you all right, so why try to decide beforehand whether it is absolute or qualified unity or duality? There is no meaning in doing so. Your decision would have to be made by logic and intellect, but the intellect derives its light from the self, the highest power. So how can its reflected and partial light envisage the entire and original light? The intellect cannot attain to the self, so how can it ascertain its nature? The self alone is real. All else is unreal. The mind and intellect have no existence apart from you. The Bible says, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness is the only thing needed to realize that I am is God. The whole Vedanta is contained in the two biblical statements "I am that I am," and "Be still and know that I am God." Question: what should one think of when meditating? Ramana: what is meditation? It is the suspension of thoughts. You are perturbed by thoughts which rush one after another. Hold on to one thought so that others are expelled. Continuous practice gives the necessary strength of mind to engage in meditation. Meditation differs according to the degree of advancement of the seeker. If one is fit for it, one can hold directly to the thinker, and the thinker will automatically sink into his source, which is pure consciousness. If one cannot directly hold on to the thinker, one must meditate on God, and in due course the same individual will have become sufficiently pure to hold on to the thinker and sink into the absolute being. Question: God is described as manifest and unmanifest. As the former, he is said to include the world as a part of his being. If that is so, we, as part of the world, should find it easy to know him in his manifested form. Ramana: know yourself before you seek to know the nature of God in the world. Question: does knowing myself imply knowing God? Ramana: yes, God is within you. Question: then what stands in the way of my knowing myself or God? Ramana: your wandering mind and perverted ways. Question: I am a weak creature. But why does not the superior power of the Lord within remove the obstacles? Ramana: yes, he will if you have the aspiration. Question: why should he not create the aspiration in me? Ramana: then surrender yourself. Question: if I surrender myself, is no prayer to God necessary? Ramana: surrender itself is a mighty prayer. Question: but is it not necessary to understand his nature before one surrenders oneself? Ramana: if you believe that God will do all the things that you want him to do, then surrender yourself to him. Otherwise, let God alone and know yourself. Question: we are worldly people and are afflicted by some grief that we cannot get over. We pray to God and are still not satisfied. What should we do? Ramana, trust God. Question. We surrender, but still there is no help. Ramana, but if you have surrendered, it means that you must accept the will of God and not make a grievance of what may not happen to please you. Things may turn out differently from what they appear. Distress often leads people to faith in God. Question. But we are worldly people. We have wife, children, friends, and relations. We cannot ignore them and resign ourselves to the divine will without retaining some trace of individuality. Ramana, that means that you have not really surrendered as you say you have. All you need to do is to trust God. The Lord bears the burden of the world. Know that the spurious ego which presumes to bear that burden is like a sculptured figure at the foot of a temple tower which appears to sustain the tower's weight. Whose fault is it if the traveler, instead of putting his luggage in the cart which bears the load anyway, carries it on his head, to his own inconvenience? Surrender to him and accept his will whether he appears or vanishes. Await his pleasure. If you want him to do as you want, it is not surrender but command. You cannot ask him to obey you and yet think you have surrendered. He knows what is best and when and how to do it. Leave everything entirely to him. The burden is his and you have no more cares. All your cares are his. That is what is meant by surrender. They pray to God and finish with, "Thy will be done." If his will be done, why do they pray at all? It is true that the divine will prevails at all times and under all circumstances. Individuals cannot act of their own accord. Recognize the force of the divine will and keep quiet. Everyone is looked after by God. He created all. You are only one among 2,000 millions. When he looks after so many, will he omit you? Even common sense dictates that one should accept his will. There is no need to tell him your requirements. He knows them himself and will look after them. Question. Are our prayers granted? Ramana, yes, they are granted. No thought will ever go in vain. Every thought will produce its effect some time or other. Thought force will never go in vain. Question. What is the best of all religions? What is Bhagavan's method? Ramana, all methods and religions are the same. Question. But different methods are taught for attaining liberation. Ramana, why should you be liberated? Why not remain as you are now? Question. I want to get rid of pain. To be rid of pain is said to be liberation. Ramana, that is what all religions teach. Question. But what is the method? Ramana, go back the way you came. Question. Where did I come from? Ramana, that is just what you have to find out. Did these questions arise when you were asleep? And yet you existed then. Were you not the same person? Question. Yes, I existed in sleep. So did the mind. But the senses had merged so that I could not speak. Ramana, are you the individual? Are you the mind? Did the mind announce itself to you when you were asleep? Question. No. But the authorities say that the individuality is different from God. Ramana, never mind about God, speak for yourself. Question. What about myself? Who am I? Ramana, that is just what you have to find out. Then you will know everything. If you do not, it will be time enough to ask then. Question. When I wake, I see the world and I am not changed at all. Ramana, but you do not know this when asleep. And yet you exist in both states. Who has changed now? Is it your nature to change or to remain unchanging? Question. What is the proof? Ramana, does one require proof of one's own being? Only remain aware of yourself and all else will be known. Question. Why then do the dualists and non-dualists quarrel among themselves? Ramana. If each would attend to his own business of seeking realization, there would be no quarrel. Question. Is the experience of the highest state the same to all, or is there any difference? Ramana. The highest state is the same and the experience is the same. Question. But I find some difference in the interpretation given of the highest truth. Ramana. The interpretations are made with the mind. The minds are different, so the interpretations also differ. Question. I mean to say that the seers express themselves differently. Ramana. Their modes of expression may differ according to the nature of the seekers for whose guidance they are intended. Question. One speaks in terms of Christianity, another of Islam, a third of Buddhism, etc. Is that due to their upbringing? Ramana. Whatever may be their upbringing, their experience is the same. Only the modes of expression differ according to circumstances. Question. Different teachers have set up different schools and proclaimed different truths and so confused people. Why? Ramana. They have all taught the same truth but from different standpoints. Such differences were necessary to meet the needs of different minds differently constituted, but they all reveal the same truth. Question. Since they have recommended different paths, which is one to follow? Ramana. You speak of paths as if you were somewhere in the self somewhere else and you had to go and attain it. But, in fact, the self is here and now and you are it always. It is like being here and asking people the way to Raman Ashramam, and then complaining that each one shows a different path and asking which to follow. Question. Bhagavan always speaks from the highest standpoint. Ramana. People will not understand the bare and simple truth, the truth of their everyday, ever-present and eternal experience. That is the truth of the self. Is there anyone not aware of the self? Yet, they do not even like to hear of it, whereas they are eager to know what lies beyond, heaven and hell and reincarnation. Because they love mystery and not the plain truth, religions pamper them, only to bring them round to the self in the end. Moreover, much as you may wander, you must return ultimately to the self, so why not abide in the self here and now? All the scriptures are meant only to make a man retrace his steps to his original source. He need not acquire anything new. He only has to give up false ideas and useless accretions. Instead of doing this, however, he tries to grasp something strange and mysterious because he believes his happiness lies elsewhere. That is the mistake. All scriptures without exception proclaim that for attaining salvation, the mind should be subdued. And once one knows that control of the mind is their final aim, it is futile to make an interminable study of them. What is required for such control is actual inquiry into oneself by self-interrogation. Who am I? How can this inquiry in quest of the self be made by means of a studying of the scriptures? One should realize the self by the eye of wisdom. Does Rama need a mirror to recognize himself as Rama? That to which eye refers is within the 5 sheaths, whereas the scriptures are outside them. Therefore it is futile to seek by means of the study of the scriptures the self that has to be realized by summarily rejecting even the 5 sheaths. To inquire who am I, that is in bondage. And to know one's real nature alone is liberation. To keep the mind constantly turned within and to abide thus in the self is alone atmavichara, self-enquiry, whereas dhyana, meditation, consists in fervent contemplation of the self as Sat Chidananda, being consciousness bliss. Indeed, at some time one will have to forget everything that has been learnt. The realized man stands forth as that to which all the attributes enumerated by the scriptures refer. To him, therefore, these sacred texts are of no use whatever. Question. Shankara says that we are all free, not bound, and that we shall all return to God from whom we came like sparks from a fire. If that is so, why should we not commit all sorts of sins? Ramana, it is true that we are not bound. That is to say, the real self has no bondage. And it is true that you will eventually return to your source. But meanwhile, if you commit sins, as you call them, you have to face the consequences. You cannot escape them. If a man beats you, can you say, "I am free"? I am not affected by the beating and feel no pain. Let him continue beating. If you can really feel that, then you can do what you like, but what is the use of just saying in words that you are free? All the activities that the body is to go through are determined when it first comes into existence. It does not rest with you to accept or reject them. The only freedom you have is to turn your mind inward and renounce activities there. Question. Are only the important events in a man's life, such as his main occupation or profession, predetermined, or are trifling acts also, such as taking a cup of water or moving from one part of the room to another? Ramana, everything is predetermined. Question. Then what responsibility, what free will has man? Ramana, why does the body come into existence? It is designed for the various things that are marked out for it in this life. As for freedom, a man is always free not to identify himself with the body and not to be affected by the pleasures and pains consequent on its activities. Question. Has man any free will, or is everything in his life predetermined? Ramana, free will exists together with the individuality. As long as the individuality lasts, so long is there free will. All the scriptures are based on this fact and advise directing the free will in the right channel. Find out who it is who has free will or predestination and abide in that state. Then both are transcended. That is the only purpose in discussing these questions. To whom do such questions present themselves? Discover that and be at peace. The only path of karma, action, bhakti, devotion, yoga, and jnana, knowledge, is to inquire who it is who has the karma, vibhakti, lack of devotion, vyoga, separation, and ajnana, ignorance. Through this investigation, the ego disappears and the state of abidance in the self, in which none of these negative qualities ever existed, remains as the truth. As long as a man is the doer, he also reaps the fruits of his deeds, but as soon as he realizes the self through inquiry as to who the doer is, his sense of being the doer falls away, and the triple karma, destiny, is ended. This is the state of eternal liberation. We are all really Sat Chit Ananda, being knowledge bliss, but we imagine that we are bound and have all this suffering. Ask yourself to whom this ignorance has come, and you will discover that it never came to you and that you always have been Sat Chit Ananda. One goes through all sorts of austerities to become what one already is. All effort is simply to get rid of the mistaken impression that one is limited and bound by the woes of samsara, this life. Question. Is there predestination? And if what is destined to happen will happen, is there any use in prayer or effort, or should we just remain idle? Ramana, there are only two ways in which to conquer destiny or be independent of it. One is to inquire who undergoes this destiny and discover that only the ego is bound by it and not the self, and that the ego is non-existent. The other way is to kill the ego by completely surrendering to the Lord, by realizing one's helplessness and saying all the time, "Not I, but Thou, O my Lord," and giving up all sense of I and mine and leaving it to the Lord to do what He likes with you. Surrender can never be regarded as complete so long as the devotee wants this or that from the Lord. True surrender is love of God for the sake of love, and for nothing else, not even for the sake of salvation. In other words, complete effacement of the ego is necessary to conquer destiny, whether you achieve this effacement through self-enquiry or through bhakti marga. Question. J. Krishnamurti teaches the method of effortless and choiceless awareness as distinct from that of deliberate concentration. Would Sri Bhagavan be pleased to explain how best to practice meditation and what form the object of meditation should take? Ramana, effortless and choiceless awareness is our real nature. If we can attain that state and abide in it, that is all right. But one cannot reach it without effort, the effort of deliberate meditation. All the age-old vasanas, inherent tendencies, turn the mind outwards to external objects. All such thoughts have to be given up and the mind turned inwards, and that, for most people, requires effort. Of course, every teacher in every book tells the aspirant to keep quiet, but it is not easy to do so. That is why all this effort is necessary. Even if we find somebody who has achieved the supreme state of stillness, you may take it that the necessary effort had already been made in a previous life. So effortless and choiceless awareness is attained only after deliberate meditation. That meditation can take whatever form most appeals to you. See what helps you to keep out all other thoughts and adopt that for your meditation. Question. I want to be further enlightened. Should I try to make no effort at all? Ramana. Now it is impossible for you to be without effort. When you go deeper, it is impossible for you to make effort. Question. What is the difference between meditation and samadhi or absorption in the self? Ramana. Meditation is initiated and sustained by a conscious effort of the mind. When such effort entirely subsides, it is called samadhi. If you can keep still without engaging in any other pursuits, well and good. But if that cannot be done, what is the use of remaining inactive only with regard to realization? So long as you are obliged to be active, do not give up the attempt to realize the self. Meditation is a fight. As soon as you begin meditation, other thoughts will crowd together, gather force and try to overwhelm the single thought to which you try to hold. This thought must gradually gain strength by repeated practice. When it has grown strong, the other thoughts will be put to flight. This is the battle always going on in meditation. So long as the ego lasts, effort is necessary. When the ego ceases to exist, actions become spontaneous. No one succeeds without effort. Mind control is not your birthright. The few who succeed owe their success to their perseverance. Effort is necessary up to the state of realization. Even then, the self should spontaneously become evident, otherwise happiness will not be complete. Up to that state of spontaneity, there must be effort in some form or another. Question. Why should I try to get realization? I shall emerge from this state of illusion just as I wake up from a dream. We do not make any effort to get out of a dream when we are asleep. Ramana. In a dream you have no inkling that it is a dream, and therefore no obligation to make an effort to get out of it. But in this life you have some intuition based on your experience of sleep and on what you hear and read, that it is a sort of dream, and this intuition imposes on you the duty of making an effort to get out of it. However, who wants you to realize the self if you don't want to? If you prefer to be in this dream, stay as you are. Question. It is said that our waking life is also a dream similar to our dream during sleep. But in our dreams we make no conscious effort to get rid of the dream and to wake up. The dream itself comes to an end without any effort on our part and we become awake. Similarly, why shouldn't the waking state, which in reality is only another sort of dream, come to an end of its own accord without any effort on our part, and land us in realization or real awakening? Ramana. You're thinking that you have to make an effort to get rid of this stream of a waking state, and you're making efforts to attain realization or real awakening are all parts of the dream. When you attain realization, you will see there was neither the dream during sleep nor the waking state, but only yourself in your real state. Question: It is said that only those who are chosen for self-realization obtain it. That is rather discouraging. Ramana: That only means that we cannot attain realization of the self by our own mind, unaided by God's grace. Question: Grace is necessary for the removal of ignorance. Ramana: Certainly. But grace is there all along. Grace is the self. It is not something to be acquired. All that is necessary is to know its existence. In the same way, the sun is pure brightness. It does not know darkness, although others speak of darkness fleeing away on its approach. Like darkness, ignorance is a phantom, not real. Because of its unreality, it is said to be removed when its unreality is discovered. The sun is there and shines, and you are surrounded by sunlight. Still, if you would know the sun, you must turn your eyes in its direction and look at it. Similarly, grace is only to be found by effort, although it is here and now. Question: By the desire to surrender, increasing grace is experienced, I hope. Ramana: Surrender once and for all and be done with the desire. So long as the sense of being the doer remains, desire does also. Therefore the ego remains. But once this goes, the self shines forth in its purity. The sense of being the doer is the bondage, not the actions themselves. Be still and know that I am God. Here, stillness is total surrender without a vestige of individuality. Stillness will prevail, and there will be no agitation of the mind. Agitation of mind is the cause of desire, of the sense of being the doer, of personality. If that is stopped, there is quiet. In this sense, knowing means being. It is not relative knowledge involving the triads of knower, knowledge, and known. Question: But one may not be quite sure of God's grace. Ramana: If the unripe mind does not feel God's grace, it does not mean that this is absent, for that would imply that God is at times not gracious, that is to say, ceases to be God. Question: Is that the same as the saying of Christ, "According to thy faith be it done unto thee"? Ramana: Quite so. Question: The Upanishads say, I am told, that he alone knows the Atman whom the Atman chooses. Why should the Atman choose at all? If it chooses, why some particular person? Ramana: When the sun rises, some buds blossom, not all. Do you blame the sun for that? Nor can the bud blossom of itself. It requires the sunlight to enable it to do so. Question: May we not say that the help of the Atman is needed because it is the Atman that drew over itself the veil of Maya? Ramana: You may say so. Question: If the Atman has drawn the veil over itself, should it not itself remove the veil? Question: Why should I? Let the Atman itself remove the veil. Ramana: If the Atman complains about the veil, then the Atman will remove it. Question: If the Supreme Being is omnipresent, as he is said to be, his realization ought to be an easy thing. The scriptures, however, declare that without his grace the Lord cannot even be worshipped, much less realized. So then, how can the individual by his own effort realize the Self, or the Supreme Being, except through his grace? Ramana: There was never a time when the Supreme Being was unknown or unrealized, because he is one and identical with the Self. His grace or anugraha is the same as the conscious immediacy of his divine presence, prasanada, in other words, enlightenment or revelation. One's ignorance of this self-revealing immediacy of divine grace is no proof to the contrary. If the owl does not see the sun that illumines the whole world, is that the fault of the sun? Is it not due to the defectiveness of the bird's sight? Similarly, if the ignorant man is unaware of the ever-luminous Atman or Self, can that be attributed to the nature of the Atman itself? Is it not the result of his own ignorance? The Supreme Lord is eternal grace. Therefore, there is really no such individual act as bestowing grace, and being ever present, the manifestation of grace is not confined to any particular period or occasion. Question: doubts keep arising. That is why I ask how it is to be done. Ramana: a doubt arises and it is cleared. Another arises and that is cleared only to make way for another, and so it goes on. So there is no possibility of clearing away all doubts. Find out instead to whom the doubts come. Go to their source and stay there. Then they cease to arise. That is how doubts are to be cleared away. Question: only grace can help me do it. Ramana: grace is not something outside you. In fact, your very desire for grace is due to grace that is already working in you. Question: isn't success dependent on the grace of the Guru? Ramana: yes, but isn't your practice itself due to such grace? Its fruits spring from it automatically. There is a stanza in Kivalya which runs, O Guru, you have always been with me, watching over me, one incarnation after another, and have shaped my course until I was liberated. The Self manifests externally as the Guru when occasion demands. Otherwise he always remains within, doing what is required. Question: in actual practice, I find I cannot succeed in my efforts unless Bhagavan's grace descends on me. Ramana: the Guru's grace is always there. You imagine it to be something somewhere high up in the sky that has to descend, but really it is inside you, in your heart, and the moment you effect the subsidence or merging of the mind into its source by whatever method, the grace rushes forth, spouting as from a spring within you. Chapter: the Self and Egoic Self. Question: then whom do you address when you say know thyself? Ramana: to whatever you are to you is given the suggestion know thyself. The ego self, when it feels the necessity to know its own origin or impelled to rise above itself, takes the suggestion and goes deeper, and there discovers the true source and reality of itself. So the ego self beginning to know itself ends in perceiving itself. Question: how can I attain self-realization? Ramana: realization is nothing to be gained afresh, it is already there. All that is necessary is to get rid of the thought I have not realized. Stillness or peace is realization. There is no moment when the self is not. So long as there is doubt or the feeling of non-realization, the attempt should be made to rid oneself of these thoughts. They are due to the identification of the self with the not-self. When the not-self disappears, the self alone remains. To make room, it is enough that objects be removed. Room is not brought in from elsewhere. Question: since realization is not possible without vasana-kshaya, destruction of mental tendencies, how am I to realize that state in which the tendencies are effectively destroyed? Ramana: you are in that state now. Question: does it mean that by holding on to the self, the vasanas, mental tendencies should be destroyed as and when they emerge? Ramana: they will themselves be destroyed if you remain as you are. Question: how shall I reach the self? Ramana: there is no reaching the self. If self were to be reached, it would mean that the self is not here and now and that it is yet to be obtained. What is got afresh will also be lost. So it will be impermanent. What is not permanent is not worth striving for. So I say the self is not reached. You are the self, you are already that. The fact is, you are ignorant of your blissful state. Ignorance supervenes and draws a veil over the pure self which is bliss. Attempts are directed only to remove this veil of ignorance which is merely wrong knowledge. The wrong knowledge is the false identification of the self with the body and the mind. This false identification must go, and then the self alone remains. Therefore, realization is for everyone. Realization makes no difference between the aspirants. This very doubt whether you can realize and the notion I have not realized are themselves the obstacles. Be free from these obstacles also. Question: how long does it take to reach mukti liberation? Ramana: mukti is not to be gained in the future. It is there forever, here and now. Question: I agree, but do not experience it. Ramana: the experience is here and now. One cannot deny one's own self. Question: that means existence and not happiness. Ramana: existence is the same as happiness and happiness is the same as being. The word mukti is so provoking. Why should one seek it? One believes that there is bondage and therefore seeks liberation. But the fact is that there is no bondage but only liberation. Why call it by a name and seek it? Question: true, but we are ignorant. Ramana: only remove ignorance. That is all there is to be done. All questions relating to mukti are inadmissible. Mukti means release from bondage, which implies the present existence of bondage. There is no bondage and therefore no mukti either. Question: of what nature is the realization of Westerners who relate that they have had flashes of cosmic consciousness? Ramana: it came as a flash and disappeared as such. That which has a beginning must also end. Only when the ever-present consciousness is realized will it be permanent. Consciousness is indeed always with us. Everyone knows I am. No one can deny his own being. The man in deep sleep is not aware, while awake he seems to be aware. But it is the same person. There is no change in the one who slept and the one who is now awake. In deep sleep he was not aware of his body, and so there was no body consciousness. In the wakeful state he is aware of his body, and so there is body consciousness. Therefore the difference lies in the emergence of body consciousness, and not in any change in the real consciousness. Body and body consciousness arise together and sink together. All this amounts to saying that there are no limitations in deep sleep, whereas there are limitations in the waking state. These limitations are the bondage. The feeling the body is I is the error. This false sense of I must go. The real I is always there. It is here and now. It never appears anew and disappears again. That which is must also persist forever. That which appears anew will also be lost. Compare deep sleep and waking. The body appears in one state but not in the other. Therefore the body will be lost. The consciousness was pre-existent and will survive the body. There is no one who does not say I am. The wrong knowledge of I am the body is the cause of all the mischief. This wrong knowledge must go. That is realization. Realization is not acquisition of anything new, nor is it a new faculty. It is only removal of all camouflage. The ultimate truth is so simple. It is nothing more than being in the pristine state. This is all that need be said. Question: is one nearer to pure consciousness in deep sleep than in the waking state? Ramana: the sleep, dream, and waking states are mere phenomena appearing on the self, which is itself stationary. It is also a state of simple awareness. Can anyone remain away from the self at any moment? This question can arise only if that were possible. Question: is it not often said that one is nearer pure consciousness in deep sleep than in the waking state? Ramana: the question may as well be, am I nearer to myself in my sleep than in my waking state? The self is pure consciousness. No one can ever be away from the self. The question is possible only if there is duality. But there is no duality in this state of pure consciousness. The same person sleeps, dreams, and wakes up. The waking state is considered to be full of beautiful and interesting things. The absence of such experience makes one say that the sleep state is dull. Before we proceed further, let us make this point clear. Do you not admit that you exist in your sleep? Question: yes, I do. Ramana: you are the same person that is now awake. Is it not so? Question: yes. Ramana: so there is a continuity in the sleep and the waking states. What is that continuity? It is only the state of pure being. There is a difference in the two states. What is that difference? The incidents, namely, the body, the world, and objects appear in the waking state, but they disappear in sleep. Question: but I am not aware in my sleep. Ramana: true, there is no awareness of the body or of the world. But you must exist in your sleep in order to say, now I was not aware in my sleep. Who says so now? It is the wakeful person. The sleeper cannot say so. That is to say, the individual who is now identifying the self with the body says that such awareness did not exist in sleep. Because you identify yourself with the body, you see the world around you and say that the waking state is filled with beautiful and interesting things. The sleep state appears dull because you were not there as an individual, and therefore these things were not. But what is the fact? There is the continuity of being in all the three states, but no continuity of the individual and the objects. Question: yes. Ramana: that which is continuous is also enduring, that is permanent. That which is discontinuous is transitory. Question: yes. Ramana: therefore the state of being is permanent and the body and the world are not. They are fleeting phenomena passing on the screen of being consciousness, which is eternal and stationary. Question: relatively speaking, is not the sleep state nearer to pure consciousness than the waking state? Ramana: yes, in this sense. When passing from sleep to waking, the thought, that is the individual self, must start and the mind must come into play. Then thoughts arise and the functions of the body come into operation. All these together make us say that we are awake. The absence of all this evolution is the characteristic of sleep, and therefore it is nearer to pure consciousness than the waking state. But one should not therefore desire to be always in sleep. In the first place, it is impossible, for it will necessarily alternate with the other states. Secondly, it cannot be the state of bliss in which the jnani is, for his state is permanent and not alternating. Moreover, the sleep state is not recognized to be one of awareness by people, but the sage is always aware. Thus the sleep state differs from the state in which the sage is established. Still more, the sleep state is free from thoughts and their impression on the individual. It cannot be altered by one's will because effort is impossible in that condition. Although nearer to pure consciousness, it is not fit for efforts to realize the self. Question: is not the realization of one's absolute being, that is Brahmajnana, something quite unattainable for a layman like me? Ramana: Brahmajnana is not a knowledge to be acquired so that acquiring it one may obtain happiness. It is one's ignorant outlook that one should give up. The self you seek to know is truly yourself. Your supposed ignorance causes you needless grief like that of the 10 foolish men who grieved at the loss of the 10th man who was never lost. The 10 foolish men in the parable forded a stream, and on reaching the other shore wanted to make sure that all of them had in fact safely crossed the stream. One of the 10 began to count, but while counting the others left himself out. "I see only 9, sure enough we have lost one. Who can it be?" he said. "Did you count correctly?" asked another, and did the counting himself. But he too counted only 9. One after the other each of the 10 counted only 9, missing himself. "We are only 9, they all agreed, but who is the missing one?" they asked themselves. Every effort they made to discover the missing individual failed. "Whoever he is that is drowned," said the most sentimental of the 10 fools. "We have lost him." So saying, he burst into tears, and the others followed suit. Seeing them weeping on the river bank, a sympathetic wayfarer inquired about the cause. They related what had happened and said that even after counting themselves several times they could find no more than 9. On hearing this story, but seeing all the 10 before him, the wayfarer guessed what had happened. In order to make them know for themselves they were really 10, that all of them had survived the crossing, he told them, "Let each of you count for himself, but one after the other serially, 1, 2, 3, and so on, while I shall give you each a blow so that all of you may be sure of having been included in the count, and included only once. The 10th missing man will then be found." Hearing this, they rejoiced at the prospect of finding their lost comrade, and accepted the method suggested by the wayfarer. While the kind wayfarer gave a blow to each of the 10 in turn, he that got the blow counted himself aloud. 10, said the last man, as he got the last blow in his turn. Bewildered, they looked at one another. "We are 10, they said with one voice, and thanked the wayfarer for having removed their grief. That is the parable. From where was the 10th man brought in? Was he ever lost? By knowing that he had been there all the while, did they learn anything new? The cause of their grief was not the real loss of anyone, it was their own ignorance, or rather, their mere supposition that one of them was lost. Such is the case with you. Truly, there is no cause for you to be miserable and unhappy. You yourself impose limitations on your true nature of infinite being, and then weep that you are but a finite creature. Then you take up this or that spiritual practice to transcend the non-existent limitations. But, if your spiritual practice itself assumes the existence of the limitations, how can it help you to transcend them? Hence I say no, that you are really the infinite pure being, the Self. You are always that Self and nothing but that Self. Therefore, you can never be really ignorant of the Self. Your ignorance is merely an imaginary ignorance, like the ignorance of the 10 fools about the lost 10th man. It is this ignorance that caused them grief. Know then that true knowledge does not create a new being for you, it only removes your ignorant ignorance. Bliss is not added to your nature, it is merely revealed as your true natural state, eternal and imperishable. The only way to be rid of your grief is to know and be the Self. How can this be unattainable? Question, however often Bhagavan teaches us, we are not able to understand. Ramana, people say that they are not able to know the Self that is all-pervading. What can I do? Even the smallest child says, I exist, I do, this is mine. So, everyone understands that the thing I is always existent. It is only when that I is there that there is the feeling that you are the body, he is Vankana, this is Ramana, and so on. To know that the one that is always visible is one's own self, is it necessary to search with a candle? To say that we do not know the Atma Swarupa, the real nature of the Self which is not different, but which is in one's own self, is like saying, I do not know myself. Question: but how is one to reach this state? Ramana: there is no goal to be reached. There is nothing to be attained. You are the self. You exist always. Nothing more can be predicated of the self than that it exists. Seeing God or the self is only being the self or yourself. Seeing is being. You being the self want to know how to attain the self. It is something like a man being at Ramanasramam asking how many ways there are to reach Ramanasramam, and which is the best way for him. All that is required of you is to give up the thought that you are this body and to give up all thoughts of the external things or the not-self. Question: what is the ego-self? How is it related to the real self? Ramana: the ego-self appears and disappears and is transitory, whereas the real self is permanent. Though you are actually the true self, you wrongly identify the real self with the ego-self. Question: how does the mistake come about? Ramana: see if it has come about. Question: one has to sublimate the ego-self into the true self. Ramana: the ego-self does not exist at all. Question: why does it give us trouble? Ramana: to whom is the trouble? The trouble also is imagined. Trouble and pleasure are only for the ego. Question: why is the world so wrapped up in ignorance? Ramana: take care of yourself. Let the world take care of itself. To yourself. If you are the body, there is the gross world also. If you are spirit, all is spirit alone. Question: it will hold good for the individual, but what of the rest? Ramana: do it first and then see if the question arises afterwards. Question: is there avidya at ignorance? Ramana: for whom is it? Question: for the ego-self. Ramana: yes, for the ego. Remove the ego and avidya is gone. Look for it, the ego vanishes and the real self alone remains. The ego professing avidya is not to be seen. There is no avidya in reality. All sastras, scriptures, are meant to disprove the existence of avidya. Question: how did the ego arise? Ramana: ego is not. Otherwise, do you admit of two selves? How can there be avidya in the absence of the ego? If you begin to inquire, the avidya which is already non-existent will be found not to be, or you will say it has fled away. Ignorance pertains to the ego. Why do you think of the ego and also suffer? What is ignorance again? It is that which is non-existent. However, the worldly life requires the hypothesis of avidya. Avidya is only our ignorance and nothing more. It is ignorance or forgetfulness of the self. Can there be darkness before the sun? Similarly, can there be ignorance before the self-evident and self-luminous self? If you know the self, there will be no darkness, no ignorance, and no misery. It is the mind which feels the trouble and the misery. Darkness never comes nor goes. See the sun and there is no darkness. Similarly, see this self and avidya will be found not to exist. Question: what is reality? Ramana: reality must be always real. It is not with forms and names. That which underlies these is the reality. It underlies limitations, being itself limitless. It is not bound. It underlies unrealities, itself being real. Reality is that which is. It is as it is. It transcends speech. It is beyond the expressions existence, non-existence, etc. The reality which is the mere consciousness that remains when ignorance is destroyed along with knowledge of objects, alone is the self-atma. In that Brahma Swarupa, real form of Brahman, which is abundant self-awareness, there is not the least ignorance. The reality which shines fully, without misery and without a body, not only when the world is known, but also when the world is not known, is your real form, Nija Swarupa. The radiance of consciousness bliss, in the form of one awareness shining equally within and without, is the supreme and blissful primal reality. Its form is silence, and it is declared by jhanis to be the final and unobstructable state of true knowledge, jhana. Know that jhana alone is non-attachment. Jhana alone is purity. Jhana is the attainment of God. Jhana, which is devoid of forgetfulness of self alone, is immortality. Jhana alone is everything. Question: what is this awareness and how can one obtain and cultivate it? Ramana, you are awareness. Awareness is another name for you. Since you are awareness, there is no need to attain or cultivate it. All that you have to do is to give up being aware of other things, that is, of the not-self. If one gives up being aware of them, then pure awareness alone remains, and that is the self. Question: if the self is itself aware, why am I not aware of it even now? Ramana, there is no duality. Your present knowledge is due to the ego and is only relative. Relative knowledge requires a subject and an object, whereas the awareness of the self is absolute and requires no object. Remembrance also is similarly relative, requiring an object to be remembered and a subject to remember. When there is no duality, who is to remember whom? The self is ever present. Each one wants to know the self. What kind of help does one require to know oneself? People want to see the self as something new. But it is eternal and remains the same all along. They desire to see it as a blazing light, etc. How can it be so? It is not light, not darkness. It is only as it is. It cannot be defined. The best definition is I am that I am. The Srutis, scriptures, speak of the self as being the size of one's thumb, the tip of the hair, an electric spark, vast, subtler than the subtlest, etc. They have no foundation in fact. It is only being, but different from the real and the unreal. It is knowledge, but different from knowledge and ignorance. How can it be defined at all? It is simply being. Question: when a man realizes the self, what will he see? Ramana, there is no seeing. Seeing is only being. The state of self-realization, as we call it, is not attaining something new or reaching some goal which is far away, but simply being that which you always are and which you always have been. All that is needed is that you give up your realization of the not true as true. All of us are regarding as real that which is not real. We have only to give up this practice on our part. Then we shall realize the self as the self, in other words, be the self. At one stage you will laugh at yourself for trying to discover the self which is so self-evident. So what can we say to this question? That stage transcends the seer and the seen. There is no seer there to see anything. The seer who is seeing all this now ceases to exist and the self alone remains. Question: how to know this by direct experience? Ramana, if we talk of knowing the self, there must be two selves, one a knowing self, another the self which is known and the process of knowing. The state we call realization is simply being oneself, not knowing anything or becoming anything. If one has realized, one is that which alone is and which alone has always been. One cannot describe that state. One can only be that. Of course, we loosely talk of self-realization for want of a better term. How to realize or make real that which alone is real. Question: you sometimes say the self is silence. Why is this? Ramana, for those who live in self as the beauty devoid of thought, there is nothing which should be thought of. That which should be adhered to is only the experience of silence, because in that supreme state nothing exists to be attained other than oneself. Question: what is Mauna silence? Ramana, that state which transcends speech and thought is Mauna. That which is Mauna. How can Mauna be explained in words? Sages say that the state in which the thought I, the ego, does not rise even in the least, alone is self, Swarupa, which is silence, Mauna. That silent self alone is God, self alone is the Jiva, individual soul. Self alone is this ancient world. All other knowledges are only petty and trivial knowledges. The experience of silence alone is the real and perfect knowledge. Know that the many objective differences are not real, but are mere superimpositions on self, which is the form of true knowledge. Question: as the bodies and the selves animating them are everywhere actually observed to be innumerable, how can it be said that the self is only one? Ramana, if the idea I am the body is accepted, the selves are multiple. The state in which this idea vanishes is the self, since in that state there are no other objects. It is for this reason that the self is regarded as one only. Since the body itself does not exist in the natural outlook of the real self, but only in the extroverted outlook of the mind, which is deluded by the power of illusion, to call self, the space of consciousness, high, the possessor of the body, is wrong. The world does not exist without the body never exists without the mind never exists without consciousness, and consciousness never exists without the reality. For the wise one who has known self by diving within himself, there is nothing other than self to be known. Why? Because since the ego which identifies the form of a body as I has perished, he, the wise one, is the formless existence consciousness. The jnani, one who has realized the self, knows he is the self and that nothing, neither his body nor anything else, exists but the self. To such a one, what difference could the presence or absence of a body make? It is false to speak of realization. What is there to realize? The real is as it is always. We are not creating anything new or achieving something which we did not have before. The illustration given in books is this. We dig a well and create a huge pit. The space in the pit or well has not been created by us. We have just removed the earth which was filling the space there. The space was there then and is also there now. Similarly, we have simply to throw out all the age-long samskaras, innate tendencies which are inside us. When all of them have been given up, the self will shine alone. Question: but how to do this and attain liberation? Ramana, liberation is our very nature. We are that. The very fact that we wish for liberation shows that freedom from all bondage is our real nature. It is not to be freshly acquired. All that is necessary is to get rid of the false notion that we are bound. When we achieve that, there will be no desire or thought of any sort. So long as one desires liberation, so long, you may take it, one is in bondage. Question: for one who has realized his self, it is said that he will not have the three states of wakefulness, dream and deep sleep. Is that a fact? Ramana, what makes you say that they do not have the three states? In saying I had a dream, I was in deep sleep, I am awake, you must admit that you were there in all the three states. That makes it clear that you were there all the time. If you remain as you are now, you are in the wakeful state. This becomes hidden in the dream state, and the dream state disappears when you are in deep sleep. You were there then, you are there now, and you are there at all times. The three states come and go, but you are always there. It is like a cinema. The screen is always there, but several types of pictures appear on the screen and then disappear. Nothing sticks to the screen, it remains a screen. Similarly, you remain your own self in all the three states. If you know that, the three states will not trouble you, just as the pictures which appear on the screen do not stick to it. On the screen, you sometimes see a huge ocean with endless waves that disappears. Another time you see fire spreading all around, that too disappears. The screen is there on both occasions. Did the screen get wet with the water or did it get burned by the fire? Nothing affected the screen. In the same way, the things that happen during the wakeful, dream and sleep states do not affect you at all, you remain your own self. Question: does that mean that although people have all three states, wakefulness, dream and deep sleep, these do not affect them? Ramana: yes, that is it. All these states come and go. The self is not bothered, it has only one state. Question: does that mean that such a person will be in this world merely as a witness? Ramana: that is so. For this very thing Vidyaranya in the 10th chapter of the Panchadasi gives as example the light that is kept on the stage of a theater. When a drama is being played, the light is there which illuminates without any distinction all the actors, whether they be kings or servants or dancers, and also all the audience. That light will be there before the drama begins, during the performance and also after the performance is over. Similarly, the light within, that is, the self, gives light to the ego, the intellect, the memory and the mind without itself being subject to processes of growth and decay. Although during deep sleep and other states there is no feeling of the ego, that self remains attributeless and continues to shine of itself. Actually, the idea of the self being the witness is only in the mind. It is not the absolute truth of the self. Witnessing is relative to objects witnessed. Both the witness and his object are mental creations. Question: how are the three states of consciousness inferior in degree of reality to the fourth Turiya? What is the actual relation between these three states and the fourth? Ramana: there is only one state, that of consciousness or awareness or existence. The three states of waking, dream and sleep cannot be real. They simply come and go. The real will always exist. The I or existence that alone persists in all the three states is real. The other three are not real, and so it is not possible to say they have such and such a degree of reality. We may roughly put it like this. Existence or consciousness is the only reality. Consciousness plus waking we call waking. Consciousness plus sleep we call sleep. Consciousness plus dream we call dream. Consciousness is the screen on which all the pictures come and go. The screen is real, the pictures are mere shadows on it. Because by long habit we have been regarding these three states as real, we call the state of mere awareness or consciousness the fourth. There is, however, no fourth state, but only one state. There is no difference between dream and the waking state except that the dream is short and the waking long. Both are the result of the mind. Because the waking state is long, we imagine that it is our real state. But as a matter of fact, our real state is Turiya, or the fourth state, which is always as it is and knows nothing of the three states of waking, dream or sleep. Because we call these three avasthas states, we call the fourth state also Turiya avastha. But is it not an avastha, but the real and natural state of the self? When this is realized, we know it is not a Turiya or fourth state, for a fourth state is only relative, but Turiyatita, the transcendent state. Question: but why should these three states come and go on the real state or the screen of the self? Ramana, who puts this question: does the self say these states come and go? It is the seer who says these come and go. The seer and the seen together constitute the mind. See if there is such a thing as the mind. Then, the mind merges in the self, and there is neither the seer nor the seen. So the real answer to your question is, they neither come nor go. The self alone remains as it ever is. The three states owe their existence to non-inquiry, and inquiry puts an end to them. However much one may explain, the fact will not become clear till one attains self-realization and wonders how one was blind to the self-evident and only existence so long. Question: what is the difference between the mind and the self? Ramana: there is no difference. The mind turned inwards is the self. Turned outwards it becomes the ego and all the world. Cotton made into various clothes we call by various names. Gold made into various ornaments we call by various names. But all the clothes are cotton and all the ornaments gold. The one is real, the many are mere names and forms. But the mind does not exist apart from the self, that is, it has no independent existence. The self exists without the mind, never the mind without the self. Question: Brahman is said to be Sat Chit Ananda. What does that mean? Ramana: yes. That is so. That which is only Sat. That is called Brahman. The luster of Sat is Chit and its nature is Ananda. These are not different from Sat. All the three together are known as Sat Chit Ananda. Question: as the self is existence Sat, and consciousness Chit, what is the reason for describing it as different from the existent and the non-existent, the sentient and the insentient? Ramana: although the self is real, as it comprises everything, it does not give room for questions involving duality about its reality or unreality. Therefore it is said to be different from the real and the unreal. Similarly, even though it is consciousness, since there is nothing for it to know or to make itself known to, it is said to be different from the sentient and the insentient. Sat Chit Ananda is said to indicate that the Supreme is not a Sat, different from being, not a Chit, different from consciousness, and not an Ananda, different from happiness. Because we are in the phenomenal world, we speak of the self as Sat Chit Ananda. Question: in what sense is happiness or bliss Ananda, our real nature? Ramana: perfect bliss is Brahman. Perfect peace is of the self. That alone exists and is consciousness. That which is called happiness is only the nature of self. Self is not other than perfect happiness. That which is called happiness alone exists. Knowing that fact and abiding in this state of self, enjoy bliss eternally. If a man thinks that his happiness is due to external causes and his possessions, it is reasonable to conclude that his happiness must increase with the increase of possessions and diminish in proportion to their diminution. Therefore, if he is devoid of possessions, his happiness should be nil. What is the real experience of man? Does it conform to this view? In deep sleep, man is devoid of possessions, including his own body. Instead of being unhappy, he is quite happy. Everyone desires to sleep soundly. Conclusion is that happiness is inherent in man and is not due to external causes. One must realize the self in order to open the store of unalloyed happiness. Question: Sri Bhagavan speaks of the heart as the seat of consciousness and as identical with the self. What does the heart exactly signify? Ramana: call it by any name, God's self, the heart, or the seat of consciousness, it is all the same. The point to be grasped is this, that heart means the very core of one's being, the center without which there is nothing whatever. The heart is not physical, it is spiritual. Hridayam equals Harit plus Ayatan. it means this is the center. It is that from which thoughts arise, on which they subsist, and where they are resolved. The thoughts are the content of the mind, and they shape the universe. The heart is the center of all. That from which beings come into existence is said to be Brahman in the Upanishads. That is the heart. Brahman is the heart. Question: how to realize the heart? Ramana, there is no one who even for a moment fails to experience the self. For no one admits that he ever stands apart from the self. He is the self. The self is the heart. The heart is the center from which everything springs. Because you see the world, the body and so on, it is said that there is a center for these which is called the heart. When you are in the heart is known to be neither the center nor the circumference. There is nothing else apart from it. The consciousness which is the real existence, and which does not go out to know those things which are other than self, alone is the heart. Since the truth of self is known only to that consciousness, which is devoid of activity, that consciousness which always remains attending to self alone, is the shining of clear knowledge. Question: how has the unreal come? Can the unreal spring from the real? Ramana, see if it has sprung. There is no such thing as the unreal from another standpoint. The self alone exists. When you try to trace the ego, which is the basis of the perception of the world and everything else, you find the ego does not exist at all, and neither does all this creation that you see. Question: it is cruel of God's Leela, play to make the knowledge of the self so hard. Ramana, knowing the self is being the self, and being means existence, one's own existence. No one denies one's existence any more than one denies one's eyes, although one cannot see them. The trouble lies with your desire to objectify the self, in the same way as you objectify your eyes when you place a mirror before them. You have been so accustomed to objectivity that you have lost the knowledge of yourself, simply because the self cannot be objectified. Who is to know the self? Can the insentient body know it? All the time you speak and think of your I, yet when questioned you deny knowledge of it. You are the self, yet you ask how to know the self. Where then is God's Leela, and where is its cruelty? Because of this denial of the self by people, the sastras speak of Maya, Leela, etc. Question: does my realization help others? Ramana: yes, certainly. It is the best help possible. But there are no others to be helped. For a realized being sees only the self, just like a goldsmith estimating the gold in various items of jewelry sees only gold. When you identify yourself with the body, then only the forms and shapes are there. But when you transcend your body, the others disappear along with your body consciousness. Question: is it so with plants, trees, etc.? Ramana: do they exist at all apart from the self? Find it out. You think that you see them. The thought is projected out from the self. Find out from where it rises. Thoughts will cease to rise and the self alone will remain. Question: I understand theoretically. But they are still there. Ramana: yes. It is like a cinema show. There is the light on the screen, and the shadows flitting across it impress the audience as the enactment of some piece. If in the same play an audience also is shown on the screen as part of the performance, the seer and the seen will then both be on the screen. Apply it to yourself. You are the screen, the self has created the ego has its accretions of thoughts which are displayed as the world, the trees and the plants of which you are asking. In reality all these are nothing but the self. If you see the self, the same will be found to be all everywhere and always. Nothing but the self exists. Question. Yes, I still understand only theoretically. Yet the answers are simple, beautiful, and convincing. Ramana, even the thought I do not realize is a hindrance. In fact, the self alone is. Our real nature is mukti. But we are imagining we are bound and are making various, strenuous attempts to become free while we are all the while free. This will be understood only when we reach that stage. We will be surprised that we were frantically trying to attain something which we have always been and are. An illustration will make this clear. A man goes to sleep in this hall. He dreams he has gone on a world tour, is roaming over hill and dale, forest and country, desert and sea, across various continents, and after many years of weary and strenuous travel, returns to this country, reaches Tiruvannamalai, enters the ashram and walks into the hall. Just at that moment he wakes up and finds he has not moved an inch, but was sleeping where he lay down. He has not returned after great effort to this hall, but is and always has been in the hall. It is exactly like that. If it is asked, why being free do we imagine that we are bound? I answer, why being in the hall did you imagine you were on a world adventure, crossing hill and dale, desert and sea? It is all mind or maya, illusion. Question. How then does ignorance of this one and only reality unhappily arise in the case of the ajnani, one who has not realized the self? Ramana, the ajnani sees only the mind, which is a mere reflection of the light of pure consciousness arising from the heart. Of the heart itself he is ignorant. Why? Because his mind is extroverted, and has never sought its source. Question. What prevents the infinite, undifferentiated light of consciousness arising from the heart from revealing itself to the ajnani? Ramana, just as water in a pot reflects the enormous sun within the narrow limits of the pot, even so the vasanas or latent tendencies of the mind of the individual, acting as the reflecting medium, catch the all-pervading, infinite light of consciousness arising from the heart. The form of this reflection is the phenomenon called the mind. Seeing only this reflection, the ajnani is deluded into the belief that he is a finite being, the jiva, the individual self. Question. What are the obstacles which hinder realization of the self? Ramana, they are habits of mind, vasanas. Question. How to overcome the mental habits, vasanas? Ramana, by realizing the self. Question. This is a vicious circle. Ramana, it is the ego which raises such difficulties, creating obstacles and then suffering from the perplexity of apparent paradoxes. Find out who makes the inquiries and the self will be found. Question. Why is this mental bondage so persistent? Ramana, the nature of bondage is merely the rising, ruinous thought I am different from the reality. Since one surely cannot remain separate from the reality, reject that thought whenever it rises. Question. Why do I never remember that I am the self? Ramana, people speak of memory and oblivion of the fullness of the self. Oblivion and memory are only thought forms. They will alternate so long as there are thoughts. But reality lies beyond these. Memory or oblivion must be dependent on something. That something must be foreign to the self as well, otherwise there would not be oblivion. That upon which memory and oblivion depend is the idea of the individual self. When one looks for it, this individual I is not found because it is not real. Hence this I is synonymous with illusion or ignorance, maya, avidya or ajnana. To know that there never was ignorance is the goal of all the spiritual teachings. Ignorance must be of one who is aware. Awareness is jhana. Jhana is eternal and natural, ajnana is unnatural and unreal. Question. Having heard this truth, why does not one remain content? Ramana. Because samskaras, innate mental tendencies, have not been destroyed. Unless the samskaras cease to exist, there will always be doubt and confusion. All efforts are directed to destroying doubt and confusion. To do so, their roots must be cut. Their roots are the samskaras. These are rendered ineffective by practice as prescribed by the Guru. The Guru leaves it to the seeker to do this much so that he might himself find out that there is no ignorance. Hearing the truth Sravana is the first stage. If the understanding is not firm, one has to practice reflection, manana, and uninterrupted contemplation, nididhyasana on it. These two processes scorch the seeds of samskaras so that they are rendered ineffective. Some extraordinary people get unshakable jhana after hearing the truth only once. These are the advanced seekers. Beginners take longer to gain it. Question. How did ignorance, avidya, arise at all? Ramana. Ignorance never arose. It has no real being. That which is only vidya, knowledge. Question. Why then do I not realize it? Ramana. Because of the samskaras. However, find out who does not realize and what he does not realize. Then it will be clear that there is no avidya. Question. So it is wrong to begin with a goal, is it? Ramana. If there is a goal to be reached, it cannot be permanent. The goal must already be there. We seek to reach the goal with the ego, but the goal exists before the ego. What is in the goal is even prior to our birth, that is, to the birth of the ego. Because we exist, the ego appears to exist too. If we look on the self as the ego, then we become the ego. If as the mind, we become the mind. If as the body, we become the body. It is the thought which builds up sheaths in so many ways. The shadow on the water is found to be shaking. Can anyone stop the shaking of the shadow? If it would cease to shake, you would not notice the water, but only the light. Similarly, take no notice of the ego and its activities, but see only the light behind. The ego is the thought I. The true I is the self. Question. If it is just a question of giving up ideas, then it is only one step to realization. Ramana. Realization is already there. The state free from thoughts is the only real state. There is no such action as realization. Is there anyone who is not realizing the self? Does anyone deny his own existence? Speaking of realization, it implies two selves, the one to realize, the other to be realized. What is not already realized is sought to be realized. Once we admit our existence, how is it that we do not know ourself? Question. Because of the thoughts, the mind. Ramana. Quite so. It is the mind that veils our happiness. How do we know that we exist? If you say because of the world around us, then how do you know that you existed in deep sleep? Question. How to get rid of the mind? Ramana. Is it the mind that wants to kill itself? The mind cannot kill itself. So your business is to find the real nature of the mind. Then you will know that there is no mind. When the self is sought, the mind is nowhere. Abiding in the self, one need not worry about the mind. Question. Is mukti the same as realization? Ramana. Mukti or liberation is our nature. It is another name for us. Our wanting mukti is a very funny thing. It is like a man who is in the shade, voluntarily leaving the shade, going into the sun, feeling the severity of the heat there, making great efforts to get back into the shade, and then rejoicing, how sweet is the shade. I have reached the shade at last. We are all doing exactly the same. We are not different from the reality. We imagine we are different, that is, we create the bhedabhava, the feeling of difference, and then undergo great sadhana, spiritual practices to get rid of the bhedabhava and realize the oneness. Why imagine or create bhedabhava and then destroy it? Question. This can be realized only by the grace of the Master. I was reading Sri Bhagavata. It says that bliss can be it only by the dust of the Master's feet. I pray for grace. Ramana, what is bliss but your own being? You are not apart from being, which is the same as bliss. You are now thinking that you are the mind or the body, which are both changing and transient. But you are unchanging and eternal. That is what you should know. Question. It is darkness and I am ignorant. Ramana, this ignorance must go. Again, who says I am ignorant? He must be the witness of ignorance. That is what you are. Socrates said, I know that I do not know. Can it be ignorance? It is wisdom. Question. Why then do I feel unhappy when I am in Vellore and feel peace in your presence? Ramana, can the feeling in this place be bliss? When you leave this place you say you are unhappy. Therefore this peace is not permanent, it is mixed with unhappiness which is felt in another place. Therefore you cannot find bliss in places and in periods of time. It must be permanent in order that it may be useful. It is your own being which is permanent. Be the self, and that is bliss. You are always that. The self is always realized. It is not necessary to seek to realize what is already and always realized. For you cannot deny your own existence. That existence is consciousness, the self. Unless you exist, you cannot ask questions. So you must admit your own existence. That existence is the self. It is already realized. Therefore, the effort to realize results only in your realizing your present mistake, that you have not realized yourself. There is no fresh realization. The self becomes revealed. Question. That will take some years. Ramana, why years? The idea of time is only in your mind. It is not in the self. There is no time for the self. Time arises as an idea after the ego arises. But you are the self beyond time and space. You exist even in the absence of time and space. Were it true that you realize it later, it means that you are not realized now. Absence of realization in the present moment may be repeated at any moment in the future, for time is infinite. So too such realization is impermanent. But that is not true. It is wrong to consider realization to be impermanent. It is the true eternal state which cannot change. Question. Yes, I shall understand it in course of time. Ramana, you are already that. Time and space cannot affect the self. They are in you. So also all that you see around you is in you. There is a story to illustrate this point. A lady had a precious necklace round her neck. Once in her excitement she forgot it and thought that the necklace was lost. She became anxious and looked for it in her home, but could not find it. She asked her friends and neighbors if they knew anything about the necklace. They did not. At last a kind friend of hers told her to feel the necklace round her neck. She found that it had all along been round her neck, and she was happy. When others asked her later if she had found the necklace which was lost, she said, "Yes, I have found it." She still felt that she had recovered a lost jewel. Now did she lose it at all? It was all along round her neck. But, judge her feelings. She was as happy as if she had recovered a lost jewel. Similarly with us, we imagine that we will realize that self sometime, whereas we are never anything but the self. Question: there must be something that I can do to reach this state. Ramana: the conception that there is a goal and a path to it is wrong. We are the goal or peace always. To get rid of the notion that we are not peace is all that is required. Question: all books say that the guidance of a guru is necessary. Ramana: the guru will say only what I am saying now. He will not give you anything you have not already got. It is impossible for anyone to get what he has not got already. Even if he gets any such thing, it will go as it came. What comes will also go. What always is will alone remain. The Guru cannot give you anything new which you don't have already. Removal of the notion that we have not realized the self is all that is required. We are always the self, only we don't realize it. We go round and round in search of Atma, self, saying, where is Atma, where is it? Till at last the dawn of jnana drishti, vision of knowledge, is reached, and we say, this is Atma, this is me. We should acquire that vision. When once that vision is reached, there will be no attachments even if one mixes with the world and moves about in it. When once you put on shoes, your feet do not feel the pain of walking on any number of stones or thorns on the way. You walk about without fear or care even if there are mountains on the way. In the same way, everything will be natural to those who have attained jnana drishti. What is there apart from one's own self? Question: the natural state can be known only after all this worldly vision subsides. But how is it to subside? Ramana: if the mind subsides, the whole world subsides. Mind is the cause of all this. If that subsides, the natural state presents itself. The self proclaims itself at all times as I. It is self-luminous. It is here. All this is that. We are in that only. Being in it, why search for it? The ancients say, making the vision absorbed in jhana, one sees the world as Brahman. Question: Bhagavan often says, the world is not outside you, or everything depends on you, or what is there outside you? I find all this puzzling. The world existed before I was born, and will continue to exist after my death, as it has survived the death of so many who once lived as I do now. Ramana: did I ever say that the world exists because of you? I have only put to you the question, what exists apart from yourself? You ought to understand that by the self neither the physical body nor the subtle body is meant. What you are told is that if you once know the self within which all ideas exist, not excluding the idea of yourself, of others like you, and of the world, you can realize the truth that there is a reality, a supreme truth which is the self of all the world you now see, the self of all the selves, the one real, the supreme, the eternal self, as distinct from the ego or individual being, which is impermanent. You must not mistake the ego or the bodily idea for the self. Question: then Bhagavan means that the self is God? Ramana: you see the difficulty. Self-enquiry, who am I, is a different technique from the meditation, I am Shiva or I am He. I rather emphasize self-knowledge, for you are first concerned with yourself before you proceed to know the world or its Lord. The I am He or I am Brahman meditation is more or less mental, but the quest for the self of which I speak is a direct method, and is superior to it. For the moment you get into the quest for the self and begin to go deeper, the real self is waiting there to receive you, and then whatever is to be done is done by something else, and you as an individual have no hand in it. In this process all doubts and discussions are automatically given up, just as one who sleeps forgets all his cares for the time being. The individual being which identifies its existence with that of the life in the physical body as I, is called the ego. The self, which is pure consciousness, has no ego sense about it. Neither can the physical body, which is inert in itself, have this ego sense. Between the two, that is, between the self or pure consciousness and the inert physical body, there arises mysteriously the ego sense or I notion, the hybrid which is neither of them, and this flourishes as an individual being. This ego or individual being is at the root of all that is futile and undesirable in life. Therefore it is to be destroyed by any possible means. Then that which ever is alone remains resplendent. This is liberation or enlightenment or self-realization. Question: what certainty is there that something awaits there to receive me? Ramana: when a person is sufficiently mature, he becomes convinced naturally. Question: how is this maturity to be attained? Ramana: various ways are prescribed. But whatever previous development there may be, earnest self-inquiry hastens it. Question: that is arguing in a circle. I am strong enough for the quest, if I am mature, and it is the quest that makes me mature. Ramana: the mind does have this sort of difficulty. It wants a fixed theory to satisfy itself with. Really, however, no theory is necessary for the man who seriously strives to approach God or his true self. Everyone is the self and indeed is infinite. Yet each person mistakes his body for his self. In order to know anything, illumination is necessary. This can only be of the nature of light. However, it lights up both physical light and physical darkness. That is to say, that it lies beyond apparent light and darkness. It is itself neither, but it is said to be light because it illumines both. It is infinite and is consciousness. Consciousness is the self of which everyone is aware. No one is ever away from the self, and therefore everyone is in fact self-realized only, and this is the great mystery. People do not know this and want to realize the self. Realization consists only in getting rid of the false idea that one is not realized. It is not anything new to be acquired. It must already exist, or it would not be eternal, and only what is eternal is worth striving for. Once the false notion I am the body or I am not realized has been removed, supreme consciousness or the self alone remains, and in people's present state of knowledge they call this realization. But the truth is that realization is eternal and already exists, here and now. Consciousness is pure knowledge. The mind arises out of it and is made up of thoughts. The essence of the mind is only awareness or consciousness. However, when the ego overclouds it, it functions as reasoning, thinking, or perceiving. The universal mind, not being limited by the ego, has nothing outside itself and is therefore only aware. This is what the Bible means by I am that I am. The ego-ridden mind has its strength sapped and is too weak to resist distressing thoughts. The egoless mind is happy, as we see in deep, dreamless sleep. Clearly, therefore, happiness and distress are only modes of the mind. Question: when I seek the I see nothing. Ramana: you say that because you are accustomed to identify yourself with the body and sight with the eyes, but what is there to be seen? And by whom? And how? There is only one consciousness, and this, when it identifies itself with the body, projects itself through the eyes and sees the surrounding objects. The individual is limited to the waking state. He expects to see something different and accepts the authority of his senses. He will not admit that he who sees, the objects seen, and the act of seeing are all manifestations of the same consciousness. The I meditation helps to overcome the illusion that the self is something to see. Actually, there is nothing to see. How do you recognize yourself now? Do you have to hold a mirror up in front of yourself to recognize yourself? The awareness is itself the I. Realize it, and that is the truth. Question: when I inquire into the origin of thoughts, there is the perception of the I, but it does not satisfy me. Ramana: quite right. Because this perception of I is associated with a form, perhaps with the physical body. Nothing should be associated with the pure self. The self is the pure reality in whose light the body, the ego, and all else shine. When all thoughts are stilled, pure consciousness remains over. Question: how did the ego arise? Ramana: there is no ego. If there were, you would have to admit of two selves in you. Therefore, there is no ignorance. If you inquire into the self, ignorance, which is already non-existent, will be found not to exist, and you will say that it has fled. Absence of thought does not mean a blank. There must be someone to be aware of that blank. Knowledge and ignorance pertain only to the mind and are in duality, but the self is beyond them both. It is pure light. There is no need for one self to see another. There are no two selves. What is not the self is mere non-self and cannot see the self. The self has no sight or hearing. It lies beyond them, all alone as pure consciousness. Question: I don't know whether the self is different from the ego. Ramana: in what state were you in deep sleep? Question: I don't know. Ramana: who doesn't know? The waking self. But you don't deny that you existed while in deep sleep. Question: I was an ant, but I don't know who was in deep sleep. Ramana: exactly. The waking man says that he did not know anything in the state of deep sleep. Now he sees objects and knows that he exists, but in deep sleep there were no objects and no spectator. And yet the same person who is speaking now existed in deep sleep also. What is the difference between the two states? There are objects in the play of the senses now, while in deep sleep there were not. A new entity, the ego, has arisen. It acts through the senses, sees objects, confuses itself with the body, and claims to be the self. In reality, what was in deep sleep continues to be now also. The self is changeless. It is the ego which has come between. That which rises and sets is the ego. That which remains changeless is the self. Waking, dream, and sleep are mere phases of the mind, not of the self. The self is the witness of these three states. Your true nature exists in sleep. Question: but we are advised not to fall asleep during meditation. Ramana: it is stupor which you must guard against. That sleep which alternates with waking is not the true sleep. That waking which alternates with sleep is not the true waking. Are you awake now? No. What you have to do is to wake up to your true state. You should neither fall into false sleep nor remain falsely awake. Though present even in sleep, the self is not then perceived. It cannot be known in sleep straightaway. It must first be realized in the waking state, for it is our true nature underlying all the three states. Effort must be made in the waking state and the self realized here and now. It will then be understood to be the continuous self, uninterrupted by the alteration of waking, dream, and deep sleep. Question: isn't our personality beginningless? Ramana: find out first whether it exists at all, and after you have solved that problem, ask the question. Namawar says, in ignorance I took the ego to be the self, but with right knowledge the ego is not, and only you remain as the self. Both the non-dualists and the dualists agree on the necessity for self-realization. Attain that first and then raise other questions. Non-dualism or dualism cannot be decided on theoretical grounds alone. If the self is realized, the question will not arise. Question: do a person's actions in this life affect him in future births? Ramana, are you born now? Why do you think of future births? The truth is that there is neither birth nor death. Let him who is born think of death and palliatives for it. Whatever is born must die. Whatever is acquired must be lost, but were you born? You are eternally existent. The self can never be lost. Question: they say that we have the choice of enjoying merit or demerit after our death, that it depends on our choice which comes. Is that so? Ramana, why raise questions of what happens after death? Why ask whether you were born, whether you are reaping the fruits of your past karma, and so on? You will not raise such questions in a little while when you fall asleep. Why? Are you a different person now from the one you are when asleep? No, you are not. Find out why such questions do not occur to you when you are asleep. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna first says to Arjuna in chapter 2, that no one was born, and then in chapter 4, there have been numerous incarnations both of you and me. I know them, but you do not. Which of these two statements is true? The teaching varies according to the understanding of the listener. When Arjuna said that he would not fight against his relatives and elders in order to kill them and gain the kingdom, Sri Krishna said, "Not that these, you or I, were not before, are not now, nor will be hereafter. None was born, none has died, nor will it be so hereafter." He further developed this theme, saying that he had given instructions to the sun and through him to Ikshvaku, and Arjuna queried how that could be, since he had been born only a few years back, while they lived ages ago. Then Sri Krishna saw his point of view and said, "Yes, there have been many incarnations of me and you. I know them all, but you do not." Such statements appear contradictory, but they are true according to the viewpoint of the questioner. Christ also said before Abraham was, "I am." Just as rivers lose their individuality when they discharge their waters into the ocean, and yet the waters evaporate and return as rain on the hills and back again through the rivers to the ocean, so also individuals lose their individuality when they go to sleep, but return again according to their previous innate tendencies. Similarly, in death also, being is not lost. Question: how can that be? Ramana, see how a tree grows again when its branches are cut off. So long as the life source is not destroyed, it will grow. Similarly, latent potentialities withdraw into the heart at death, but do not perish. That is how beings are reborn. In truth, there is neither seed nor tree, there is only being. Question: how long is the interval between death and rebirth? Ramana, it may be long or short, but a realized man undergoes no such change. He merges into the infinite being, as is said in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Some say that those who, after death, take the path of light are not reborn, whereas those who take the path of darkness are born after they have reaped their karma, self-made destiny, in their subtle bodies. If a man's merits and demerits are equal, he is reborn immediately on earth. If the merits outweigh the demerits, his subtle body goes first to heaven, while if the demerits outweigh the merits, it goes first to hell. But, in either case, he is later reborn on earth. All this is described in the scriptures, but in fact there is neither birth nor death. One simply remains what one really is. That only is the truth. God in His mercy withholds this knowledge from people. If they knew that they had been virtuous, they would grow proud, and in the other case they would be despondent. Both are bad. It is enough to know the self. A competent person who has already, perhaps in a previous incarnation, qualified himself realizes the truth and abides in peace as soon as he hears it told to him just once, whereas one who is not so qualified has to pass through the various stages before attaining samadhi, direct, pure consciousness of being. That is to say that a lifetime may be regarded as a day's journey upon the pilgrimage to self-realization. How far from the goal one starts depends on the effort or lack of effort made on the previous days. How far forward one advances depends on the effort of today. Question: does the intellect survive a man's death? Ramana: why think of death? Consider what happens in your sleep. What is your experience of that? Question: but sleep is transient, whereas death is not. Ramana: sleep is intermediate between two waking states, and in the same way death is intermediate between two births. Both are transient. Question: I mean, when the spirit is disembodied, does it carry the intellect with it? Ramana: the spirit is not disembodied, the bodies differ. If not a gross body, it will be a subtle one, as in sleep, dream, or daydream. Question: is the Buddhist view that there is no continuous entity answering to the idea of the individual soul right or not? Is this consistent with the Hindu doctrine of a reincarnating ego? Is the soul a continuous entity which reincarnates again and again, according to the Hindu doctrine, or is it a mere conglomeration of mental tendencies? Ramana: the real self is continuous and unaffected. The reincarnating ego belongs to a lower plane, that of thought. It is transcended by self-realization. Reincarnations are due to a spurious offshoot of being and are therefore denied by the Buddhists. The human state is due to a mingling of the sentient with the insentient. Question: is it possible to know the post-human state of an individual? Ramana: it is possible, but why try? Such facts are only as real as the person who seeks them. Question: the birth of a person and his life and death are real to us. Ramana: because you wrongly identify yourself with the body, you think of the other also as a body. Neither you nor he is the body. Question: but from my own level of understanding, I regard myself and my son as real. Ramana: the birth of thy thought is a person's birth and its death is his death. After thy thought has arisen, the wrong identification with the body arises. Identifying yourself with the body makes you falsely identify others also with their bodies. Just as your body was born and grows and will die, so you think the other also was born, grew and died. Did you think of your son before he was born? The thought came after his birth and continues even after his death. He is your son only insofar as you think of him. Where has he gone? To the source from which he sprang. So long as you continue to exist, he does too. But if you cease to identify yourself with the body and realize the true self, this confusion will vanish. You are eternal and others also will be found to be eternal. Until this is realized, there will always be grief due to false values which are caused by wrong knowledge and wrong identification. What is it to you who dies or is lost? Die yourself and be lost, becoming one with the self of all on the ego's extinction. Question: even if I cannot realize in my lifetime, let me at least not forget on my deathbed. Let me have a glimpse of reality at least at the moment of death, so that it may stand me in good stead in the future. Ramana: it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, that whatever is a person's last thought at death determines his next birth. But it is necessary to experience reality now, in this life, in order to experience it at death. Consider whether this present moment is any different from the last one at death and try to be in the desired state. Question: God is perfect. Why did he create the world imperfect? A work partakes of the nature of its author, but in this case it is not so. Ramana, are you something separate from God that you should ask this question? So long as you consider yourself the body, you see the world as external to you. It is to you that the imperfection appears. God is perfection and His work is also perfection, but you see it as imperfect because of your wrong identification with the body or the ego. Question: why did the self manifest as this miserable world? Ramana, in order that you might seek it. Your eyes cannot see themselves, but if you hold a mirror in front of them they see themselves. Creation is the mirror. See yourself first, and then see the whole world as the self. Question: then what it amounts to is that I should always turn inwards. Ramana: yes. Question: shouldn't I see the world at all? Ramana: you are not told to shut your eyes to the world, but only to see yourself first and then see the whole world as the self. If you consider yourself as the body, the world appears to be external. If you are the self, the world appears as Brahman manifested. Question: I have a toothache, is that only a thought? Ramana: yes. Question: then why can't I think that there is no toothache and so cure myself? Ramana: one does not feel the toothache when one is absorbed in other thoughts or when asleep. Question: but still it remains. So strong is man's conviction of the reality of the world that it is not easily shaken off. But the world is no more real than the individual who sees it. Question: at present there is a Sino-Japanese war going on. If it is only in the imagination, can or will Sri Bhagavan imagine it not to be going on and so put an end to it? Ramana, laughing: the Bhagavan of the questioner, whom the questioner sees as an external being, is as much a thought of his as the Sino-Japanese war. Question: but why should there be suffering now? Ramana: if there were no suffering, how could the desire to be happy arise? If that desire did not arise, how could the quest of the self arise? Question: then is all suffering good? Ramana: yes. What is happiness? Is it a healthy and handsome body, regular meals, and so on? Even an emperor has endless troubles, although he may be in good health. So all suffering is due to the false notion I am the body. Getting rid of this is knowledge. Question: and what about sin? Ramana: however sinful a person may be, if he would stop wailing inconsolably, "Alas, I am a sinner, how shall I attain liberation?" and casting away even the thought that he is a sinner, if he would zealously carry on meditation on the self, he would most assuredly get reform. Because the quality of purity, sattva, is the real nature of the mind, clearness like that of the unclouded sky is the characteristic of the mind expanse. Being stirred up by the quality of activity, rajas, the mind becomes restless and influenced by a darkness, lamas, manifests as the physical world. The mind thus becoming restless on the one hand and appearing as solid matter on the other, the real is not discerned. Just as fine silk threads cannot be woven with the use of a heavy iron shuttle, or the delicate shades of a work of art be distinguished in the light of a lamp flickering in the wind, so is realization of truth impossible with the mind rendered gross by darkness, tamas, and restless by activity, rajas. Because truth is exceedingly subtle and serene. Mind will be cleared of its impurities only by a desireless performance of duties during several births, getting a worthy master, learning from him, and incessantly practicing meditation on the Supreme. The transformation of the mind into the world of inert matter due to the quality of darkness, tamas, and its restlessness due to the quality of activity, rajas, will cease. Then the mind regains its subtlety and composure. The bliss of the self can manifest only in a mind rendered subtle and steady by assiduous meditation. He who experiences that bliss is liberated even while still alive. Question: I am a sinner and do not perform any religious duties. Shall I have a painful rebirth because of that? Ramana, why do you say you are a sinner? Faith in God is enough to save you from rebirth. Cast all your burden on Him. In the Turuvakakam it is said, though I am worse than a dog, you have graciously undertaken to protect me. The delusion of death and birth is maintained by you. Is it for me to sit and judge? Am I the Lord here? Almighty God, it is for you to roll me through many bodies or keep me fixed at your feet. Therefore have faith and that will save you. Question: there is more pleasure in meditation than in sensual enjoyment, and yet the mind seeks the latter and not the former. Why is that? Ramana, pleasure and pain are only aspects of the mind. Our essential nature is happiness, but we have forgotten the self and imagine that the body or the mind is the self. It is this wrong identification that gives rise to misery. What is to be done? This tendency is very deep-rooted and has continued for many past births and so has grown strong. It will have to go before the essential nature, which is happiness, can be realized. Question: Swami, how can the grip of the ego be loosened? Ramana, by not adding new vasanas, bad habits, to it. Question: why is there good and evil in the world? Ramana, they are relative terms. There must be a subject to know the good and evil. That subject is the ego. It ends in the self. Or you can say that the source of the ego is God. This definition is probably more definite and understandable for you. Chapter: Wisdom. Question: then what is the difference between the Bada and the Mukta, the bound man and the one liberated? Ramana, the ordinary man lives in the brain, unaware of himself in the heart. The Jnana Siddha, Jnani, lives in the heart. When he moves about and deals with men and things, he knows that what he sees is not separate from the one supreme reality, the Brahman which he realized in the heart as his own self, the real. Question: what about the ordinary man? Ramana, I have just said that he sees things outside himself. He is separate from the world, from his own deeper truth, from the truth that supports him in what he sees. The man who has realized the supreme truth of his own existence realizes that it is the one supreme reality that is there behind him, behind the world. In fact, he is aware of the One as the real, the self in all selves, in all things, eternal and immutable in all that is impermanent and mutable. Question: what is the relation between the pure consciousness realized by the jnani and the I amness which is accepted as the primary datum of experience? Ramana, the undifferentiated consciousness of pure being is the heart or hridayam, which is what you really are. From the heart arises the I amness as the primary datum of one's experience. By itself it is completely pure Sattva Sattva in character. It is in this form of pristine purity, Sattva Sattva Swarupa, uncontaminated by rajas and tamos, activity and inertia, that the I appears to subsist in the jnani. Question: in the jnani the ego subsists in the pure form and therefore it appears as something real. Am I right? Ramana, the appearance of the ego in any form, either in the jnani or ajnani, is itself an experience. But to the ajnani who is deluded into thinking that the waking state and the world are real, the ego also appears to be real. Since he sees the jnani act like other individuals, he feels constrained to posit some notion of individuality with reference to the jnani also. Question: how then does the aham vritti, I thought, the sense of individuality function in the jhani? Ramana, it does not function in him at all. The jhani's real nature is the heart itself, because he is one and identical with the undifferentiated, pure consciousness referred to by the Upanishads as the prajna, full consciousness. Prajna is truly Brahman, the Absolute, and there is no Brahman other than prajna. Question: does a jhani have sankalpas, desires? Ramana, the main qualities of the ordinary mind are tamas and rajas, sloth and excitement, hence it is full of egoistic desires and weaknesses. But the jhani's mind is Sutta Sattva, pure harmony and formless, functioning in the subtle Vijnanamaya kosha, the sheath of knowledge, through which he keeps contact with the world. His desires are therefore also pure. Question: I am trying to understand the jhani's point of view about the world. Is the world perceived after self-realization? Ramana, why worry yourself about the world and what happens to it after self-realization? First realize the self. What does it matter if the world is perceived or not? Do you gain anything to help you in your quest by the non-perception of the world during sleep? Conversely, what would you lose now by the perception of the world? It is quite immaterial to the jhani or ajhani if he perceives the world or not. It is seen by both, but their viewpoints differ. Question: if the jhani and the ajhani perceive the world in like manner, where is the difference between them? Ramana, seeing the world, the jhani sees the self, which is the substratum of all that is seen. The ajhani, whether he sees the world or not, is ignorant of his true being, the self. Take the instance of moving pictures on the screen in the cinema show. What is there in front of you before the play begins? Merely the screen. On that screen you see the entire show, and for all appearances the pictures are real. But go and try to take hold of them. What do you take hold of? Merely the screen on which the pictures appeared. After the play, when the pictures disappear, what remains? The screen again. So with the self, that alone exists, the pictures come and go. If you hold on to the self, you will not be deceived by the appearance of the pictures. Nor does it matter at all if the pictures appear or disappear. Ignoring the selfie, ajhani thinks the world is real, just as ignoring the screen he sees merely the pictures, as if they existed apart from it. If one knows that without the seer there is nothing to be seen, just as there are no pictures without the screen, one is not deluded. The jhani knows that the screen and the pictures are only the self. With the pictures the self is in its manifest form. Without the pictures it remains in the unmanifest form. To the jhani it is quite immaterial if the self is in the one form or the other. He is always the self. But the ajhani seeing the jhani active gets confounded. Question: does Bhagavan see the world as part and parcel of himself? How does he see the world? Ramana, the self alone is and nothing else. However, it is differentiated owing to ignorance. Differentiation is threefold: 1. Of the same kind, 2. Of a different kind, and 3. As parts in itself. The world is not another self similar to the self. It is not different from the self, nor is it part of the self. Question: is not the world reflected on the self? Ramana, for reflection there must be an object and an image. But the self does not admit of these differences. Question: does a jhani have dreams? Ramana, yes, he does dream, but he knows it to be a dream in the same way as he knows the waking state to be a dream. You may call them dream no.l and dream no. The jhani being established in the fourth state, Turiya, the supreme reality, he detachedly witnesses the three other states, waking, dreaming, and dreamless sleep, as pictures superimposed on it. For those who experience waking, dream, and sleep, the state of wakeful sleep, which is beyond those three states, is named Turiya the fourth. But since that Turiya alone exists, and since the seeming three states do not exist, know for certain that Turiya is itself Turiyatita, that which transcends the fourth. Question. For the jnani, then, there is no distinction between the three states of mind? Ramana. How can there be when the mind itself is dissolved and lost in the light of consciousness? For the jnani, all the three states are equally unreal. But the ajnani is unable to comprehend this, because for him the standard of reality is the waking state, whereas for the jnani the standard of reality is reality itself. This reality of pure consciousness is eternal by its nature, and therefore subsists equally during what you call waking, dreaming, and sleep. To him who is one with that reality, there is neither the mind nor its three states, and therefore neither introversion nor extroversion. His is the ever-waking state, because he is awake to the eternal self. His is the ever-dreaming state, because to him the world is no better than a repeatedly presented dream phenomenon. His is the ever-sleeping state, because he is at all times without the body in peak consciousness. Question. Is there no dhamma-buddhi in the body idea for the jnani? If, for instance, Sri Bhagavan is bitten by an insect, is there no sensation? Ramana. There is the sensation, and there is also the dhamma-buddhi. The latter is common to both jnani and ajnani, with this difference, that the ajnani thinks only the body is myself, whereas the jnani knows all is of the self, or all this is Brahman. If there be pain, let it be. It is also part of the self. The self is Purna, perfect. After transcending dhamma-buddhi, one becomes a jnani. In the absence of that idea, there cannot be either kartritva, doership, or karta, doer. So a jnani has no karma, that is, a jnani performs no actions. That is his experience. Otherwise he is not a jnani. However, the ajnani identifies the jnani with his body, which the jnani does not do. Question. See you doing things. How can you say that you never perform actions? Ramana. The radio sings and speaks, but if you open it, you will find no one inside. Similarly, my existence is like the space. Though this body speaks like the radio, there is no one inside as a doer. Question. I find this hard to understand. Could you please elaborate on this? Ramana. Various illustrations are given in books to enable us to understand how the jnani can live and act without the mind, although living and acting require the use of the mind. The potter's wheel goes on turning round even after the potter has ceased to turn it, because the pot is finished. In the same way, the electric fan goes on revolving for some minutes after we switch off the current. The prarabdha, predestined karma which created the body, will make it go through whatever activities it was meant for. But the jnani goes through all these activities without the notion that he is the doer of them. It is hard to understand how this is possible. The illustration generally given is that the jnani performs actions in some such way as a child that is roused from sleep to eats, but does not remember next morning that it ate. It has to be remembered that all these explanations are not for the jnani. He knows and has no doubts. He knows that he is not the body, and he knows that he is not doing anything even though his body may be engaged in some activity. These explanations are for the onlookers who think of the jnani as one with a body, and cannot help identifying him with his body. Question. It is said that the shock of realization is so great that the body cannot survive it. Ramana. There are various controversies or schools of thought as to whether a jnani can continue to live in his physical body after realization. Some hold that one who dies cannot be a jnani because his body must vanish into air, or some such thing. They put forward all sorts of funny notions. If a man must at once leave his body when he realizes the self, I wonder how any knowledge of the self or the state of realization can come down to other men. And that would mean that all those who have given us the fruits of their self-realization in books cannot be considered jnanis because they went on living after realization. And if it is held that a man cannot be considered a jnani so long as he performs actions in the world, and action is impossible without the mind, then not only the great sages who carried on various kinds of work after attaining jhana must be considered ajnanis, but the gods also, and Iswara, the supreme personal god of Hinduism himself, since he continues looking after the world. The fact is that any amount of action can be performed, and performed quite well by the jnani without his identifying himself with it in any way or ever imagining that he is the doer. Some power acts through his body and uses his body to get the work done. Question: is a jnani capable of or likely to commit sins? Ramana: an ajnani sees someone as a jnani and identifies him with the body. Because he does not know the self and mistakes his body for the self, he extends the same mistake to the state of the jnani. The jnani is therefore considered to be the physical frame. Again, since the ajnani, though he is not the doer, imagines himself to be the doer and considers the actions of the body his own, he thinks the jnani to be similarly acting when the body is active. But the jnani himself knows the truth and is not confounded. The state of a jnani cannot be determined by the ajnani, and therefore the question troubles only the ajnani and never arises for the jnani. If he is a doer, he must determine the nature of the actions. The self cannot be the doer. Find out who is the doer and the self is revealed. Question: so it amounts to this. To see a jnani is not to understand him. You see the jnani's body and not his jhana. One must therefore be a jnani to know a jnani. Ramana: the jnani sees no one as an ajnani. All are only jnanis in his sight. In the ignorant state one superimposes one's ignorance on a jnani and mistakes him for a doer. In the state of jhana, the jnani sees nothing separate from the self. The self is all shining and only pure jhana. So there is no ajnana in his sight. There is an illustration for this kind of illusion or superimposition. Two friends went to sleep side by side. One of them dreamt that both of them had gone on a long journey and that they had had strange experiences. On waking up, he recapitulated them and asked his friend if it was not so. The other one simply ridiculed him, saying that it was only his dream and could not affect the other. So it is with the ajnani who superimposes his illusory ideas on others. Question: you have said that the jnani can be and is active and deals with men and things. I have no doubt about it now. But you say at the same time that he sees no differences, to him all is one, he is always in the consciousness. If so, how does he deal with differences, with men, with things which are surely different? Ramana: he sees these differences as but appearances, he sees them as not separate from the true, the real with which he is one. Question: the jnani seems to be more accurate in his expressions, he appreciates the differences better than the ordinary man. If sugar is sweet and wormwood is bitter to me, he too seems to realize it so. In fact, all forms, all sounds, all tastes, etc., are the same to him as they are to others. If so, how can it be said that these are mere appearances? Do they not form part of his life experience? Ramana: I have said that equality is the true sign of jhana. The very term equality implies the existence of differences. It is a unity that the jnani perceives in all differences, which I call equality. Equality does not mean ignorance of distinctions. When you have the realization, you can see that these differences are very superficial, that they are not at all substantial or permanent, and what is essential in all these appearances is the one truth, the real, that I call unity. You referred to sound, taste, form, smell, etc. True, the jnani appreciates the distinctions, but he always perceives and experiences the one reality in all of them. That is why he has no preferences. Whether he moves about or talks or acts, it is all the one reality in which he acts or moves or talks. He has nothing apart from the one supreme truth. Question. They say that the jnani conducts himself with absolute equality towards all. Ramana. Yes. Friendship, kindness, happiness, and such other bhavas, attitudes become natural to them. Affection towards the good, kindness towards the helpless, happiness in doing good deeds, forgiveness towards the wicked, all such things are natural characteristics of the jnani. You ask about jnanis, they are the same in any state or condition as they know the reality, the truth. In their daily routine of taking food, moving about and all the rest, they, the jnanis, act only for others. Not a single action is done for themselves. I have already told you many times that just as there are people whose profession is to mourn for a fee, so also the jnanis do things for the sake of others with detachment, without themselves being affected by them. The jnani weeps with the weeping, laughs with the laughing, plays with the playful, sings with those who sing, keeping time to the song. What does he lose? His presence is like a pure, transparent mirror. It reflects the image exactly as it is. But the jnani, who is only a mirror, is unaffected by actions. How can a mirror, or the stand on which it is mounted, be affected by the reflections? Nothing affects them, as they are mere supports. On the other hand, the actors in the world, the doers of all acts, the ajnanis, must decide for themselves what song and what action is for the welfare of the world, what is in accordance with the sastras, and what is practicable. Question. There are said to be Sada Mukta, liberated while still in the body, and Vida Mukta, liberated at the time of death. Ramana. There is no liberation, and where are muktas? Question. Do not Hindu sastras speak of mukti? Ramana. Mukti is synonymous with the self. Jivan mukti, liberated while still in the body, and Vida mukti are all for the ignorant. The jnani is not conscious of mukti or bandha, bondage. Bondage, liberation, and orders of mukti are all said for an ajnani in order that ignorance might be shaken off. There is only mukti and nothing else. Question. It is all right from the standpoint of Bhagavan. But what about us? Ramana. The difference, he and I are the obstacles to jhana. Question. You once said, the liberated man is free indeed to act as he pleases, and when he leaves the mortal coil he attains absolution, but returns not to this birth which is actually death. This statement gives the impression that although the jnani takes no birth again on this plane, he may continue to work on subtler planes, if he so chooses. Is there any desire left in him to choose? Ramana. No, that was not my intention. Question. Further, an Indian philosopher in one of his books interpreting Sankara says that there is no such thing as Vida Mukti, for after his death, the Mukta takes a body of light in which he remains till the whole of humanity becomes liberated. Ramana. That cannot be Sankara's view. In verse 566 of Vive Kachudamani he says that after the dissolution of the physical sheath the liberated man becomes like water poured into water, and oil into oil. It is a state in which there is neither bondage nor liberation. Taking another body means throwing a veil, however subtle, upon reality, which is bondage. Liberation is absolute and irrevocable. Question: how can we say that Johnny is not in two planes? He moves about with us in the world and sees the various objects we see. It is not as if he does not see them. For instance, he walks along. He sees the path he is treading. Suppose there is a chair or table placed across that path. He sees it, avoids it, and goes round. So have we not to admit he sees the world and the objects there, while of course he sees the self? Ramana, you say that Johnny sees the path, treads it, comes across obstacles, avoids them, etc. In whose eyesight is all this, in the Johnny's or yours? He sees only the self, and all in the self. Question: are there not illustrations given in our books to explain this sahaja, natural state clearly to us? Ramana: there are. For instance, you see a reflection in the mirror and the mirror. You know the mirror to be the reality and the picture in it a mere reflection. Is it necessary that to see the mirror we should cease to see the reflection in it? Question: what are the fundamental tests for discovering men of great spirituality, since some are reported to behave like insane people? Ramana: the Nam's mind is known only to the Johnny. One must be a Johnny oneself in order to understand another Johnny. However, the peace of mind which permeates the saint's atmosphere is the only means by which the seeker understands the greatness of the saint. His words or actions or appearance are no indication of his greatness, for they are ordinarily beyond the comprehension of common people. Question: why is it said in scriptures that the sage is like a child? Ramana: a child and a Johnny are similar in a way. Incidents interest a child only so long as they last. It ceases to think of them after they have passed away. So then it is apparent that they do not leave any impression on the child, and it is not affected by them mentally. So it is with the Johnny. Question: you are Bhagavan. So you should know when I shall get jhana. Tell me when I shall be a Johnny. Ramana: if I am Bhagavan, there is no one besides the self, therefore no Johnny or a Johnny. If otherwise, I am as good as you are and know as much as yourself. Either way, I cannot answer your question. Coming here, some people do not ask about themselves. They ask, does the Jivan Mukta see the world? Is he affected by karma? What is liberation after being disembodied? Is one liberated only after being disembodied, or even while alive in the body? Should the body of the sage resolve itself in light or disappear from view in any other manner? Can he be liberated though the body is left behind as a corpse? Their questions are endless. Why worry oneself in so many ways? Does liberation consist in knowing these things? Therefore I say to them, leave liberation alone. Is there bondage? Know this. See yourself first and foremost. Question: does not death dissolve the individuality of a person so that there can be no rebirth, just as the rivers discharged into the ocean lose their individualities? Ramana: but when the waters evaporate and return as rain on the hills, they once more flow in the form of rivers and fall into the ocean. So also the individualities during sleep lose their separateness and yet return as individuals according to their samskaras or past tendencies. Even so it is in death, and the individuality of the person with samskaras is not lost. Question: how can that be? Ramana: see how a tree whose branches have been cut grows again. So long as the roots of the tree remain unimpaired, the tree will continue to grow. Similarly, the samskaras which have merely sunk into the heart on death, but have not perished for that reason occasion rebirth at the right time, and that is how jiva are reborn. Question: how could the innumerable jiva and the wide universe whose existence is correlative to that of the jiva sprout up from such subtle samskaras sunk in the heart? Ramana: just as the big banyan tree sprouts from a tiny seed, so do the jiva and the whole universe with name and form sprout up from the subtle samskaras. Question: how does individuality emanate from the Absolute Self, and how is its return made possible? Ramana: as a spark proceeds from fire, individuality emanates from the Absolute Self. The spark is called the ego. In the case of the ajnani, the ego identifies itself with some object simultaneously with its rise. It cannot remain without such association with objects. This association is due to a jhana, whose destruction is the objective of one's efforts. If this tendency to identify itself with objects is destroyed, the ego becomes pure and then it also merges into its source. The false identification of oneself with the body is dihatma buddh, I or I am the body idea. This must go before good results can follow. Question: how am I to eradicate it? Ramana: you exist in sashupti without being associated with the body and the mind, but in the other two states you are associated with them. If you were one with the body, how could you exist without the body in sashupti? You can separate yourself from what is external to you, but not from that which is one with you. Hence the ego cannot be one with the body. This must be realized in the waking state. The three states are studied in order to gain this knowledge. Question: how can the ego which is confined to two of the states endeavor to realize that which comprises all the three states? Ramana: the ego in its purity is experienced in the intervals between two states or between two thoughts. The ego is like the worm which leaves one hold only after it catches another. Its true nature is known when it is out of contact with objects or thoughts. You should realize this interval as the abiding, unchangeable reality, your true being, through the conviction gained by the study of the three states Jagrat, Svapna and Sushupti. Question: can I not remain in Sushupti as long as I like and also be in it at will, just as I am in the waking state? What is the jhani's experience of these three states? Ramana: Sushupti does exist in your waking state also. You are in Sushupti even now. That should be consciously entered into and reached in this very waking state. There is no real going in and coming out of it. To be aware of Sushupti in the Jagrat state is Jagrat Sushupti, and that is Samadhi. The ajnani cannot remain long in Sushupti because he is forced by his nature to emerge from it. His ego is not dead and it will rise again and again. But the jhani crushes the ego at its source. It may seem to emerge at times in his case also as if impelled by prarabdha. That is, in the case of the jhani also, for all outward purposes prarabdha would seem to sustain or keep up the ego as in the case of the ajnani. But there is this fundamental difference, that the ajnani's ego, when it rises up, really it has subsided, except in deep sleep, is quite ignorant of its source. In other words, the ajnani is not aware of his sushupti in his dream and waking states. In the case of the jhani, on the contrary, the rise or existence of the ego is only apparent, and he enjoys his unbroken transcendental experience in spite of such apparent rise or existence of the ego, keeping his attention lakshya, always on the source. This ego is harmless. It is merely like the skeleton of a burnt rope, though with a form it is useless to tie up anything. By constantly keeping one's attention on the source, the ego is dissolved in that source like a salt doll in the sea. Question. Sri Ramakrishna says that Nirvikalpa Samadhi cannot last longer than 21 days. If persisted in, the person dies. Is this a fact? Ramana, when the prarabdha is exhausted, the ego is completely dissolved without leaving any trace behind. This is the final liberation, nirvana. Unless prarabdha is exhausted, the ego will rise up as it may appear to do in the case of Jivamuktas. Chapter: Living in the World. Question. What is the significance of the life of a spiritually minded householder who has to devote all his time merely to earning a living and supporting his family, and what mutual benefit do they get? Ramana. The discharge of his duties by a householder such as this, who works for the support of his family, quite unmindful of his own physical comforts in life, should be regarded as selfless service rendered to his family, whose needs it is his destiny to meet. It may, however, be asked what benefits such a householder derives from the family. The answer is that there is no benefit for him from the family as such, since he has made the discharge of his duties to them a means of spiritual training, and since he finally obtains perfect contentment by realizing the supreme bliss of liberation, which is the ultimate goal of every path and the supreme reward. He therefore stands in need of nothing from the members of his family or from his family life. Question. Isn't brahmacharya celibacy necessary for realization of the self? Ramana. Brahmacharya means living in Brahman. It has no connection with celibacy as commonly understood. A real brahmachari is one who lives in Brahman and finds bliss in Brahman, which is the same as the self. Why then should he look for other sources of happiness? In fact, it is emergence from the self that is the cause of all misery. Question. But isn't celibacy necessary for yoga? Ramana. It is one aid to realization among many others. Question. Then is it not indispensable? Can a married man realize the self? Ramana. Certainly. It is a question of fitness of mind. Married or unmarried, a man can realize the self, because the self is here and now. If it were not, but were obtainable by some effort at some future time, if it were something new to be acquired, it would not be worth seeking, because what is not natural cannot be permanent. What I say is that the self is here and now, and that it alone is. Why do you think you are a householder? The similar thought that you are a sannyasi will haunt you even if you go forth as one. Whether you continue in the household or renounce it and go to live in the forest, your mind haunts you. The ego is the source of thought. It creates the body and the world and makes you think of being a householder. If you renounce, it will only substitute the thought of renunciation for that of the family and the environment of the forest for that of the household. But the mental obstacles are always there for you. They even increase greatly in the new surroundings. Change of environment is no help. The one obstacle is the mind, and this must be overcome whether in the home or in the forest. If you can do it in the forest, why not in the home? So why change the environment? Your efforts can be made even now, whatever be the environment. Question. Is it possible to enjoy samadhi while busy with worldly work? Ramana. It is the feeling I work that is the hindrance. Ask yourself, who works? Remember who you are. Then the work will not bind you. It will go on automatically. Make no effort either to work or to renounce. Your effort is the bondage. What is destined to happen will happen. If you are destined to work, you will not be able to avoid it. You will be forced to engage in it. So leave it to the higher power. It is not really your choice whether you renounce or retain. When women carrying jars of water on their heads stop to talk, they are very careful, keeping their mind on the water jars. Similarly, when a sage engages in activity, his mind remains fixed in the self and his activity does not distract him. Question: I believe celibacy is necessary even for a householder if he is to succeed in self-inquiry. Am I right? Ramana: first find out who the wife and husband are. Then the question will not arise. Question: is it necessary to take sannyasa, a vow of renunciation, in order to attain self-realization? Ramana: sannyasa means renouncing one's individuality, not shaving one's head and putting on ochre robes. A man may be a householder, but if he does not think he is one, he is a sannyasin. On the other hand, he may wear ochre robes and wander about, but so long as he thinks he is a sannyasin, he is not one. Think about one's renunciation defeats the purpose of renouncing. What do you mean by taking sannyasa? Do you think it means leaving your home or wearing robes of a certain color? Wherever you go, even if you fly up into the air, will your mind not go with you? Or can you leave it behind you and go without it? Why should your occupation or duties in life interfere with your spiritual effort? For instance, there is a difference between your activities at home and in the office. In your office activities, you are detached, and so long as you do your duty, you do not care what happens or whether it results in gain or loss to the employer. Your duties at home, on the other hand, are performed with attachment, and you are all the time anxious whether they will bring advantage to you and your family. But it is possible to perform all the activities of life with attachment and regard only the self as real. It is wrong to suppose that if one is fixed in the self, one's duties in life will not be properly performed. It is like an actor. He dresses and acts and even feels the part he is playing, but he knows really that he is not that character, but someone else in real life. In the same way, why should the body consciousness or the feeling I am the body disturb you once you know for certain that you are not the body but the self? Nothing that the body does should shake you from abidance in the self. Such abidance will never interfere with the proper and effective discharge of whatever duties the body has, any more than an actor's being aware of his real status in life interferes with his acting a part on the stage. Question: it has been definitely stated that so long as there is the least trace of the I am the doer idea, there can be no realization. But is it possible for a householder who earnestly desires liberation to fulfill his duties without this idea? Ramana: there is no principle that actions can be performed only on the basis of the I am the doer idea, and therefore there is no reason to ask whether they can be performed and the duties discharged without that idea. To take a common example, an accountant working all day in his office and scrupulously attending to his duties might seem to the spectator to be shouldering all the financial responsibilities of the institution. But knowing that he is not personally affected by the intake or outgoings, he remains unattached and free from the I am the doer feeling in doing his work, while at the same time he does it perfectly well. In the same way, it is quite possible for the wise householder who earnestly seeks liberation to discharge his duties in life, which after all are his destiny, without any attachment, regarding himself merely as an instrument for the purpose. Such activity is not an obstacle on the path of knowledge, nor does knowledge prevent a man from discharging his duties in life. Knowledge and activity are never mutually antagonistic, and the realization of one does not impede performance of the other, nor performance of one the realization of the other. Question: how can a householder who is constantly engaged in the active discharge of his domestic duties, which should naturally impel him to still greater activity, obtain the supreme peace of withdrawal and freedom from the urge to such activity even while thus busily engaged? Ramana: It is only to the spectator that the enlightened householder seems to be occupied with his domestic duties, for even though apparently engaged in domestic duties, he is not really engaged in any activity at all. His outer activity does not prevent him from realizing the perfect peace of withdrawal, and he is free from the restless urge to activity even in the midst of his activities. Question: should I retire from business and take to reading books on Vedanta? Ramana: if objects have an independent existence, that is, if they exist somewhere apart from you, then it may be possible for you to retire from them. But they do not. They owe their existence to you, to your thought, so where can you retire from them? As for reading books on Vedanta, you can go on reading any number, but they can only tell you to realize the self within you. The self cannot be found in books. You have to find it for yourself in yourself. Question: can I engage in spiritual practice even while remaining in the life of the world? Ramana: yes, certainly, one ought to do so. Question: isn't life in the world a hindrance? Don't all the books advocate renunciation? Ramana: the world is only in the mind. It does not speak out saying, I am the world. If it did, it would have to be always present even in your sleep. Since it is not present in sleep, it is impermanent. Being impermanent, it has no reality. Having no reality, it is easily subdued by the self. The self alone is permanent. Renunciation is non-identification of the self with the non-self. On the disappearance of ignorance, the non-self ceases to exist. That is true renunciation. Question: why then did you leave your home in your youth? Ramana: that was my prarabdha destiny. One's course of conduct in this life is determined by one's prarabdha. My prarabdha lies this way, yours lies that way. Question: is a vow of silence useful? Ramana: the inner silence is self-surrender. And that means living without the sense of ego. Question: is solitude necessary for a sannyasin? Ramana: solitude is in the mind of a man. One man may be in the thick of the world and yet maintain perfect serenity of mind. Such a person is always in solitude. Another may live in the forest but still be unable to control his mind. He cannot be said to be in solitude. Solitude is an attitude of the mind. A man attached to the things of life cannot get solitude, wherever he may be, whereas a detached man is always in solitude. Question: how does activity help? Doesn't it simply increase the already heavy load upon us that we have to get rid of? Ramana: action performed unselfishly purifies the mind and helps it to fix itself in meditation. Question: but suppose one were to meditate constantly without activity? Ramana: try and see. Your inherent tendencies will not let you. Meditation only comes step by step with their gradual weakening by the grace of the Guru. Question: I have no pleasure in my family. There remains nothing for me to do there. I have done what has to be done, and now there are grandsons and granddaughters in the house. Should I remain there or should I leave it and go away? Ramana: you should stay just where you are now. But where are you now? Are you in the house, or is the house in you? Is there any house apart from you? If you become established in your own place, you will find that all things have merged into you and such questions will become unnecessary. Question: then it seems I am to remain at home. Ramana: you are to remain in your true state. Question: should I not also renounce? Ramana: if that had been your prarabdha, the question would not have arisen. Question: then I take it that I should remain in the world and engage in spiritual practice. But, if I do so, can I obtain realization in this life? Ramana, this has already been answered. You are always the self. Earnest efforts never fail. Success is bound to result. Question: why is the world enveloped in ignorance? Ramana, look after yourself and let the world look after itself. What is yourself? If you are the body, there is a physical world also, but if you are the spirit, there is only spirit. Question: what do you think about social reform? Ramana, self-reform automatically results in social reform. Attend to self-reform and social reform will take care of itself. Ramana, now I will ask you a question. When a man gets into a train, where does he put his luggage? Question: either in the compartment or in the luggage van. Ramana, he doesn't carry it on his head or in his lap while in the train. Question: only a fool would do so. Ramana, it is 1,000 times more foolish to bear your own burden once you have undertaken the spiritual quest, whether by the path of knowledge or devotion. Question: but can I relinquish all my responsibilities, all my commitments? Ramana, you remember the temple tower? There are many statues on it, aren't there? Well, there are 4 big ones at the base, one at each corner. Have you seen them? Question: yes. Ramana, well, I tell you that the huge tower is supported by these 4 statues. Question: how is that possible? What does Bhagavan mean? Ramana, I mean that to say that is no more foolish than saying that you bear all the cares, burdens, and responsibilities of life. The Lord of the universe bears the whole burden. You only imagine that you do. You can hand over all your burdens to Him. Whatever you have to do, you will be made an instrument for doing it at the right time. Do not imagine that you cannot do it unless you have the desire to. It is not desire that gives you the necessary strength. The strength is the Lord's. Question: will Bhagavan give his opinion on the future of the world as we are living in critical times? Ramana, why should you worry about the future? You don't even know the present properly. Take care of the present and the future will take care of itself. Question: will the world soon enter a new era of friendliness and mutual help, or will it go down in chaos and war? Ramana, there is one who governs the world and it is his task to look after it. He who has given life to the world knows how to look after it also. He bears the burden of this world, not you. Question: yet if one looks round with unprejudiced eyes, it is hard to see where this benevolent care comes in. Ramana, as you are, so is the world. Without understanding yourself, what is the use of trying to understand the world? This is a question that seekers after truth need not worry about. People waste their energy over all such questions. First find out the truth behind yourself. Then you will be in a better position to understand the truth behind the world of which you are a part. Question: should I try to help the suffering world? Ramana, the power that created you created the world as well. If God created the world, it is His business to look after it, not yours. Question: but we see pain in the world. A man is hungry. It is a physical reality. It is very real to him. Are we to call it a dream and remain unmoved by his suffering? Ramana, from the point of view of jhana or reality, the suffering you speak of is certainly a dream, as is the world of which that suffering is an infinitesimal part. In a dream you have when you are asleep, you yourself feel hunger and see others also suffering from hunger. You feed yourself and, moved by pity, feed the others who are hungry. So long as the dream lasted, all this suffering was quite as real as the suffering you see in the world is to you now. It was only when you woke up that you discovered it to be unreal. You might have eaten heartily before going to sleep, but you still dreamt that you had been working hard in the hot sun all day and were tired and hungry. Then you woke up and found that your stomach was full and that you had not stirred from your bed. But all this is not to say that while you are in the dream you can act as if the suffering you feel in it is not real. The hunger in the dream has to be appeased by dream food. The fellow beings you find hungry in the dream have to be provided with dream food. You can never mix the two states, the dream and the waking state. Similarly, till you attain the state of realization and thus wake out of this illusory, phenomenal world, you must do social service by relieving suffering whenever you see it. But, even so, you must do it without ahankara, that is, without the sense of, it is I who am doing it. Instead, you should feel, I am the Lord's instrument. Similarly, you must not be conceited and think, I am helping a man who is below me. He needs help and I am in a position to give it. I am superior and he is inferior. You must help him as a means of worshipping God in him. All such service is serving the self, not anybody else. You are not helping anybody else, but only yourself. Question: is it not our duty to be patriots? Ramana: it is your duty to be and not to be this or that. I am that I am sums up the whole of the truth. The method is summarized in Be Still. Question: is the desire for Swaraj, independence, right? Ramana: such desire no doubt begins with self-interest. Yet practical work for the goal gradually widens the outlook so that the individual becomes merged in the country. Such merging of the individuality is desirable and the karma in question is nishkama, unselfish. Question: if self-government for India is granted after a long struggle and terrible sacrifice, is one not justified in being pleased with the result and elated by it? Ramana: in the course of one's work one must have surrendered oneself to the higher power whose might must be kept in mind and never lost sight of. How then can one be elated? One should not even care for the result of one's action. Then alone the karma becomes unselfish. Gandhiji has surrendered himself to the divine and works accordingly with no self-interest. He does not concern himself with the results but accepts them as they turn up. That must be the attitude of national workers. Question: will the work be crowned with success? Ramana: this question arises because the questioner has not surrendered himself. Question: should we then not think of and work for the welfare of the country? Ramana: first take care of yourself and the rest will naturally follow. Question: I am not speaking individually but for the country. Ramana: first surrender and then see. Doubts arise because of the absence of surrender. Acquire strength by surrender, and then your surrounding will be found to have improved to the degree of strength acquired by you. Question: why doesn't Sri Bhagavan go about preaching the truth to the people at large? Ramana: how do you know that I don't? Does preaching consist in mounting a platform and haranguing the people around? Preaching is simple communication of knowledge and can be done in silence too. What do you think of a man listening to a harangue for an hour and going away without being impressed by it so as to change his life? Compare him with another who sits in a holy presence and leaves after some time with his outlook on life totally changed. Which is better, to preach loudly without effect or to sit silently sending forth intuitive force to act on others? Again, how does speech arise? First, there is abstract knowledge unmanifest. From this there arises the ego which gives rise to thoughts and words successively. Words therefore are the great-grandsons of the original source. If words can produce an effect, consider how much more powerful preaching through silence must be. Question: does my realization help others? Ramana: yes, certainly. It is the best possible help. But, really there are no others to help, for a realized being sees only the self just as a goldsmith estimating the gold in various jewels sees only the gold. Separate forms and beings exist only as long as you identify yourself with the body. When you transcend the body, others disappear along with your body consciousness. Question: is it so with plants and trees also? Ramana: do they exist at all apart from the self? Find out. You think that you see them. The thought is projected from yourself. Find out where from it arises. Then thoughts will cease to rise, and the self alone will remain. Question: I understand theoretically, but they are still there. Ramana: yes, it is like a cinema show. There is the light on the screen and the shadows flitting across impress the audience as the acting of some story. Now suppose that in this film's story an audience is also shown on the screen. The seer and the seen will then both be on the screen. Apply this to yourself. You are the screen, the self has created the ego has its accretions of thoughts which are displayed as the world, trees, plants, etc., about which you are asking. In reality all these are nothing but the self. If you see this self, it will be found to be all, everywhere and always. Nothing but the self exists. Question: they say that there are many saints in Tibet who remain in solitude and are still very helpful to the world. How can that be? Ramana: it can be so. Realization of the self is the greatest help that can be rendered to humanity. Therefore saints are said to be helpful even though they remain in the forests. But it should not be forgotten that solitude is not to be found in forests only. It can be even in town in the thick of worldly occupation. Question: isn't it necessary that saints should mix with people and be helpful to them? Ramana: the self alone is the reality, the world and the rest of it are not. The realized being does not see the world as different from himself. Question: then does that mean that a man's realization leads to the uplift of mankind without their being aware of it? Ramana: yes, the help is imperceptible, but it is still there. A realized man helps the whole of mankind, although without their knowledge. Question: wouldn't it be better if he mixed with others? Ramana: there are no others to mix with. The self is the one and only reality. Question: if there were 100 self-realized men, wouldn't it be to the greater benefit of the world? Ramana: when you say self you refer to the unlimited, but when you add men to it you limit the meaning. There is only one infinite self. Question: yes, I see. Sri Krishna said in the Gita that work must be performed without attachment, and such work is better than idleness. Is that karma yoga? Ramana: what is said is adapted to the temperament of the listener. Question: in Europe people do not understand that a man can be helpful in solitude. They imagine that only men who work in the world can be useful. When will this confusion cease? Will the European mind continue waiting in the morass, or will it realize the truth? Ramana: never mind about Europe or America. Where are they but in the mind? Realize yourself and then all is realized. If you see a number of men in a dream and then wake up and recall your dream, do you try to find out whether the persons of your dream creation are also awake? A self-realized being cannot help benefiting the world. His very existence is the highest good. Question: how has Srishti creation come about? Some say it is predestined. Others say it is the Lord's Leela or sport. What is the truth? Ramana: various accounts are given in books. But is there creation? Only if there is creation do we have to explain how it came about. We may not know about all these theories, but we certainly know that we exist. Why not know the I and then see if there is a creation? Question. In the Vedanta of Sri Sankaracharya, the principle of the creation of the world has been accepted for the sake of beginners, but for the advanced the principle of non-creation is put forward. What is your view on this matter? Ramana. There is no dissolution or creation, no one in bondage, nor anyone pursuing spiritual practices. There is no one desiring liberation, nor anyone liberated. This is the absolute truth. This sloka appears in the second chapter of Gaudapada's Karika. One who is established in the self sees this by his knowledge of reality. Question. Is not the self the cause of this world we see around us? Ramana. Self itself appears as the world of diverse names and forms. However, self does not act as the efficient cause, nimitta karana, creating, sustaining and destroying it. Do not ask why does the confusion of self, not knowing the truth that it itself appears as the world, arise? If instead you inquire to whom does this confusion occur, it will be discovered that no such confusion ever existed for self. Question. You seem to be an exponent of Ajata doctrine of Advaita Vedanta. Ramana. I do not teach only the Ajata doctrine. I approve of all schools. The same truth has to be expressed in different ways to suit the capacity of the hearer. The Ajata doctrine says, nothing exists except the one reality. There is no birth or death, no projection or drawing in, no seeker, no bondage, no liberation. The one unity alone exists. To such as find it difficult to grasp this truth and who ask, how can we ignore this solid world we see all around us? The dream experience is pointed out and they are told all that you see depends on the seer. Apart from the seer there is no seen. This is called the Drishti Srishti Vada, or the argument that one first creates out of one's mind, and then sees what one's mind itself has created. Some people cannot grasp even this and they continue to argue in the following terms. The dream experience is so short while the world always exists. The dream experience was limited to me. But the world is felt and seen not only by me, but by so many others. We cannot call such a world non-existent. When people argue in this way they can be given a Srishti Drishti theory. For example, God first created such and such a thing, out of such and such an element, and then something else was created, and so on. That alone will satisfy this class. Their minds are otherwise not satisfied and they ask themselves, how can all geography, all maps, all sciences, stars, planets and the rules governing or relating to them and all knowledge be totally untrue? To such it is best to say, yes, God created all this and so you see it. Question. But all these cannot be true. Only one doctrine can be true. Ramana. All these theories are only to suit the capacity of the learner. The absolute can only be one. Question. What is the purpose of creation? Ramana. It is to give rise to this question. Investigate the answer to this question, and finally abide in the supreme or rather the primal source of all, the self. The investigation will resolve itself into a quest for the self, and it will cease only after the non-self is sifted away and the self realized in its purity and glory. There may be any number of theories of creation. All of them extend outwardly. There will be no limit to them because time and space are unlimited. They are, however, only in the mind. If you see the mind, time and space are transcended and the self is realized. Creation is explained scientifically or logically to one's own satisfaction. But is there any finality about it? Such explanations are called krama srishti, gradual creation. On the other hand, drishti srishti, simultaneous creation, is yuvapat srishti. Without the seer there are no objects seen. Find the seer and the creation is comprised in him. Why look outward and go on explaining the phenomena, which are endless? Question. The Vedas contain conflicting accounts of cosmic Agni. Ether is said to be the first creation in one place, vital energy, prana, in another place, something else in yet another, water in still another, and so on. How are these to be reconciled? Do not these impair the credibility of the Vedas? Ramana. Different seers saw different aspects of truth at different times, each emphasizing one view. Why do you worry about their conflicting statements? The essential aim of the Vedas is to teach us the nature of the imperishable Atman and show us that we are that. Question. I am satisfied with that portion. Ramana. Then treat all the rest as arthavada, auxiliary arguments or expositions for the sake of the ignorant who seek to trace the genesis of things. Question. These form part of the creation and so remain dependent. I cannot solve the riddle of creation until I become independent. Yet I ask Sri Bhagavan, should he not answer the question for me? Ramana. Yes. It is Bhagavan that says, become independent and solve the riddle yourself. It is for you to do it. Again, where are you now that you ask this question? Are you in the world, or is the world within you? You must admit that the world is not perceived in your sleep, although you cannot deny your existence then. The world appears when you wake up. So where is it? Clearly the world is your thought. Thoughts are your projections. The I is first created and then the world. The world is created by the I, which in its turn rises up from the self. The riddle of the creation of the world is thus solved if you solve the creation of the I. So I say, find yourself. Again, does the world come and ask you, why do I exist? How was I created? It is you who ask the question. The questioner must establish the relationship between the world and himself. He must admit that the world is his own imagination. Who imagines it? Let him again find the I and then the self. Moreover, all the scientific and theological explanations do not harmonize. The diversities in such theories clearly show the uselessness of seeking such explanations. Such explanations are purely mental or intellectual and nothing more. Still, all of them are true according to the standpoint of the individual. There is no creation in the state of realization. When one sees the world, one does not see oneself. When one sees the self, the world is not seen. So see the self and realize that there has been no creation. Question. Brahman is real. The world Jagat is illusion is the stock phrase of Sri Sankaracharya. Yet others say the world is reality. Which is true? Ramana. Both statements are true. They refer to different stages of development and are spoken from different points of view. The aspirant Abhyasi starts with the definition, that which is real exists always. Then he eliminates the world as unreal because it is changing. The seeker ultimately reaches the self and there finds unity as the prevailing note. Then that which was originally rejected as being unreal is found to be a part of the unity. Being absorbed in the reality, the world also is real. There is only being and self-realization and nothing but being. Question. Sri Bhagavan often says that Maya, illusion and reality are the same. How can that be? Ramana. Sankara was criticized for his views on Maya without being understood. He said that 1. Brahman is real, 2. The universe is unreal, and 3. The universe is Brahman. He did not stop at the second because the third explains the other two. It signifies that the universe is real if perceived as the self, and unreal if perceived apart from the self. Hence Maya and reality are one and the same. Question: so the world is not really illusory? Ramana: at the level of the spiritual seeker you have got to say that the world is an illusion. There is no other way. When a man forgets that he is Brahman, who is real, permanent and omnipresent, and deludes himself into thinking that he is a body in the universe which is filled with bodies that are transitory and labors under that delusion, you have got to remind him that the world is unreal and a delusion. Why? Because his vision, which has forgotten its own self, is dwelling in the external, material universe. It will not turn inwards into introspection unless you impress on him that all this external material universe is unreal. When once he realizes his own self, he will know that there is nothing other than his own self, and he will come to look upon the whole universe as Brahman. There is no universe without the self. So long as a man does not see the self which is the origin of all, but looks only at the external world as real and permanent, you have to tell him that all this external universe is an illusion. You cannot help it. Take a paper. We see only the script, and nobody notices the paper on which the script is written. The paper is there whether the script on it is there or not. To those who look upon the script as real, you have to say that it is unreal, an illusion, since it rests upon the paper. The wise man looks upon both the paper and script as one. So also with Brahman and the universe. Question: so the world is real when it is experienced as the self and unreal when it is seen as separate names and forms? Ramana: just as fire is obscured by smoke, the shining light of consciousness is obscured by the assemblage of names and forms, the world. When by compassionate divine grace the mind becomes clear, the nature of the world will be known to be not the illusory forms, but only the reality. Only those people whose minds are devoid of the evil power of Maya, having given up the knowledge of the world and being unattached to it, and having thereby attained the knowledge of the self-shining supreme reality, can correctly know the meaning of the statement the world is real. If one's outlook has been transformed to the nature of real knowledge, the world of the 5 elements beginning with ether, akasa, will be real, being the supreme reality, which is the nature of knowledge. The original state of this empty world, which is bewildering and crowded with many names and forms, is bliss, which is one, just as the egg yolk of a multicolored peacock is only one. Know this truth by abiding in the state of self. Question: I cannot say it is all clear to me. Is the world that is seen, felt, and sensed by us in so many ways something like a dream, an illusion? Ramana: there is no alternative for you but to accept the world as unreal if you are seeking the truth and the truth alone. Question: why so? Ramana: for the simple reason that unless you give up the idea that the world is real, your mind will always be after it. If you take the appearance to be real, you will never know the real itself, although it is the real alone that exists. This point is illustrated by the analogy of the snake and the rope. You may be deceived into believing that a piece of rope is a snake. While you imagine that the rope is a snake, you cannot see the rope as a rope. The non-existent snake becomes real to you, while the real rope seems wholly non-existent as such. Question: it is easy to accept tentatively that the world is not ultimately real, but it is hard to have the conviction that it is really unreal. Ramana: even so is your dream world real while you are dreaming. So long as the dream lasts, everything you see and feel in it is real. Question: is then the world no better than a dream? Ramana: What is wrong with the sense of reality you have while you are dreaming? You may be dreaming of something quite impossible, for instance, of having a happy chat with a dead person. Just for a moment, you may doubt in the dream, saying to yourself, was he not dead? Somehow your mind reconciles itself to the dream vision, and the person is as good as alive for the purposes of the dream. In other words, the dream as a dream does not permit you to doubt its reality. It is the same in the waking state, for you are unable to doubt the reality of the world which you see while you are awake. How can the mind which has itself created the world accept it as unreal? That is the significance of the comparison made between the world of the waking state and the dream world. Both are creations of the mind, and so long as the mind is engrossed in either, it finds itself unable to deny their reality. It cannot deny the reality of the dream world while it is dreaming, and it cannot deny the reality of the waking world while it is awake. If, on the contrary, you withdraw your mind completely from the world and turn it within and abide there, that is, if you keep awake always to the self which is the substratum of all experiences, you will find the world of which you are now aware is just as unreal as the world in which you lived in your dream. Question: we see, feel, and sense the world in so many ways. These sensations are the reactions to the objects seen and felt. They are not mental creations as in dreams, which differ not only from person to person, but also with regard to the same person. Is that not enough to prove the objective reality of the world? Ramana, all this talk about inconsistencies in the dream world arises only now when you are awake. While you are dreaming, the dream was a perfectly integrated whole. That is to say, if you felt thirsty in a dream, the illusory drinking of illusory water quenched your illusory thirst. But all this was real and not illusory to you so long as you did not know that the dream itself was illusory. Similarly with the waking world. The sensations you now have get coordinated to give you the impression that the world is real. If, on the contrary, the world is a self-existent reality, that is what you evidently mean by its objectivity, what prevents the world from revealing itself to you in sleep? You do not say you did not exist in your sleep. Question: neither do I deny the world's existence while I am asleep. It has been existing all the while. If during my sleep I did not see it, others who were not sleeping saw it. Ramana, to say you existed while asleep, was it necessary to call in the evidence of others so as to prove it to you? Why do you seek their evidence now? Those others can tell you of having seen the world during your sleep only when you yourself are awake. With regard to your own existence, it is different. On waking up, you say you had a sound sleep, and so to that extent you are aware of yourself in the deepest sleep, whereas you have not the slightest notion of the world's existence then. Even now, while you are awake, is it the world that says I am real, or is it you? Question: of course I say it, but I say it of the world. Ramana: well then, that world, which you say is real, is really mocking at you for seeking to prove its reality while of your own reality you are ignorant. You want somehow or other to maintain that the world is real. What is the standard of reality? That alone is real which exists by itself, which reveals itself by itself, and which is eternal and unchanging. Does the world exist by itself? Was it ever seen without the aid of the mind? In sleep there is neither mind nor world. When awake there is the mind and there is the world. What does this invariable concomitance mean? You are familiar with the principles of inductive logic, which are considered the very basis of scientific investigation. Why do you not decide this question of the reality of the world in the light of those accepted principles of logic? Of yourself you can say I exist. That is, your existence is not mere existence, it is existence of which you are conscious. Really, it is existence identical with consciousness. Question: the world may not be conscious of itself, yet it exists. Ramana: consciousness is always self-consciousness. If you are conscious of anything, you are essentially conscious of yourself. Unself-conscious existence is a contradiction in terms. It is no existence at all. It is merely attributed existence, whereas true existence, the sat, is not an attribute, it is the substance itself. It is the vastu reality. Reality is therefore known as sat chit, being consciousness, and never merely the one to the exclusion of the other. The world neither exists by itself, nor is it conscious of its existence. How can you say that such a world is real? And what is the nature of the world? It is perpetual change, a continuous, interminable flux. A dependent, unself-conscious, ever-changing world cannot be real. Question: are the names and forms of the world real? Ramana: you won't find them separate from the substratum adhisthana. When you try to get at name and form, you will find reality only. Therefore attain the knowledge of that which is real for all time. Question: why does the waking state look so real? Ramana: we see so much on the cinema screen, but it is not real. Nothing is real there except the screen. In the same way, in the waking state, there is nothing but adhisthana. Knowledge of the world is knowledge of the knower of the world. Jagrat Prama is the Prama of Jagrat Pramada. Both go away in sleep. Question: why do we see such permanency and constancy in the world? Ramana: it is seen on account of wrong ideas. When someone says that he took a bath in the same river twice, he is wrong, because when he bathed for the second time, the river is not the same as it was when he bathed for the first time. On looking twice at the brightness of a flame, a man says that he sees the same flame, but this flame is changing every moment. The waking state is like this. The stationary appearance is an error of perception. Question: where is the error? Ramana: Pramada, the knower. Question: how did the knower come? Ramana: on account of the error of perception. In fact, the knower and his misperceptions appear simultaneously, and when the knowledge of the self is obtained, they disappear simultaneously. Question: from where did the knower and his misperceptions come? Ramana: who is asking the question? Question: Lamb. Ramana: find out that I and all your doubts will be solved. Just as in a dream of false knowledge, knower and known rise up, in the waking state the same process operates. In both states, on knowing this, you know everything and nothing remains to be known. In deep sleep, knower, knowledge and known are absent. In the same way, at the time of experiencing the real, they will not exist. Whatever you see happening in the waking state happens only to the knower, and since the knower is unreal, nothing in fact ever happens. Question: is the light which gives the sense identity and knowledge of the world ignorance or chit, consciousness? Ramana: it is only the reflected light of chit that makes the I believe itself different from others. This reflected light of chit also makes the I create objects, but for this reflection there must be a surface on which the reflection takes place. Question: what is that surface? Ramana: on realization of the self, you will find that the reflection and the surface on which it takes place do not actually exist, but that both of them are one and the same chit. There is the world, which requires location for its existence and light to make it perceptible. Both rise simultaneously. Therefore, physical existence and perception depend upon the light of the mind, which is reflected from the self. Just as cinema pictures can be made visible by a reflected light, and only in darkness, so also the world pictures are perceptible only by the light of the self reflected in the darkness of avidya, ignorance. The world can be seen neither in the utter darkness of ignorance, as in deep sleep, nor in the utter light of the self, as in self-realization or samadhi. Question: is the world perceived by the jnani? Ramana, from whom is the question? Is it from a jnani or ajnani? Question: from an ajnani, I admit. Ramana, is it the world that seeks to decide the issue about its reality? The doubt arises in you. Know in the first instance who the doubter is, and then you may consider if the world is real or not. Question: the ajnani sees and knows the world and its objects which affect his senses of touch, taste, etc. Does the jnani experience the world in like manner? Ramana, you talk of seeing and knowing the world. But without knowing yourself, the knowing subject without whom there is no knowledge of the object, how can you know the true nature of the world, the known object? No doubt the objects affect the body and the sense organs, but is it to your body that the question arises? Does the body say, I feel the object, it is real? Or is it the world that says to you, I, the world, am real? Question: I am only trying to understand the jnani's point of view about the world. Is the world perceived after self-realization? Ramana, why worry yourself about the world and what happens to it after self-realization? First realize the self. What does it matter if the world is perceived or not? Do you gain anything to help you in your quest by the non-perception of the world during sleep? Conversely, what would you lose now by the perception of the world? It is quite immaterial to the jnani or ajnani if he perceives the world or not. It is seen by both, but their viewpoints differ. Question: if the jnani and the ajnani perceive the world in like manner, where is the difference between them? Ramana, seeing the world, the jnani sees the self which is the substratum of all that is seen. The ajnani, whether he sees the world or not, is ignorant of his true being, the self. Take the instance of moving pictures on the screen in the cinema show. What is there in front of you before the play begins? Merely the screen. On that screen you see the entire show, and for all appearances the pictures are real. But, go and try to take hold of them. What do you take hold of? Merely the screen on which the pictures appeared so real. After the play, when the pictures disappear, what remains? The screen again. So with the self, that alone exists, the pictures come and go. If you hold on to the self, you will not be deceived by the appearance of the pictures. Nor does it matter at all if the pictures appear or disappear. Ignoring the self, the ajnani thinks the world is real, just as ignoring the screen he sees merely the pictures as if they existed apart from it. If one knows that without the seer there is nothing to be seen, just as there are no pictures without the screen, one is not deluded. The jnani knows that the screen, the pictures and the sight thereof are but the self. With the pictures the self is in its manifest form, without the pictures it remains in the unmanifest form. To the jnani it is quite immaterial if the self is in the one form or the other. He is always the self. But the ajnani seeing the jnani active gets confounded. Question: it is just that point that prompted me to put my first question, whether one who has realized the self perceives the world as we do, and if he does, I should like to know how Sri Bhagavan felt about the mysterious disappearance of the photo yesterday. Ramana, smiling, you are referring to the photo of the Madurai temple. A few minutes earlier it was passing through the hands of the visitors who looked at it in turn. Evidently, it was mislaid among the pages of some book or other they were consulting. Question: Yes, it was that incident. How does Bhagavan view it? There was anxious search for the photo which, in the end, could not be found. How does Bhagavan view the mysterious disappearance of the photo, just at the moment when it was wanted? Ramana, suppose you dream that you are taking me to your distant country, Poland. You wake up and ask me, I dreamt so and so. Did you also have some such dream or know in some other way that I was taking you to Poland? What significance will you attach to such an inquiry? Question: But with regard to the missing photo, the whole incident took place in front of Sri Bhagavan. Ramana, the seeing of the photo, its disappearance, as well as your present inquiry are all mere workings of mind. There is a Puranic story which illustrates the point. When Sita was missing from the forest hermitage, Rama went about in search of her, wailing, "O Sita, Sita!" It is said that Parvati and Parameswara saw from above what was taking place in the forest. Parvati expressed her surprise to Shiva and said, "You praised Rama as the perfect being. See how he behaves and grieves at the loss of Sita." Shiva replied, "If you are skeptical about Rama's perfection, then put him to the test yourself. For your yoga maya, transform yourself into the likeness of Sita and appear before him." Parvati did so. She appeared before Rama in the very likeness of Sita, but to her astonishment Rama ignored her presence and went on as before, calling out, "O Sita, O Sita," as if he were blind. Question: I am unable to grasp the moral of the story. Ramana, if Rama were really searching for the bodily presence of Sita, he would have recognized the person who was standing in front of himself as the Sita he had lost. But, no, the missing Sita was just as unreal as the Sita that appeared before his eyes. Rama was not really blind, but to Rama, the Jnani, the prior being of Sita in the hermitage, her disappearance, his consequent search for her, as well as the actual presence of Parvati in the guise of Sita, were all equally unreal. Do you now understand how the missing photo was viewed? Question: I cannot say it is all clear to me. Is the world that is seen, felt, and sensed by us in so many ways something like a dream, an illusion? Ramana, there is no alternative for you but to accept the world as unreal if you are seeking the truth and the truth alone. Question: Why so? Ramana, for the simple reason that unless you give up the idea that the world is real, your mind will always be after it. If you take the appearance to be real, you will never know the real itself, although it is the real alone that exists. This point is illustrated by the analogy of the snake and the rope. As long as you see the snake, you cannot see the rope as such. The non-existent snake becomes real to you, while the real rope seems wholly non-existent as such. Question: It is easy to accept tentatively that the world is not ultimately real, but it is hard to have the conviction that it is really unreal. Ramana, even so is your dream world real while you are dreaming. So long as the dream lasts, everything you see, feel, etc., therein is real. Question: Is then the world nothing better than a dream? Ramana, what is wrong with the sense of reality you have while you are dreaming? You may be dreaming of something quite impossible, for instance, of having a happy chat with a dead person. Just for a moment you may doubt in the dream, saying to yourself, was he not dead? Somehow your mind reconciles itself to the dream vision, and the person is as good as alive for the purposes of the dream. In other words, the dream as a dream does not permit you to doubt its reality. Even so, you are unable to doubt the reality of the world of your wakeful experience. How can the mind which has itself created the world accept it as unreal? That is the significance of the comparison made between the world of wakeful experience and the dream world. Both are but creations of the mind, and so long as the mind is engrossed in either, it finds itself unable to deny the reality of the dream world while dreaming and of the waking world while awake. If, on the contrary, you withdraw your mind completely from the world and turn it within and abide thus, that is, if you keep awake always to the self, which is the substratum of all experience, you will find the world, of which alone you are now aware, just as unreal as the world in which you lived in your dream. Question: as I said before, we see, feel, and sense the world in so many ways. These sensations are the reactions to the objects seen, felt, etc., and are not mental creations as in dreams, which differ not only from person to person, but also with regard to the same person. Is that not enough to prove the objective reality of the world? Ramana, all this talk about inconsistencies and their attribution to the dream world arises only now when you are awake. While you are dreaming, the dream was a perfectly integrated whole. That is to say, if you felt thirsty in a dream, the illusory drinking of illusory water did quench your illusory thirst. But all this was real and not illusory to you so long as you did not know that the dream itself was illusory. Similarly with the waking world, and the sensations you now have get coordinated to give you the impression that the world is real. If, on the contrary, the world is a self-existent reality, that is what you evidently mean by its objectivity, what prevents the world from revealing itself to you in sleep? You do not say you have not existed in your sleep. Question: neither do I deny the world's existence while I am asleep. It has been existing all the while. If during my sleep I did not see it, others who were not sleeping saw it. Ramana, to say you existed while asleep, was it necessary to call in the evidence of others so as to prove it to you? Why do you seek their evidence now? Those others can tell you of having seen the world during your sleep only when you yourself are awake. With regard to your own existence it is different. On waking up you say you had a sound sleep, so that to that extent you are aware of yourself in the deepest sleep, whereas you have not the slightest notion of the world's existence then. Even now while you are awake, is it the world that says I am real, or is it you? Question: of course I say it, but I say it of the world. Ramana: well then, that world which you say is real, is really mocking at you for seeking to prove its reality while of your own reality you are ignorant. You want somehow or other to maintain that the world is real. What is the standard of reality? That alone is real which exists by itself, which reveals itself by itself, and which is eternal and unchanging. Does the world exist by itself? Was it ever seen without the aid of the mind? In sleep there is neither mind nor world. When awake there is the mind and there is the world. What does this invariable concomitance mean? You are familiar with the principles of inductive logic, which are considered the very basis of scientific investigation. Why do you not decide this question of the reality of the world in the light of those accepted principles of logic? Of yourself you can say I exist. That is, yours is not mere existence, it is existence of which you are conscious. Really, it is existence identical with consciousness. Question: the world may not be conscious of itself, yet it exists. Ramana: consciousness is always self-consciousness. If you are conscious of anything, you are essentially conscious of yourself. Unself-conscious existence is a contradiction in terms. It is no existence at all. It is merely attributed existence, whereas true existence, the sat, is not an attribute, it is the substance itself. It is the vastu. Reality is therefore known as sat chit, being consciousness, and never merely the one to the exclusion of the other. The world neither exists by itself, nor is it conscious of its existence. How can you say that such a world is real? And what is the nature of the world? It is perpetual change, a continuous, interminable flux. A dependent, unself-conscious, ever-changing world cannot be real. Question. Not only does Western empirical science consider the world real, but the Vedas, etc., give elaborate cosmological descriptions of the world and its origin. Why should they do so if the world is unreal? Ramana. The essential purpose of the Vedas, etc., is to teach you the nature of the imperishable Atman, and to declare with authority thou art that. Question. I accept. But why should they give cosmological descriptions spun out at great length, unless they consider the world real? Ramana. Adopt and practice what you accept in theory and leave the rest. The sastras have to guide every type of seeker after truth, and all are not of the same mental makeup. What you cannot accept treat as arthavada or auxiliary argument. Question. Do you approve of sexual continence? Ramana. A true brahmachari celibate is one who dwells in Brahman. Then there is no question of desires anymore. Question. At Sri Aurobindo's ashram there is a rigid rule that married couples are permitted to live there on condition that they have no sexual intercourse. Ramana. What is the use of that? If it exists in the mind, what use is it to force people to abstain? Question. Is marriage a bar to spiritual progress? Ramana. The householder's life is not a bar, but the householder must do his utmost to practice self-control. If a man has a strong desire for the higher life, then the sex tendency will subside. When the mind is destroyed, the other desires are destroyed also. Question. I have committed sexual sin. Ramana. Even if you have, it does not matter so long as you do not think afterwards that you have done so. The self is not aware of any sin, and renunciation of sex is internal, not merely of the body alone. Question. I am carried away by the sight of the breasts of a young woman neighbor, and I am often tempted to commit adultery with her. What should I do? Ramana. You are always pure. It is your senses and body which tempt you and which you confuse with your real self. So first know who is tempted and who is there to tempt. But, even if you do commit adultery, do not think about it afterwards, because you are yourself always pure. You are not the sinner. Question. How do we root out our sex idea? Ramana. By rooting out the false idea of the body being the self. There is no sex in the self. Be the self, and then you will have no sex troubles. Question. Can fasting cure sexual desire? Ramana. Yes, but it is temporary. Mental fast is the real aid. Fasting is not an end in itself. There must be spiritual development side by side. Complete fasting makes the mind too weak. The spiritual quest must be kept up right through a fast, if it is to benefit spiritually. Question. Should I not try to help the suffering world? Ramana. The power that created you has created the world as well. If it can take care of you, it can similarly take care of the world also. If God has created the world, it is His business to look after it, not yours. Question. Is the desire for Swaraj, political independence, right? Ramana. Such desire no doubt begins with self-interest. Yet practical work for the goal gradually widens the outlook so that the individual becomes merged in the country. Such merging of the individuality is desirable, and the related karma is nishkama, unselfish. Question. If Swaraj is gained after a long struggle and terrible sacrifices, is not the person justified in being pleased with the result and elated by it? Ramana, he must have in the course of his work surrendered himself to the higher power whose might must be kept in mind and never lost sight of. How then can he be elated? He should not even care for the result of his actions. Then alone the karma becomes unselfish. Chapter: Meditation in Mind. Question: I do not always concentrate on the same center in the body. Sometimes I find it easier to concentrate on one center and sometimes on another. And sometimes when I concentrate on one center, the thought of its own accord goes and fixes itself in another. Why is that? Ramana, it may be because of past practices of yours. But, in any case, it is immaterial on which center you concentrate, since the real heart is in every center and even outside the body. On whatever part of the body you may concentrate, or on whatever external object, the heart is there. Question: can one concentrate at one time on one center and at another time on another, or should one concentrate always consistently on the same center? Ramana, as I have just said, there can be no harm wherever you concentrate, because concentration is only a means of giving up thoughts. Whatever the center or object on which you concentrate, he who concentrates is always the same. Question: what is dhyana meditation? Ramana, it is abiding as oneself without swerving in any way from one's real nature and without feeling that one is meditating. Question: what is the difference between dhyana and samadhi? Ramana, dhyana is achieved through deliberate mental effort. In samadhi there is no such effort. Question: what are the factors to be kept in view in dhyana? Ramana, it is important for one who is established in his self, admonishta, to see that he does not swerve in the least from this absorption. By swerving from his true nature he may see before him bright effulgences, or hear unusual sounds, or regard as real the visions of gods appearing within or outside himself. He should not be deceived by these and forget himself. Question: what is the difference between meditation dhyana and investigation vichara? Ramana, both amount to the same. Those unfit for investigation must practice meditation. In meditation the aspirant, forgetting himself, meditates, I am Brahman or I am Shiva, and by this method holds on to Brahman or Shiva. This will ultimately end with the residual awareness of Brahman or Shiva as being. He will then realize that this is pure being, that is, the self. He who engages in investigation starts by holding on to himself, and by asking himself, who am I? The self becomes clear to him. Mentally imagining oneself to be the supreme reality, which shines as existence, consciousness, bliss, is meditation. Fixing the mind in the self so that the unreal seed of delusion will die is inquiry. Whoever meditates upon the self in whatever bhava, mental image, attains it only in that image. Those peaceful ones who remain quiet without any such bhava attain the noble and unqualified state of kaivalya, the formless state of the self. Question: how is dhyana practiced, with eyes open or closed? Ramana, it may be done either way. The point is that the mind must be introverted and kept active in its pursuit. Sometimes it happens that when the eyes are closed the latent thoughts rush forth with great vigor. It may also be difficult to introvert the mind with the eyes open. It requires strength of mind to do so. The mind is contaminated when it takes in objects. Otherwise it is pure. The main factor in dhyana is to keep the mind active in its own pursuit without taking in external impressions or thinking of other matters. Question: meditation is more direct than investigation because the former holds on to the truth whereas the latter sifts the truth from the untruth. Ramana, for the beginner meditation on a form is more easy and agreeable. Practice of it leads to self-enquiry, which consists in sifting the reality from unreality. What is the use of holding on to truth when you are filled with antagonistic factors? Meditation differs according to the degree of advancement of the seeker. If one is fit for it, one might directly hold on to the thinker, and the thinker will then automatically sink into his source, pure consciousness. If one cannot directly hold on to the thinker, one must meditate on God, and in due course the same individual will have become sufficiently pure to hold on to the thinker, and to sink into absolute being. Meditation is possible only if the ego is kept up. There is the ego in the object meditated upon. The method is therefore indirect because the self is only one. Seeking the ego, that is its source, the ego disappears. What is left over is the self. This method is the direct one. Question: there is no way found to go inward by means of meditation. Ramana: where else are we now? Our very being is that. Question: being so, we are ignorant of it. Ramana: ignorant of what, and whose is the ignorance? If ignorant of the self, are there two selves? Question: there are not two selves. The feeling of limitation cannot be denied. Due to limitations. Ramana: limitation is only in the mind. Did you feel it in deep sleep? You exist in sleep. You do not deny your existence then. The same self is here and now in the wakeful state. You are now saying that there are limitations. What has now happened is that there are these differences between the two states. The differences are due to the mind. There was no mind in sleep, whereas it is now active. The self exists in the absence of the mind also. Question: although it is understood, it is not realized. Ramana: it will be by and by with meditation. Question: meditation is with mind. How can it kill the mind in order to reveal the self? Ramana: meditation is sticking to one thought. That single thought keeps away other thoughts. Distraction of mind is a sign of its weakness. By constant meditation it gains strength, that is to say, the weakness of fugitive thought gives place to the enduring background free from thought. This expanse devoid of thought is the self. Mind in purity is the self. Question: how is meditation to be practiced? Ramana: meditation is, truly speaking, at manishta, to be fixed as the self. But when thoughts cross the mind, and an effort is made to eliminate them, the effort is usually termed meditation. At manishta is your real nature. Remain as you are. That is the aim. Question: but thoughts come up. Is our effort meant to eliminate thoughts only? Ramana: yes. Meditation being on a single thought, the other thoughts are kept away. Meditation is only negative in effect inasmuch as thoughts are kept away. Question: it is said Atma Samsthamana Karti, fixing the mind in the self. But the self is unthinkable. Ramana: why do you wish to meditate at all? Because you wish to do so, you are told Atma Samsthamana Karti. Why do you not remain as you are without meditating? What is that mana mind? When all thoughts are eliminated, it becomes Atma Samstha, fixed in the self. Question: if a form is given, I can meditate on it and other thoughts are eliminated. But the self is formless. Ramana: meditation on forms or concrete objects is said to be dhyana, whereas the inquiry into the self is vichara, inquiry, or nididhyasana, uninterrupted awareness of being. Question: there is more pleasure in dhyana than in sensual enjoyments. Yet the mind runs after the latter and does not seek the former. Why is it so? Ramana: pleasure or pain are aspects of the mind only. Our essential nature is happiness. But we have forgotten the self and imagine that the body or the mind is the self. It is that wrong identity that gives rise to misery. What is to be done? This mental tendency is very ancient and has continued for innumerable past births. Hence it has grown strong. That must go before the essential nature happiness asserts itself. Question: Bhagavan, whenever I meditate I feel great heat in the head, and if I persist my whole body burns. What is the remedy? Ramana, if concentration is made with the brain, sensations of heat and even headache ensue. Concentration has to be made in the heart, which is cool and refreshing. Relax and your meditation will be easy. Keep your mind steady by gently warding off all intruding thoughts, but without strain. Soon you will succeed. Question: how do I prevent myself falling asleep in meditation? Ramana, if you try to prevent sleep it will mean thinking in meditation, which must be avoided. But if you slip into sleep while meditating, the meditation will continue even during and after sleep. Yet being a thought, sleep must be got rid of, for the final natural state has to be obtained consciously in Jagrat, the waking state without the disturbing thought. Waking and sleeping are mere pictures on the screen of the native, thought-free state. Let them pass unnoticed. Question: what is to be meditated upon? Ramana, anything that you prefer. Question: Shiva, Vishnu and Gayatri are said to be equally efficacious. Which should I meditate upon? Ramana, anyone you like best. They are all equal in their effect. But you should stick to one. Question: how do I meditate? Ramana, concentrate on that one whom you like best. If a single thought prevails, all other thoughts are put off and finally eradicated. So long as diversity prevails, there are bad thoughts. When the object of love prevails, only good thoughts hold the field. Therefore, hold on to one thought only. Dhyana is the chief practice. Dhyana means fight. As soon as you begin meditation, other thoughts will crowd together, gather force and try to sink the single thought to which you try to hold. The good thought must gradually gain strength by repeated practice. After it has grown strong, the other thoughts will be put to flight. This is the battle royal always taking place in meditation. One wants to rid oneself of misery. It requires peace of mind, which means absence of perturbation owing to all kinds of thoughts. Peace of mind is brought about by dhyana alone. Question: since Sri Bhagavan says that the self may function at any of the centers or chakras while its seat is in the heart, is it not possible that by the practice of intense concentration or dhyana between the eyebrows this center may become the seat of the self? Ramana, any consideration about the seat of the self is theoretical if you fix your attention on a place in the body. You consider yourself as the subject, the seer, and the place where you fix your attention becomes the object seen. This is merely bhavana, mental imagery. When on the contrary, you see the seer himself, you merge in the self and you become one with it. That is the heart. Question: is the practice of concentration between the eyebrows advisable? Ramana, the final result of the practice of any kind of dhyana is that the object on which the seeker fixes his mind ceases to exist as distinct and separate from the subject. They, the subject and object, become the one self, and that is the heart. Question: why does not Sri Bhagavan direct us to practice concentration on some particular center or chakra? Ramana, Yoga Sastra says that the Sahasrara, the chakra located in the brain where the brain is the seat of the self. Purusha Sukta declares that the heart is its seat. To enable the sadhaka to steer clear of possible doubt, I tell him to take up the thread or the clue of I-ness or I am-ness and follow it up to its source. Because, firstly, It is impossible for anybody to entertain any doubt about this notion. Secondly, whatever be the means adopted, the final goal is the realization of the source of I amness, which is the primary datum of your experience. If you therefore practice self-inquiry, you will reach the heart, which is the self. Question: I practice Hatha Yoga and I also meditate. I am Brahman. After a few moments of this meditation, a blank prevails, the brain gets heated, and a fear of death arises. What should I do? Ramana: I am Brahman is only a thought. Who says it? Brahman itself does not say so. What need is there for it to say it? Nor can the real I say so. For I always abides as Brahman. To be saying it is only a thought. Whose thought is it? All thoughts are from the unreal I, that is the I thought. Remain without thinking. So long as there is thought, there will be fear. Question: as I go on thinking of it, there is forgetfulness, the brain becomes heated, and I am afraid. Ramana: yes, the mind is concentrated in the brain, and hence you get a hot sensation there. It is because of the I thought. When the I thought arises, fear of death arises simultaneously. With regard to forgetfulness, so long as there is thought, there will be forgetfulness. First there is the thought I am Brahman, then forgetfulness supervenes. Forgetfulness and thought are for the I thought only. Hold on to it and it will disappear like a phantom. What remains over is the real I, and that is the self. I am Brahman is an aid to concentration, since it keeps off other thoughts. When that one thought alone persists, see whose thought it is. It will be found to be from I. From where is the I thought? Probe into it, the I thought will vanish, and the Supreme Self will shine forth of itself. No further effort is needed. When the one real I remains alone, it will not be saying I am Brahman. Does a man go on repeating I am a man? Unless he is challenged, why should he declare himself a man? Does anyone mistake himself for an animal that he should say, no, I am not an animal, I am a man? Similarly, Brahman, or I being the only existing reality, there is no one there to challenge it, and so there is no need to be repeating I am Brahman. Question: why should one adopt this self-hypnotism by thinking on the unthinkable point? Why not adopt other methods like gazing into light, holding the breath, hearing music, hearing internal sounds, repetition of the sacred syllable Om or other mantras? Ramana: light gazing stupefies the mind and produces catalepsy of the will for the time being, but it secures no permanent benefit. Breath control temporarily benumbs the will, but it is not permanent. It is the same with listening to sounds. Unless the mantra is sacred and secures the help of a higher power to purify and raise the thoughts. Question: we are advised to concentrate on the spot in the forehead between the eyebrows. Is this right? Ramana: everyone is aware I am. Leaving aside that awareness, one goes about in search of God. What is the use of fixing one's attention between the eyebrows? It is mere folly to say that God is between the eyebrows. The aim of such advice is to help the mind to concentrate. It is one of the forcible methods to check the mind and prevent its dissipation. It is forcibly directed into one channel. It is a help to concentration. But the best means of realization is the inquiry, who am I? The present trouble is to the mind, and it must be removed by the mind only. Question: some say that one should practice meditation on gross objects only. It may be disastrous if one constantly seeks to kill the mind. Ramana: for whom is it disastrous? Can there be disaster apart from the self? Unbroken I is the infinite ocean. The ego, the I thought, remains only a bubble on it and is called jiva, or individual soul. The bubble too is water, for when it bursts it only mixes in the ocean. When it remains a bubble, it is still a part of the ocean. Ignorant of this simple truth, innumerable methods under different denominations, such as yoga, bhakti, karma, each again with many modifications, are being taught with great skill and in intricate detail only to entice the seekers and confuse their minds. So also are the religions and sects and dogmas. What are they all for? Only for knowing the self. They are aids and practices required for knowing the self. Objects perceived by the senses are spoken of as immediate knowledge, pratyaksha. Can anything be as direct as the self always experienced without the aid of the senses? Sense perceptions can only be indirect knowledge, and not direct knowledge. Only one's own awareness is direct knowledge, and that is the common experience of one and all. No aids are needed to know one's own self. Question: my practice has been a continuous japa, recitation of the names of God with the incoming breath and the name of Sai Baba with the outgoing breath. Simultaneously with this I see the form of Baba always. Even in Bhagavan I see Baba. Now, should I continue this or change the method, as something from within says that if I stick to the name and form I shall never go above name and form? But I can't understand what further to do after giving up name and form. Will Bhagavan enlighten me on this point? Ramana, you may continue in your present method. When the japa becomes continuous, all other thoughts cease and one is in one's real nature, which is japa or dhyana. We turn our mind outwards on things of the world, and are therefore not aware of our real nature being always japa. When by conscious effort of japa or dhyana, as we call it, we prevent our mind from thinking of other things, then what remains is our real nature, which is japa. So long as you think you are name and form, you can't escape name and form in japa also. When you realize you are not name and form, then name and form will drop of themselves. No other effort is necessary. Japa or dhyana will naturally and as a matter of course lead to it. What is now regarded as the means japa will then be found to be the goal. Name and God are not different. This is clearly shown in the teachings of Namdev. The same idea is also found in the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Question: so the true name of God will ultimately be revealed by self-enquiry. Ramana, since you yourself are the form of the japa, if you know your own nature by inquiring who you are, what a wonder it will be. The japa which was previously going on with effort will then continue untiringly and effortlessly in the heart. Question: how long should I do japa for? Should I also concentrate on an image of God at the same time? Ramana, japa is more important than external form. It must be done until it becomes natural. It starts with effort and is continued until it proceeds of itself. When natural, it is called realization. Japa may be done even while engaged in other work. That which is the one reality. It may be represented by a form, a japa mantra, vichara, or any kind of attempt to reach reality. All of them finally resolve themselves into that one single reality. Bhakti, vichara, and japa are only different forms of our efforts to keep out the unreality. The unreality is an obsession at present, but our true nature is reality. We are wrongly persisting in unreality, that is, attachment to thoughts and worldly activities. Cessation of these will reveal the truth. Our attempts are directed towards keeping them out, and this is done by thinking of the reality only. Although it is our true nature, it looks as if we are thinking of it while doing these practices. What we do really amounts to the removal of obstacles for the revelation of our true being. Question: are our attempts sure to succeed? Ramana: realization is our nature. It is nothing new to be gained. What is new cannot be eternal. Therefore, there is no need for doubting whether one could lose or gain the self. Question: is it good to do japa when we know that inquiry into the self is the real thing? Ramana: all methods are good since they will lead to the inquiry eventually. Japa is our real nature. When we realize the self, then japa goes on without effort. What is the means at one stage becomes the goal at another. When effortless constant japa goes on, it is realization. Question: I am not learned in the scriptures and I find the method of self-inquiry too hard for me. I am a woman with 7 children and a lot of household cares, and it leaves me little time for meditation. I request Bhagavan to give me some simpler and easier method. Ramana: no learning or knowledge of scriptures is necessary to know the self, as no man requires a mirror to see himself. All knowledge is required only to be given up eventually as not self. Nor is household work or cares with children necessarily an obstacle. If you can do nothing more, at least continue saying I to yourself mentally as advised, and who am I? If one incessantly thinks I, it will lead to that state, the self. Continue to repeat whatever work you may be doing, whether you are sitting, standing, or walking. I is the name of God. It is the first and greatest of all mantras. Even Om is second to it. Question: for controlling the mind, which of the two is better, performing japa of the ajapa, unspoken mantra, or of Omkar, the sound of Om? Ramana: what is your idea of unspoken and involuntary japa? Ajapa: will it be ajapa if you go on repeating with the mouth soham, I am he, I am he? Ajapa really means to know that japa which goes on involuntarily without being uttered through the mouth. Without knowing this real meaning, people think that it means repeating with the mouth the words soham hundreds of thousands of times, counting them on the fingers or on a string of beads. Before beginning a japa, breath control is prescribed. That means first do pranayama, regulating of breath, and then begin repeating the mantra. Pranayama means first closing the mouth, doesn't it? If by stopping the breath, the 5 elements in the body are bound down and controlled, what remains is the real self. That self will by itself be repeating always aham, I. That is a japa. Knowing this, how could that which is repeated by mouth be a japa, the vision of the real self which performs japa of its own accord involuntarily and in a never-ending stream, like the flowing down continuously of oil, is a japa, Gayatri in everything. If you know who it is that is doing japa, you will know what japa is. If you search and try to find out who it is that is doing japa, that japa itself becomes the self. Question: is there no benefit at all in doing japa with the mouth? Ramana: who said there is no benefit? Such japa will be the means for chitta sud, purifying the mind. As the japa is done repeatedly, the effort ripens, and sooner or later leads to the right path. Good or bad, whatever is done never goes to waste. Only the differences in the merits and demerits of each will have to be told, looking to the stage of development of the person concerned. Question: is not mental japa better than oral japa? Ramana: oral japa consists of sounds. The sounds arise from thoughts, for one must think before one expresses the thoughts in words. The thoughts form the mind. Therefore mental japa is better than oral japa. Question: should we not contemplate the japa and repeat it orally also? Ramana: when the japa becomes mental, where is the need for the sounds? Japa becoming mental becomes contemplation. Dhyana, contemplation, and mental japa are the same. When thoughts cease to be promiscuous and one thought persists to the exclusion of all others, it is said to be contemplation. The object of japa or dhyana is the exclusion of several thoughts and confining oneself to one single thought. Then that thought too vanishes into its source, absolute consciousness. The self, the mind, engages in japa and then sinks into its own source. Question: the mind is said to be from the brain. Ramana, where is the brain? It is in the body. I say that the body itself is a projection of the mind. You speak of the brain when you think of the body. It is the mind which creates the body, the brain in it, and also ascertains that the brain is its seat. Question: Sri Bhagavan has said that the japa must be traced to its source. Is it not the mind that is meant? Ramana, all these are only the workings of the mind. Japa helps to fix the mind on a single thought. All other thoughts are first subordinated until they disappear. When it becomes mental, it is called dhyana. Dhyana is your true nature. It is, however, called dhyana because it is made with effort. Effort is necessary so long as thoughts are promiscuous. Because you are with other thoughts, you call the continuity of a single thought meditation or dhyana. If that dhyana becomes effortless, it will be found to be your real nature. Question: people give some names to God and say that the name is sacred and that repetitions of the name bestow merit on the individual. Can it be true? Ramana, why not? You bear a name to which you answer. But your body was not born with that name written on it, nor did it say to anyone that it bore such and such a name. And yet a name is given to you, and you answer to that name because you have identified yourself with the name. Therefore the name signified something, and it is not a mere fiction. Similarly, God's name is effective. Repetition of the name is remembrance of what it signifies. Hence its merit. Question: while making japa for an hour or more, I fall into a state like sleep. On waking up, I recollect that my japa has been interrupted. So I try again. Ramana, like sleep, that is right. It is the natural state. Because you are now associated with the ego, you consider that the natural state is something which interrupts your work. So you must have the experience repeated until you realize that it is your natural state. You will then find that japa is extraneous, but still it will go on automatically. Your present doubt is due to that false identity, namely of identifying yourself with the mind that does the japa. Japa means clinging to one thought to the exclusion of all other thoughts. That is its purpose. It leads to dhyana, which ends in self-realization or jhana. Question: how should I carry on japa? Ramana, one should not use the name of God mechanically and superficially without the feeling of devotion. Question: so mechanical repetition is unproductive. Ramana, acute diseases will not be cured merely by repeating the name of the medicine, but only by drinking the medicine. Similarly, the bonds of birth and death will not cease merely by doing many repetitions of Mahavakyas, such as I am Shiva. Instead of wandering about repeating I am the Supreme, abide as the Supreme yourself. The misery of birth and death will not cease by vocally repeating countless times I am that, but only by abiding as that. Question: can anyone get any benefit by repeating sacred syllables, mantras picked up casually? Ramana, no. He must be competent and initiated in such mantras. This is illustrated by the story of the king and his minister. A king visited his premier in his residence. There he was told that the premier was engaged in repetition of sacred syllables. The king waited for him, and on meeting him, asked what the mantra was. The premier said that it was the holiest of all, Gayatri. The king desired to be initiated by the premier, but the premier confessed his inability to initiate him. Therefore the king learned it from someone else, and meeting the minister later, he repeated the Gayatri and wanted to know if it was right. The minister said that the mantra was correct, but it was not proper for him to say it. When pressed for an explanation, the minister called to a page close by and ordered him to take hold of the king. The order was not obeyed. The order was often repeated and still not obeyed. The king flew into a rage and ordered the same man to hold the minister, and it was immediately done. The minister laughed and said that the incident was the explanation required by the king. "How?" asked the king. The minister replied, "The order was the same and the executor also, but the authority was different. When I ordered, the effect was nil, whereas when you ordered, there was immediate effect." Similarly with mantras. Question: I am taught that mantra japa is very potent in practice. Ramana: the self is the greatest of all mantras. It goes on automatically and eternally. If you are not aware of this internal mantra, you should take to it consciously as japa, which is attended with effort, to ward off all other thoughts. By constant attention to it, you will eventually become aware of the internal mantra, which is the state of realization and is effortless. Firmness in this awareness will keep you continually and effortlessly in the current, however much you may be engaged in other activities. By repetition of mantras, the mind gets controlled. Then the mantra becomes one with the mind and also with the prana, the energy that sustains the body. When the syllables of the mantra become one with the prana, it is termed dhyana, and when dhyana becomes deep and firm, it leads to sahaja sthiti, the natural state. Question: I have received a mantra. People frighten me by saying that it may have unforeseen results if repeated. It is only pranavam. So I seek advice. May I repeat it? I have considerable faith in it. Ramana: certainly it should be repeated with faith. Question: will it do by itself, or can you kindly give me any further instructions? Ramana: the object of mantra japa is to realize that the same japa is already going on in oneself even without effort. The oral japa becomes mental, and the mental japa finally reveals itself as being eternal. That mantra is the person's real nature. That is also the state of realization. Question: can the bliss of samadhi be gained thus? Ramana: the japa becomes mental and finally reveals itself as the self. That is samadhi. Question: I have a good mind to resign from service and remain constantly with Sri Bhagavan. Ramana: Bhagavan is always with you, in you, and you are yourself Bhagavan. To realize this, it is neither necessary to resign your job nor run away from home. Renunciation does not imply apparent divesting of costumes, family ties, home, etc., but renunciation of desires, affection, and attachment. There is no need to resign your job, only resign yourself to God, the bearer of the burden of all. One who renounces desires actually merges in the world and expands his love to the whole universe. Expansion of love and affection would be a far better term for a true devotee of God than renunciation, for one who renounces the immediate ties actually extends the bonds of affection and love to a wider world beyond the borders of caste, creed, and race. A sannyasi who apparently casts away his clothes and leaves his home does not do so out of aversion to his immediate relations, but because of the expansion of his love to others around him. When this expansion comes, one does not feel that one is running away from home. Instead, one drops from it like a ripe fruit from a tree. Till then, it would be folly to leave one's home or job. Question: how does a grihastha householder fare in the scheme of moksha, liberation? Should he not necessarily become a mendicant in order to attain liberation? Ramana, why do you think you are a grihastha? Similar thoughts that you are a sannyasi, wandering monk will haunt you even if you go out as a sannyasi. Whether you continue in the household or renounce it and go to the forest, your mind haunts you. The ego is the source of thought. It creates the body and the world, and it makes you think of being the grihastha. If you renounce, it will only substitute the thought of sannyasa for that of grihastha and the environment of the forest for that of the household. But the mental obstacles are always there for you. They even increase greatly in the new surroundings. It is no help to change the environment. The one obstacle is the mind, and it must be overcome whether in the home or in the forest. If you can do it in the forest, why not in the home? Therefore, why change the environment? Your efforts can be made even now, whatever the environment. Question: is it possible to enjoy samadhi, awareness of reality, while busy in worldly work? Ramana, the feeling I work is the hindrance. Ask yourself who works. Remember who you are. Then the work will not bind you, it will go on automatically. Make no effort either to work or to renounce. It is your effort which is the bondage. What is destined to happen will happen. If you are destined not to work, work cannot be had even if you hunt for it. If you are destined to work, you will not be able to avoid it and you will be forced to engage yourself in it. So leave it to the higher power. You cannot renounce or retain as you choose. Question: Bhagavan said yesterday that while one is engaged in search of God within, outer work would go on automatically. In the life of Sri Chaitanya, it is said that during his lectures to students he was really seeking Krishna within and he forgot all about his body and went on talking of Krishna only. This raises a doubt as to whether work can safely be left to itself. Should one keep part of one's attention on the physical work? Ramana, the self is all. Are you apart from the self? Or can the work go on without the self? The self is universal, so all actions will go on whether you strain yourself to be engaged in them or not. The work will go on of itself. Thus Krishna told Arjuna that he need not trouble to kill the Kauravas because they were already slain by God. It was not for him to resolve to work and worry himself about it, but to allow his own nature to carry out the will of the higher power. Question: but the work may suffer if I do not attend to it. Ramana, attending to the self means attending to the work. Because you identify yourself with the body, you think that work is done by you. But the body and its activities, including that work, are not apart from the self. What does it matter whether you attend to the work or not? When you walk from one place to another, you do not attend to the steps you take, and yet you find yourself after a time at your goal. You see how the business of walking goes on without your attending to it. So also with other kinds of work. Question: if one holds the self in remembrance, will one's actions always be right? Ramana, they ought to be. However, such a person is not concerned with the right or wrong of actions. His actions are God's and therefore right. Question: how can my mind be still if I have to use it more than other people? I want to go into solitude and renounce my headmaster's work. Ramana, no. You may remain where you are and go on with the work. What is the undercurrent which vivifies the mind, enables it to do all this work? It is the self. So that is the real source of your activity. Simply be aware of it during your work and do not forget it. Contemplate in the background of your mind even whilst working. To do that, do not hurry, take your own time. Keep the remembrance of your real nature alive, even while working, and avoid haste which causes you to forget. Be deliberate. Practice meditation to still the mind and cause it to become aware of its true relationship to the self which supports it. Do not imagine it is you who are doing the work. Think that it is the underlying current which is doing it. Identify yourself with the current. If you work unhurriedly, recollectedly, your work or service need not be a hindrance. Question: in the early stages, would it not be a help to a man to seek solitude and give up his outer duties in life? Ramana: renunciation is always in the mind, not in going to forests or solitary places or giving up one's duties. The main thing is to see that the mind does not turn outward but inward. It does not really rest with a man whether he goes to this place or that, or whether he gives up his duties or not. All these events happen according to destiny. All the activities that the body is to go through are determined when it first comes into existence. It does not rest with you to accept or reject them. The only freedom you have is to turn your mind inward and renounce activities there. Question: but is it not possible for something to be a help, especially to a beginner, like a fence round a young tree? For instance, don't our books say that it is helpful to go on pilgrimages to sacred shrines or to get satsanga? Ramana: who said they are not helpful? Only such things do not rest with you, whereas turning your mind inward does. Many people desire the pilgrimage or satsanga that you mention, but do they all get it? Question: why is it that turning inward alone is left to us and not any outer things? Ramana: if you want to go to fundamentals, you must inquire who you are and find out who it is who has freedom or destiny. Who are you, and why did you get this body that has these limitations? Question: so then one might be engaged in work and be free from desire and keep up solitude. Is it so? Ramana: yes. Work performed with attachment is a shackle, whereas work performed with detachment does not affect the doer. One who works like this is, even while working, in solitude. Question: our everyday life is not compatible with such efforts. Ramana: why do you think you are active? Take the gross example of your arrival here. You left home in a cart, took a train, alighted at the railway station here, got into a cart there, and found yourself in this ashram. When asked, you say that you traveled here all the way from your town. Is it true? Is it not a fact that you remained as you were and there were movements of conveyances all along the way? Just as those movements are confounded with your own, so also are the other activities. They are not your own, they are God's activities. Question: how can cessation of activity, nivritti and peace of mind be attained in the midst of household duties which are of the nature of constant activity? Ramana: as the activities of the wise man exist only in the eyes of others and not in his own, although he may be accomplishing immense tasks, he really does nothing. Therefore his activities do not stand in the way of inaction and peace of mind. For he knows the truth that all activities take place in his mere presence, and that he does nothing. Hence he will remain as the silent witness of all the activities taking place. Question: is it harder for Westerners to withdraw inwards? Ramana: yes, they are rajasic, mentally overactive, and their energy goes outwards. We must be inwardly quiet, not forgetting the self, and then externally we can go on with activity. Does a man who is acting on the stage in a female part forget that he is a man? Similarly, we too must play our parts on the stage of life, but we must not identify ourselves with those parts. Question: how does one remove the spiritual sloth of others? Ramana: have you removed your own? Turn your inquiries towards the self. The force set up within you will operate on others also. Question: but how can I help another with his problem, his troubles? Ramana: what is this talk of another? There is only the one. Try to realize that there is no I, no you, no he, only the one self which is all. If you believe in the problem of another, you are believing in something outside the self. You will best help him by realizing the oneness of everything rather than by outward activity. Question: can one progress spiritually by fasting? Ramana: fasting should be chiefly mental abstention from thoughts. Mere abstinence from food will do no good, it will even upset the mind. Spiritual unfoldment will come rather by regulating eating. But, if during a fast of 1 month, the spiritual outlook has been maintained, then in about 10 days after the breaking of the fast, if it be rightly broken and followed by judicious eating, the mind will become pure and steady and remain so. In the early days after my coming here, I had my eyes closed, and I was so deeply absorbed in meditation that I hardly knew whether it was day or night. I had no food and no sleep. When there is movement in the body, you need food. If you have food, you need sleep. If there is no movement, you do not need sleep. Very little food is enough to sustain life. That used to be my experience. Somebody or other used to offer me a tumblerful of some liquid diet whenever I opened my eyes. That was all I ever ate. But remember one thing: except when one is absorbed in a state where the mind is motionless, it is not possible to give up sleep or food altogether. When the body and mind are engaged in the ordinary pursuits of life, the body reels if you give up food and sleep. There are differing theories concerning how much a sadhaka should eat and how much he should sleep. Some say that it is healthy to go to bed at 10 p.m. and wake up at 2 a.m. That means that 4 hours sleep is enough. Some say that 4 hours sleep is not enough, but that it should be 6 hours. It amounts to this: that sleep and food should not be taken in excess. If you want to cut off either of them completely, your mind will always be directed towards them. Therefore, the sadhaka should do everything in moderation. There is no harm in eating 3 to 4 times a day. But, only do not say I want this kind of food and not that kind and so on. Moreover, you take these meals in 12 hours of waking, whereas you are not eating in 12 hours of sleep. Does sleep lead you to mukti? It is wrong to suppose that simple inactivity leads one to mukti. Question: what about diet? Ramana: food affects the mind. For the practice of any kind of yoga, vegetarianism is absolutely necessary, since it makes the mind more sattvic, pure and harmonious. Question: could one receive spiritual illumination while eating flesh foods? Ramana: yes, but abandon them gradually and accustom yourself to sattvic foods. However, once you have attained illumination, it will make less difference what you eat, as on a great fire, it is immaterial what fuel is added. Question: we Europeans are accustomed to a particular diet, and a change of diet affects the health and weakens the mind. Is it not necessary to keep up one's physical health? Ramana: quite necessary. The weaker the body, the stronger the mind grows. Question: in the absence of our usual diet, our health suffers and the mind loses strength. Ramana: what do you mean by strength of mind? Question: the power to eliminate worldly attachment. Ramana: the quality of food influences the mind. The mind feeds on the food consumed. Question: really? Then how can Europeans adjust themselves to sattvic food only? Ramana: habit is only adjustment to the environment. It is the mind that matters. The fact is that the mind has been trained to think certain foods tasty and good. The food material is to be had both in vegetarian and non-vegetarian diet equally well. But the mind desires such food as it is accustomed to and considers tasty. Question: are there restrictions for the realized man with regard to food? Ramana: no. He is steady and not influenced by the food he takes. Question: is it not killing life to prepare meat diet? Ramana: ahimsa, non-violence, stands foremost in the code of discipline for the yogis. Question: even plants have life. Ramana: so too the slabs you sit on. Question: may we gradually get ourselves accustomed to vegetarian food? Ramana: yes. That is the way. Question: is it harmless to continue smoking? Ramana: no, for tobacco is a poison. It is better to do without it. It is good that you have given up smoking. Men are enslaved by tobacco and cannot give it up. But tobacco only gives a temporary stimulation to which there must be a reaction with craving for more. It is also not good for meditation practice. Question: do you recommend that meat and alcoholic drinks be given up? Ramana: it is advisable to give them up because this abstention is a useful aid for beginners. The difficulty in surrendering them does not arise because they are really necessary, but merely because we have become inured by custom and habit to them. Question: generally speaking, what are the rules of conduct which an aspirant should follow? Ramana: moderation in food, moderation in sleep, and moderation in speech. Question: I don't know. Is there really separation? Ramana: find out to whom is the Viyoga. That is yoga. Yoga is common to all paths. Yoga is really nothing but ceasing to think that you are different from the self or reality. All the yogas, karma, jhana, bhakti, and raja, are just different paths to suit different natures with different modes of evolution. They are all aimed at getting people out of the long-cherished notion that they are different from the self. There is no question of union or yoga in the sense of going and joining something that is somewhere away from us or different from us, because you never were or could be separate from the self. Question: what is the difference between yoga and inquiry? Ramana: yoga enjoins chitta-vritti nirada, repression of thoughts, whereas I prescribe atmanvishana, quest of oneself. This latter method is more practicable. The mind is repressed in swoon or as the effect of fasting. But as soon as the cause is withdrawn, the mind revives, that is, the thoughts begin to flow as before. There are just two ways of controlling the mind. Either seek its source or surrender it to be struck down by the supreme power. Surrender is the recognition of the existence of a higher overruling power. If the mind refuses to help in seeking the source, let it go and wait for its return, then turn it inwards. No one succeeds without patient perseverance. Question: will concentration on chakras quieten the mind? Ramana: fixing their minds on psychic centers such as the Sahasrara, the 1,000-petaled lotus chakra, yogis remain any length of time without awareness of their bodies. As long as this state continues, they appear to be immersed in some kind of joy. But when the mind which has become tranquil emerges and becomes active again, it resumes its worldly thoughts. It is therefore necessary to train it with the help of practices like dhyana, meditation, whenever it becomes externalized. It will then attain a state in which there is neither subsidence nor emergence. Question: is the mind control induced by pranayama also temporary? Ramana: quiescence lasts only so long as the breath is controlled. So it is transient. The goal is clearly not pranayama. It extends onto pratyahara, withdrawal, dharana, concentration of mind, dhyana, meditation, and samadhi. Those stages deal with control of the mind. Such mind control becomes easier for a person who has earlier practiced pranayama. Pranayama therefore leads one to the higher stages. Because these higher stages involve controlling the mind, one can say that mind control is the ultimate aim of yoga. A more advanced man will naturally go direct to control of mind without wasting his time in practicing control of breath. Question: I find it said in Mahayoga that in the beginning of meditation one may attend to the breath, that is, its inspiration and expiration, and that after a certain amount of stillness of mind is attained, one can dive into the heart seeking the source of the mind. I have been badly in want of some such practical hint. Can I follow this method? Is it correct? Ramana: the thing is to kill the mind somehow. Those who have not the strength to follow the inquiry method are advised to adopt pranayama as a help to control the mind. This pranayama is of two kinds: controlling and regulating the breath, or simply watching the breath. Question: can a jnani help not only those who follow his path, but also others who follow other paths such as yoga? Ramana: undoubtedly. He can help people whatever path they choose to follow. It is something like this. Suppose there is a hill. There will be very many paths to climb it. If he were to ask people to climb by the way he came, some may like it and some may not. If people who do not like it are asked to climb by that path, and by that path only, they will not be able to come up. Hence a jnani helps people following any particular path, whatever it may be. People who are midway may not know about the merits and demerits of other paths, but one who has climbed to the summit and sits there observing others coming up is able to see all the paths. He will therefore be able to tell people who are coming up to move a little to this side or that, or to avoid a pitfall. The goal is the same for all. Question: what are asanas, postures, or seats? Are they necessary? Ramana: many asanas with their effects are mentioned in the Yoga Sastras. The seats are the tiger skin, grass, etc. Question: the postures are the lotus posture, the easy posture, and so on. Why all these only to know oneself? The truth is that from the self the ego rises up, confuses itself with the body, mistakes the world to be real, and then, covered with egotistic conceit, it thinks wildly and looks for asanas, seats. Such a person does not understand that he himself is the center of all, and thus forms the basis for all. The asana, seat, is meant to make him sit firm. Where and how can he remain firm except in his own real state? This is the real asana. Attaining the steadiness of not swerving from the knowledge that the base asana upon which the whole universe rests is only self, which is the space of true knowledge, the illustrious ground, alone is the firm and motionless posture, asana for excellent samadhi. Question: in what asana is Bhagavan usually seated? Ramana: in what asana? In the asana of the heart. Wherever it is pleasant there is my asana. That is called sukhasana, the asana of happiness. That asana of the heart is peaceful and gives happiness. There is no need for any other asana for those who are seated in that one. Question: the Gita seems to emphasize karma yoga, for Arjuna is persuaded to fight. Sri Krishna himself set the example by an active life of great exploits. Ramana: the Gita starts by saying that you are not the body and that you are not therefore the karta, the doer. Question: what is the significance? Ramana: it means that one should act without thinking that oneself is the actor. Actions will go on even in the egoless state. Each person has come into manifestation for a certain purpose, and that purpose will be accomplished whether he considers himself to be the actor or not. Question: that means realize the self. Does my realization help others? Ramana: yes, and it is the best help that you can possibly render to others. But, really, there are no others to be helped. For the realized being sees only the self, just as the goldsmith sees only the gold while valuing it in various jewels made of gold. When you identify yourself with the body, name and form are there. But, when you transcend the body consciousness, the others also disappear. The realized one does not see the world as different from himself. Question: would it not be better if saints mixed with other people in order to help them? Ramana: there are no others to mix with. The self is the only reality. The sage helps the world merely by being the real self. The best way for one to serve the world is to win the egoless state. If you are anxious to help the world, but think that you cannot do so by attaining the egoless state, then surrender to God all the world's problems along with your own. Question: I suppose efforts have to be made in the waking state, which implies that moksha can be gained only in Jagrat. Ramana: quite so. Awareness is necessary for mind control, otherwise who is to make the effort? You cannot make it in sleep or under the influence of drugs. Also, mukti has to be gained in full awareness, because the reality itself is pure awareness. Question: there seems to be nothing but awareness. For to know anything there must be knowledge. We cannot get over that. Ramana: certainly. Subjective knowledge, knowledge knowing itself is jhana. It is then the subject as the knower, the object as the known, and the knowledge which connects them. Question: this last is not clear to me in this case. Ramana: why so? Knowledge is the light which links the seer to the seen. Suppose you go in search of a book in a library in pitch darkness. Can you find it without light, although you, the subject, and the book, the object, are both present? Light has to be present to unite you. This link between the subject and the object in every experience is chit, consciousness. It is both the substratum as well as the witness of the experience, the seer of Patanjali. Question: is the vibratory movement of the center felt simultaneously with the experience of pure consciousness, or before or after it? Ramana: they are both one and the same. But, sphurana can be felt in a subtle way even when meditation has sufficiently stabilized and deepened, and the ultimate consciousness is very near, or during a sudden great fright or shock, when the mind comes to a standstill. It draws attention to itself so that the meditator's mind, rendered sensitive by calmness, may become aware of it, gravitate towards it, and finally plunge into it, the self. Question: is the I consciousness self-realization? Ramana: it is a prelude to it. When it becomes permanent sahaja, it is self-realization, liberation. Question: when I am engaged in inquiry as to the source from which the I springs, I arrive at a stage of stillness of mind beyond which I find myself unable to proceed further. I have no thought of any kind, and there is an emptiness, a blankness. A mild light pervades, and I feel that it is myself bodiless. I have neither cognition nor vision of body and form. The experience lasts nearly half an hour and is pleasing. Would I be correct in concluding that all that was necessary to secure eternal happiness, in other words, freedom or salvation, or whatever one calls it, was to continue the practice till this experience could be maintained for hours, days, and months together? Ramana: this does not mean salvation. Such a condition is termed manalaya, or temporary stillness of thought. Manalaya means concentration, temporarily arresting the movement of thoughts. As soon as this concentration ceases, thoughts, old and new, rush in as usual, and even though this temporary lulling of mind should last 1,000 years, it will never lead to total destruction of thought, which is what is called salvation or liberation from birth and death. The practicer must therefore be ever on the alert and inquire within as to who has this experience, who realizes its pleasantness. Failing this inquiry, he will go into a long trance or deep sleep, yoga nidra. Due to the absence of a proper guide at this stage of spiritual practice, many have been deluded and fallen a prey to a false sense of salvation, and only a few have, either by the merit of good acts in their previous births, or by extreme grace, been enabled to reach the goal safely. Sadhaka seekers rarely understand the difference between this temporary stilling of the mind, manalaya, and permanent destruction of thoughts, mananasa. In manalaya there is temporary subsidence of thought waves, and, though this temporary period may even last for 1,000 years, thoughts, which are thus temporarily stilled, rise up as soon as the manalaya ceases. One must therefore watch one's spiritual progress carefully. One must not allow oneself to be overtaken by such spells of stillness of thought. The moment one experiences this, one must revive consciousness and inquire within as to who it is who experiences this stillness. While not allowing any thoughts to intrude, he must not at the same time be overtaken by this deep sleep, yoga nidra, or self-hypnotism. Though this is a sign of progress towards the goal, yet it is also the point where the divergence between the road to salvation and yoga nidra takes place. The easy way, the direct way, the shortest cut to salvation is the inquiry method. By such inquiry, you will drive the thought force deeper till it reaches its source and merges therein. It is then that you will have the response from within and find that you rest there, destroying all thoughts once and for all. This temporary stilling of thought comes automatically in the usual course of one's practice, and it is a clear sign of one's progress. But the danger of it lies in mistaking it for the final goal of spiritual practice and being thus deceived. It is exactly here that a spiritual guide is necessary, and he saves a lot of the spiritual aspirant's time and energy which would otherwise be fruitlessly wasted. Question: how can I control the mind? Ramana, there is no mind to control if the self is realized. The self shines forth when the mind vanishes. In the realized man, the mind may be active or inactive, the self alone exists. For the mind, body, and world are not separate from the self, and they cannot remain apart from the self. Can they be other than the self? When aware of the self, why should one worry about these shadows? How do they affect the self? Question: if the mind is merely a shadow, how then is one to know the self? Ramana, the self is the heart, self-luminous. Illumination arises from the heart and reaches the brain, which is the seat of the mind. The world is seen with the mind, so you see the world by the reflected light of the self. The world is perceived by an act of the mind. When the mind is illumined, it is aware of the world. When it is not so illumined, it is not aware of the world. If the mind is turned in, towards the source of illumination, objective knowledge ceases, and the self alone shines as the heart. The moon shines by reflecting the light of the sun. When the sun has set, the moon is useful for displaying objects. When the sun has risen, no one needs the moon, though its disk is visible in the sky. So it is with the mind and the heart. The mind is made useful by its reflected light. It is used for seeing objects. When turned inwards, it merges into the source of illumination which shines by itself, and the mind is then like the moon in the daytime. When it is dark, a lamp is necessary to give light. But when the sun has arisen, there is no need for the lamp, the objects are visible. And to see the sun, no lamp is necessary. It is enough if you turn your eyes towards the self-luminous sun. Similarly with the mind, to see the objects, the light reflected from the mind is necessary. To see the heart, it is enough that the mind is turned towards it. Then the mind does not count and the heart is self-effulgent. Question. After leaving this ashram in October, I was aware of the presence that prevails in Sri Bhagavan's presence enfolding me for about 10 days. All the time, while busy in my work, there was an undercurrent of that peace and unity. It was almost like the dual consciousness which one experiences while half asleep in a dull lecture. Then it faded out entirely, and the old stupidities came in instead. Work leaves no time for separate meditation. Is it enough constantly reminding oneself I am while at work? Ramana, after a short pause. If you strengthen the mind, that peace will continue for all time. Its duration is proportional to the strength of mind acquired by repeated practice. And such a mind is able to hold on to the current. In that case, engagement or no engagement in work, the current remains unaffected and uninterrupted. It is not the work that hinders, but the idea that it is you who are doing it. Question. Is a set meditation necessary for strengthening the mind? Ramana. Not if you keep the idea always before you that it is not your work. At first, effort is needed to remind yourself of it, but later on it becomes natural and continuous. The work will go on of its own accord, and your peace will remain undisturbed. Meditation is your true nature. You call it meditation now because there are other thoughts distracting you. When these thoughts are dispelled, you remain alone, that is, in the state of meditation free from thoughts, and that is your real nature, which you are now trying to gain by keeping away other thoughts. Such keeping away of other thoughts is now called meditation. But when the practice becomes firm, the real nature shows itself as true meditation. Question. Other thoughts arise more forcibly when one attempts meditation. Ramana. Yes, all kinds of thought arise in meditation. That is only right, for what lies hidden in you is brought out. Unless it rises up, how can it be destroyed? Thoughts rise up spontaneously, as it were, but only to be extinguished in due course, thus strengthening the mind. Question. There are times when persons and things take a vague, almost a transparent form, as in a dream. One ceases to observe them as outside, but is passively conscious of their existence, while not actively conscious of any kind of selfhood. There is a deep quietness in the mind. Is it at such times that one is ready to dive into the self? Or is this condition unhealthy, the result of self-hypnotism? Should it be encouraged as yielding temporary peace? Ramana. There is consciousness along with quietness in the mind. This is exactly the state to be aimed at. The fact that the question has been framed on this point without realizing that it is the self shows that the state is not steady but casual. The word diving is appropriate when there are outgoing tendencies, and when therefore the mind has to be directed and turned within, there is a dip below the surface of externalities. But, when quietness prevails without obstructing the consciousness, where is the need to dive? If that state has not been realized as the self, the effort to do so may be called diving. In this sense, the state may be said to be suitable for realization or diving. Thus, the last two questions you have put do not arise. Question. The mind continues to feel partial towards children, possibly because the form of a child is often used to personify the ideal. How can this preference be outgrown? Ramana. Hold on to the self. Why think of children and of your reactions towards them? Question. This third visit to Tiruvannamalai seems to have intensified the sense of egoism in me and made meditation less easy. Is this an unimportant passing phase or a sign that I should avoid such places hereafter? Ramana, it is imaginary. This place or another is within you. Such imaginations must end, for places as such have nothing to do with the activities of the mind. Also, your surroundings are not merely a matter of your individual choice, they are there as a matter of course, and you should rise above them and not get yourself entangled in them. A boy of 8.5 years sat in the hall at about 5 in the evening when Sri Bhagavan went up the hill. During his absence, the boy spoke on yoga and Vedanta in pure, simple and literary Tamil, quoting freely from the sayings of saints and the sacred scriptures. When Sri Bhagavan entered the hall, after nearly 3/4 of an hour, only silence prevailed. For the 20 minutes the boy sat in Sri Bhagavan's presence he spoke not a word, but was merely gazing at him. Then tears flowed from his eyes. He wiped them with his left hand, and soon after left the place saying that he still awaits self-realization. Question. How should we explain the extraordinary characteristics of the boy? Ramana, the characteristics of his last birth are strong in him. But, however strong they may be, they do not manifest themselves save in a calm, still mind. It is within the experience of all that attempts to revive memory sometimes fail, while something flashes into the mind when it is calm and quiet. Question. How can the rebellious mind be made calm and tranquil? Ramana, either see its source so that it may disappear, or surrender yourself so that it may be struck down. Self-surrender is the same as self-knowledge, and neither of them necessarily implies self-control. The ego submits only when it recognizes the higher power. Question. How can I escape from samsara, which seems to be the real cause for making the mind restless? Is not renunciation an effective means to realize tranquility of mind? Ramana, samsara is only in your mind. The world does not speak out saying, "Here I am the world." If it did so, it would be ever there, making its presence felt by you even in your sleep. Since, however, it is not there in sleep, it is impermanent. Being impermanent, it lacks substance. Having no reality apart from the self, it is easily subdued by the self. The self alone is permanent. Renunciation is the non-identification of the self with the not-self. When the ignorance which identifies the self with not-self is removed, not-self ceases to exist, and that is true renunciation. Question. Can we not perform actions without attachment even in the absence of such renunciation? Ramana, an Atmajani alone can be a good karma yogi. Question. Does Bhagavan condemn Dvaita philosophy? Ramana, Dvaita can subsist only when you identify the self with the not-self. Advaita is non-identification. In fact, the body is in the mind, which has the brain for its seat. That the brain functions by light borrowed from another source is admitted by the yogis themselves in their fontanelle theory. The Jnani further argues, if the light is borrowed, it must come from its native source. Go to the source direct and do not depend on borrowed resources. That source is the heart, the self. The self does not come from anywhere else and enter the body through the crown of the head. It is as it is, ever sparkling, ever steady, unmoving and unchanging. The individual confines himself to the limits of the changeful body or of the mind, which derives its existence from the unchanging self. All that is necessary is to give up this mistaken identity, and that done, the ever-shining self will be seen to be this single non-dual reality. If one concentrates on the Sahasrara, there is no doubt that the ecstasy of samadhi ensues. The vasanas, that is, the latent mental tendencies, are not, however, destroyed. The yogi is therefore bound to wake up from the samadhi because release from bondage has not yet been accomplished. He must still try to eradicate the vasanas inherent in him so that they cease to disturb the peace of his samadhi. So he passes down from the Sahasrara to the heart through what is called the Jivanadi, which is only a continuation of the Sushumna. The Sushumna is thus a curve. It starts from the lowest chakra, rises through the spinal cord to the brain, and from there bends down and ends in the heart. When the yogi has reached the heart, the samadhi becomes permanent. Thus we see that the heart is the final center. Chapter Self-Enquiry Vichara. For the subsidence of the mind there is no other means more effective than self-enquiry. Even though the mind subsides by other means, that is only apparently so, it will rise again. Question: if I go on rejecting thoughts, can I call it vichara? Ramana: it may be a stepping stone. But really vichara begins when you cling to yourself and are already off the mental movement, the thought waves. Question: then vichara is not intellectual? Ramana: no, it is anthara vichara, inner quest. Question: that is dhyana? Ramana: to stick to a position unassailed by thoughts is abhyasa or sadhana. You are watchful. But the condition grows intenser and deeper when your effort and all responsibilities are taken away from you. That is arita, siddh, high state. Question: how can one know the self? Ramana: the self always is. There is no knowing it. It is not some new knowledge to be acquired. What is new and not here and now cannot be permanent. The self always is, but knowledge of it is obstructed, and the obstruction is called ignorance. Remove the ignorance and knowledge shines forth. In fact, it is not the self that has this ignorance or even knowledge. These are only accretions to be cleared away. That is why the self is said to be beyond knowledge and ignorance. It remains as it naturally is, that is all. Question: is solitude necessary for vichara? Ramana: there is solitude everywhere. The individual is solitary always. His business is to find it out within, not to seek it outside himself. Solitude is in the mind of man. One might be in the thick of the world and maintain serenity of mind. Such a one is in solitude. Another may stay in a forest, but still be unable to control his mind. Such a man cannot be said to be in solitude. Solitude is a function of the mind. A man attached to desires cannot get solitude wherever he may be, whereas a detached man is always in solitude. Question: why should self-enquiry alone be considered the direct path to realization? Ramana: because every kind of path except self-enquiry presupposes the retention of the mind as the instrument for following it, and cannot be followed without the mind. The ego may take different and more subtle forms at different stages of one's practice, but it is never destroyed. The attempt to destroy the ego or the mind by methods other than self-enquiry is like a thief turning policeman to catch the thief that is himself. Self-enquiry alone can reveal the truth that neither the ego nor the mind really exists and enable one to realize the pure, undifferentiated being of the self or the absolute. Of course, we are employing the mind. It is well known and admitted that only with the help of the mind can the mind be killed. But instead of setting about saying there is a mind and I want to kill it, you begin to seek its source, and then you find it does not exist at all. The mind turned outwards results in thoughts and objects. Turned inwards, it becomes itself the self. It can be said that the mind ceases to exist, or that it becomes transformed into the self. the meaning is really the same. It does not mean that a person becomes mindless like a stone, but that the pure consciousness of the self is no longer confined within the narrow limits of an individualized mind, and that he no longer sees through a glass darkly, but with clarity and radiant vision. By steady and continuous investigation into the nature of the mind is transformed into that to which I refers, and that is in fact the self. The mind has necessarily to depend for its existence on something gross. It never subsists by itself. It is the mind that is otherwise called the subtle body, ego jiva or soul. That which arises in the physical body as I, is the mind. If one inquires whence the I thought arises in the body in the first instance, it will be found that it is from the hridayam or the heart. That is the source and stay of the mind. Or again, even if one merely continuously repeats to oneself inwardly I with the entire mind fixed thereon, that also leads to the same source. The first and foremost of all thoughts that arise in the mind is the primal I thought. It is only after the rise or origin of the I thought that innumerable other thoughts arise. In other words, only after the first personal pronoun I has arisen do the second and third personal pronouns you, he, etc. occur to the mind, and they cannot subsist without it. Since every other thought can occur only after the rise of the I thought, and since the mind is nothing but a bundle of thoughts, it is only through the inquiry, who am I, that the mind subsides. Moreover, the integral I thought, implicit in such inquiry, having destroyed all other thoughts, itself finally gets destroyed or consumed, just as a stick used for stirring the burning funeral pyre gets consumed. Question: other thoughts arise more forcibly when one attempts meditation. Ramana: yes, all kinds of thoughts arise in meditation. That is only right, for what lies hidden in you is brought out. Unless it rises up, how can it be destroyed? Thoughts rise up spontaneously, but only to be extinguished in due course, thus strengthening the mind. Question: when I concentrate, all sorts of thoughts arise and disturb me. The more I try, the more thoughts rise up. What should I do? Ramana: yes, that will happen. All that is inside will try to come out. There is no other way except to pull the mind up each time it wants to go astray and fix it in the self. Question: Bhagavan has often said that one must reject other thoughts when one begins the quest, but thoughts are endless. If one thought is rejected, another comes up and there seems to be no end at all. Ramana: I do not say that you must keep on rejecting thoughts. If you cling to yourself, to the I thought, and your interest keeps you to that single thought, other thoughts will get rejected and will automatically vanish. What is required is to remain fixed in the self always. The obstacles to that are distraction by things of the world, including sense objects, desires and tendencies, on the one hand, and sleep on the other. Sleep is always mentioned in the books as the first obstacle to samadhi, and various methods are prescribed for overcoming it according to the stage of evolution of the person concerned. First, one is enjoined to give up all worldly distractions and to restrict sleep. But, then it is said, for instance in the Gita, that one need not give up sleep entirely. One should not sleep at all during daytime, and even during night restrict sleep to the middle portion, from about 10 to 2. But another method that is prescribed is not to bother about sleep at all. Whenever it overtakes you, you can do nothing about it, so simply remain fixed in the self or in meditation every moment of your waking life, and take up meditation again the moment you wake, and that will be enough. Then even during sleep, the same current of thought or meditation will be working. This is evident because if a man goes to sleep with any strong thought working in his mind, he finds the same thought present when he wakes up. It is of the man who does this with meditation that it is said that even his sleep is samadhi. Question: when I think, who am I? The answer comes: I am not this mortal body, but am consciousness or the self. And then another thought suddenly arises. Why has the self become manifest? In other words, why has God created the world? Ramana, the inquiry, who am I, really means trying to find the source of the ego or of the I thought. You are not to occupy the mind with other thoughts, such as I am not the body. Seeking the source of the I serves as a means of getting rid of all other thoughts. You should not allow any scope for other thoughts such as you mention, but should keep the attention fixed on finding the source of the I thought by asking when any other thought arises to whom it occurs, and if the answer is to me, you then resume the thought. What is this I and what is its source? Question: who am I? How is the answer to be found? Ramana, ask yourself the question. The body and am I, a kosa, and its functions are not I. Going deeper, the mind man am I, a kosa, and its functions are not I. The next step takes one to the question: wherefrom do these thoughts arise? The thoughts may be spontaneous, superficial, or analytical. They operate in the mind. Then who is aware of them? The existence of thoughts, their clear conception and operation, become evident to the individual. This analysis leads to the conclusion that the individuality is operative as the cognizer of the existence of thoughts and their sequence. This individuality is the ego, or as people say I. Vijnanamaya kosa, intellect, is only the sheath of the I, and not the I itself. Inquiring further, the questions arise: what is this I? Wherefrom does it come? I was not aware in sleep. Simultaneously with its rise, sleep changes to dream and wakefulness. But I am not concerned with the dream state just now. Who am I now in the wakeful state? If I originated on waking from sleep, then the I was covered up with ignorance. Such an ignorant I cannot be what the scriptures refer to or the wise affirm. I am beyond even sleep. I must be here and now, and must be what I was all along in sleep and dream also, unaffected by the qualities of these states. I must therefore be the unqualified substratum underlying these three states after Anandamaya kosa is transcended. Question: Bhagavan, we have been spiritually inclined from childhood. We have read several books on philosophy and are attracted by Vedanta. So we read the Upanishads, Yoga Vasishta, Bhagavad Gita, etc. We try to meditate, but there is no progress in our meditation. We do not understand how to realize. Can you kindly help us towards realization? Ramana, how do you meditate? Question: I begin by asking myself, who am I, and eliminate the body as not I, the breath as not I, the mind is not I, but then I am unable to proceed further. Ramana, well, that is all right so far as the mind goes. Your process is only mental. Actually, all the scriptures mention this process only in order to guide the seeker to the truth. The truth cannot be directly indicated. That is why this mental process is used. You see, he who eliminates all the not I cannot eliminate the I. In order to be able to say I am not this or I am that, there must be the I to say it. This I is only the ego or the I thought. After the rising up of this I thought, all other thoughts arise. The I thought is therefore the root thought. If the root is pulled out, all the rest is uprooted at the same time. Therefore seek the root I. Question yourself, who am I? Find out the source of the I. Then all these problems will vanish and the pure self alone will remain. Question: but how am I to do it? Ramana: the I is always there, whether in deep sleep, in dream, or in the waking state. The one who sleeps is the same as the one who is now speaking. There is always the feeling of I. If it were not so, you would have to deny your existence. But you do not. You say I am. Find out who is. Question: I still do not understand. You say the I is now the false I. How am I to eliminate this wrong I? Ramana: you need not eliminate any false I. How can I eliminate itself? All that you need do is to find out its origin and stay there. Your effort can extend only so far. Then the beyond will take care of itself. You are helpless there. No effort can reach it. Question: if I am always, here and now, why do I not feel so? Ramana: who says that you do not? Does the real I or the false I? Ask yourself and you will find that it is the false I. The false I is the obstruction which has to be removed in order that the true I may cease to be hidden. The feeling I have nor realized is the obstruction to realization. In fact, it is already realized. There is nothing more to be realized. If there were, realization would be something new which did not yet exist, but was to come about in the future. But whatever is born will also die. If realization is not eternal, it is not worth having. Therefore, what we seek is not something that must begin to exist, but only that which is eternal, but is veiled from us by obstructions. All that we need do is to remove the obstruction. What is eternal is not recognized as such, owing to ignorance. Ignorance is the obstruction. Get rid of it and all will be well. This ignorance is identical with the I thought. Find its source and it will vanish. The I thought is like a spirit which, although not palpable, rises up simultaneously with the body, flourishes with it and disappears with it. The body consciousness is the wrong I. Give it up. You can do so by seeking the source of I. The body does not say, I am. It is you who say, I am the body. Find out who this I is. Seek its source and it will vanish. Question: then will there be bliss? Ramana: bliss is coeval with being consciousness. All the arguments relating to the eternal being apply to eternal bliss also. Your nature is bliss. Ignorance is now hiding the bliss, but you have only to remove the ignorance for the bliss to be freed. Question: should we not find out the ultimate reality of the world as individual and God? Ramana: these are conceptions of the I. They arise only after the advent of the I thought. Did you think of them in deep sleep? Yet you existed in sleep, and the same you is speaking now. If they were real, would they not exist in your sleep also? They are dependent on the I thought. Again, does the world tell you, I am the world? Does the body say, I am the body? You say, this is the world, this is the body, and so on. So these are only your conceptions. Find out who you are, and that will be the end of all doubts. Question: what becomes of the body after realization? Does it continue to exist or not? We see realized people performing actions like other people. Ramana: this question need not worry you now. You can ask it after realization if you feel like it. As for realized beings, let them take care of themselves. Why do you worry about them? In fact, after realization, neither the body nor anything else will appear different from the self. Question: if we are always being consciousness bliss, why does God place us in difficulties? Why did He create us? Ramana: does God come and tell you that He placed you in difficulties? It is you who say so. It is the false I again. If that disappears, there will be no one to say that God created this or that. That which is does not even say I am. For does any doubt arise that I am not? Only if a doubt arose whether one was a cow or a buffalo would one have to remind oneself that one is not an animal but a man, but this never happens. It is the same with one's own existence and realization. The mind is merely thoughts. Of all thoughts the thought I is the root. Therefore the mind is only the thought I. Whence does this thought I arise? Seek for it within, it then vanishes. This is the pursuit of wisdom. Where the I vanishes, there appears an I by itself. This is the infinite Purnam. If the ego is, everything else is also. If the ego is not, nothing else is. Indeed, the ego is all. Therefore, the inquiry as to what this ego is the only way of giving up everything. The state of non-emergence of I is the state of being that. Without questing for that state of non-emergence of I, and attaining it, how can one accomplish one's own extinction from which the I does not revive? Without that attainment, how is it possible to abide in one's true state where one is that? Just as a man would dive in order to get something that had fallen into the water, so one should dive into oneself with a keen, one-pointed mind, controlling speech and breath, and find the place whence the I originates. The only inquiry leading to self-realization is seeking the source of the word I. Meditation on I am not this, I am that may be an aid to inquiry, but it cannot be the inquiry. If one inquires who am I, within the mind, the individual I falls down abashed as soon as one reaches the heart, and immediately reality manifests itself spontaneously as I. Although it reveals itself as I, it is not the ego, but the perfect being, the absolute self. The notions of bondage and liberation are merely modifications of the mind. They have no reality of their own, and therefore cannot function of their own accord. Since they are modifications of something else, there must be an entity independent of them, as their common source and support. If therefore one investigates into that source in order to know of whom the bondage or liberation is predicated, one will find that they are predicated of me, that is, oneself. If one then earnestly inquires who am I, one will see that there is no such thing as I or me. That which remains on seeing that the I does not exist is realized vividly and unmistakably as self-luminous and subsisting merely as itself. This vivid realization, as a direct and immediate experience of the supreme truth, comes quite naturally, with nothing uncommon about it, to everyone who, remaining just as he is, inquires introspectively without allowing the mind to become externalized even for a moment or wasting time in mere talk. There is therefore not the least doubt regarding the well-established conclusion that to those who have attained this realization, and thus abide absolutely identical with the self, there is neither bondage nor liberation. The self is pure consciousness. Yet a man identifies himself with the body which is insentient and does not itself say, I am the body. Someone else says so. The unlimited self does not. Who does? A spurious I arises between pure consciousness and the insentient body and imagines itself to be limited to the body. Seek this and it will vanish like a phantom. The phantom is the ego or mind or individuality. All the scriptures are based on the rise of this phantom, whose elimination is their purpose. The present state is mere illusion. Its dissolution is the goal and nothing else. Question: how is one to realize the self? Ramana: whose self? Find out. Question: mine, but who am I? Ramana: It is you who must find out. Question: I don't know. Ramana: just think over the question. Who is it that says, I don't know? Who is the I in your statement? What is not known? Question: somebody or something in me. Ramana: who is that somebody? In whom? Question: perhaps some power. Ramana: find out. Question: why was I born? Ramana: who has born? The answer is the same to all your questions. Question: who am I then? Ramana, smiling: have you come to examine me? You must say who you are. Question: however much I may try, I do not seem to catch the I. It is not even clearly discernible. Ramana: who is it that says that the I is not discernible? Are there two I's in you that one is not discernible to the other? Question: instead of inquiring, who am I, can I put the question to myself, who are you? So that my mind may be fixed on you whom I consider to be God in the form of the Guru. Perhaps I would come nearer to the goal of my quest by that inquiry than by asking myself, who am I? Ramana: whatever form your inquiry may take, you must finally come to the one I, the Self. All these distinctions made between I and you, master and disciple, are merely a sign of ignorance. The supreme I alone is. To think otherwise is to delude oneself. Therefore, since your aim is to transcend here and now these superficialities of physical existence through self-inquiry, where is the scope for making the distinctions of you and I, which pertain only to the body? When you turn the mind inwards, seeking the source of thought, where is the you and where the I? You should seek and be the self that includes all. Question: but isn't it funny that the I should be searching for the I? Doesn't the inquiry, who am I, turn out in the end to be an empty formula? Or am I to put the question to myself endlessly, repeating it like some mantra? Ramana: self-inquiry is certainly not an empty formula. It is more than the repetition of any mantra. If the inquiry, who am I, were mere mental questioning, it would not be of much value. The very purpose of self-inquiry is to focus the entire mind at its source. It is not therefore a case of one I searching for another I. Much less is self-inquiry an empty formula, for it involves an intense activity of the entire mind to keep it steadily poised in pure self-awareness. Self-inquiry is the one infallible means, the only direct one, to realize the unconditioned, absolute being that you really are. Question: I am told that according to your school I must find out the source of my thought. How am I to do it? Ramana: I have no school, however it is true that one should trace the source of all thoughts. Question: suppose I have the thought horse and try to trace its source. I find that it is due to memory, and the memory in its turn is due to prior perception of the object horse, but that is all. Ramana: who asked you to think about all that? All those are also thoughts. What good will it do you to go on thinking about memory and perception? It will be endless, like the old dispute which came first, the tree or the seed. Ask who has this perception and memory. That I that has the perception and memory, whence does it arise? Find this out. Because perception or memory or any other experience only comes to that I. You do not have such experiences during sleep, and yet you say that you existed during sleep. And you exist now too. That shows that the I continues while other things come and go. Question: I am asked to find out the source of I, and in fact that is what I want to find out, but how can I? What is the source from which I came? Ramana: you came from the same source in which you were during sleep. Only during sleep you could not know where you entered. That is why you must make the inquiry while awake. Question. Am I to concentrate on the thought, who am I? Ramana. It means that you must concentrate to see where the I thought arises. Instead of looking outwards, look inwards and see where the I thought arises. Question. And Bhagavan says that if I see that, I shall realize the self. Ramana. There is no such thing as realizing the self. How is one to realize or make real what is real? People all realize or regard as real what is unreal, and all they have to do is to give up doing so. When you do that, you will remain as you always are and the real will be real. It is only to help people give up regarding the unreal as real that all the religions and practices taught by them have come into being. Question. Whence comes birth? Ramana. Whose birth? Question. The Upanishads say, he who knows Brahman becomes Brahman. Ramana. It is not a matter of becoming but of being. Concentration is not thinking of one thing. On the contrary, it is excluding all thoughts, since all thoughts obstruct the sense of one's true being. All efforts are to be directed simply to removing the veil of ignorance. Question. Is it stated in any book that for ultimate and final realization one must ultimately come to the heart, even after reaching the Sahasrara, the 1,000-petaled lotus, the center in the crown of the head, and that the heart is at the right side? Ramana. No. I have not come across this in any book, although in a Malayalam book on medicine, I came across a stanza locating the heart on the right side, and I have translated it into Tamil in the supplement to the 40 verses. We know nothing about the other centers. We cannot be sure what we arrive at by concentrating on them and realizing. But, as the I arises from the heart, it must sink back and merge there for self-realization. Anyway, that has been my experience. Know that the pure and changeless self-awareness in the heart is the knowledge which, through destruction of the ego, bestows liberation. The body is inert like an earthen pot. Since it has no I consciousness, and since in deep sleep, when bodiless, we experience our natural being, the body cannot be the I. Who then is it that causes I-ness? Where is he? In the heart cave of those who thus inquire and who know and abide as the Self, Lord Arunachala Shiva shines forth as himself as that of my consciousness. Question. Bhagavan was saying that the heart is the center of the Self. Ramana. Yes, it is the one supreme center of the Self. You need have no doubts about that. The real Self is there in the heart behind the ego self. Question. Will Bhagavan please tell me where in the body it is? Ramana. You cannot know it with your mind or picture it with your imagination, although I tell you that it is here, pointing to the right side of the chest. The only direct way to realize it is to stop imagining and try to be yourself. Then you automatically feel that the center is there. It is the center spoken of in the scriptures as the heart cavity. Question. Can I be sure that the ancients meant this center by the term heart? Ramana. Yes, you can, but you should try to have the experience rather than locate it. A man does not have to go and find where his eyes are in order to see. The heart is there, always open to you, if you care to enter it, always supporting your movements, although you may be unaware of it. It is perhaps more correct to say that the Self is the heart. Really, the Self is the center and is everywhere aware of itself as the heart or self-awareness. Question. When Bhagavan says that the heart is the supreme center of the spirit or the Self, does that imply that it is not one of the 6 yogic centers, chakras? Ramana. The yogic centers, counting from the bottom upwards, are a series of centers in the nervous system. They represent various stages, each having its own kind of power or knowledge, leading to the Sahasrara, the thousand-petaled lotus in the brain, where is seated the supreme Shakti power. But the self that supports the whole movement of the Shakti is not located there, but supports it from the heart center. Question: then it is different from the manifestation of Shakti? Ramana: really there is no manifestation of Shakti apart from the self. The self became all these Shaktis. When the yogi attains the highest state of spiritual awareness, samadhi, it is the self in the heart that supports him in that state whether he is aware of it or not. But, if his awareness is centered in the heart, he realizes that, whatever centers or states he may be in, he is always the same truth, the same heart, the one self, the spirit that is present throughout, eternal and immutable. The Tantra Sastra calls the heart Surya Mandala or the solar orb, and the Sahasrara as Chandra Mandala or lunar orb. This shows the relative importance of the two. Question: if the I is an illusion, who is it that casts off the illusion? Ramana: the I casts off the illusion of the I, and yet remains I. Such is the paradox of self-realization. The realized do not see any paradox in it. Consider the case of the worshipper. He approaches God and prays to be absorbed in Him. He then surrenders himself in faith and by concentration. And what remains afterwards? In the place of the original I, self-surrender leaves a residuum of God in which the I is lost. That is the highest form of devotion or surrender and the peak of detachment. You may give up this and that of my possessions, but if instead you give up I and mine, all is given up at a stroke and the very seed of possession is destroyed. Thus the evil is nipped in the bud or crushed in the germ. But detachment must be very strong to do this. The craving to do it must equal the craving of a man who is held under water to rise to the surface and breathe. Question: when I reach the thoughtless stage in my sadhana, I enjoy a certain pleasure, but sometimes I also experience a vague fear which I cannot properly describe. Ramana: whatever you experience, you should never rest content with it. Whether you feel pleasure or fear, ask yourself who feels it and continue your efforts until both pleasure and fear are transcended and all duality ceases, and the reality alone remains. There is nothing wrong in such things being experienced, but you must never stop at that. For instance, you must never rest content with the pleasure of laya, dissolution, experience when thought is quelled, but must press on until all duality ceases. One afternoon these questions were raised. 1. How am I to search for the I from start to finish? 2. When I meditate, I reach a stage where there is a vacuum or void. How should I proceed from there? Ramana: never mind whether there are visions or sounds or anything else, or whether there is void. Are you present during all these, or are you not? You must have been there during the void to be able to say that you experienced a void. To be fixed in that you is the quest from start to finish. In all books on Vedanta you will find this question of a void or nothing being left raised by the disciple and answered by the guru. It is the mind that sees objects and has experiences and that finds a void when it ceases to see and experience, but that is not you. You are the constant illumination that lights up both the experience and the void. It is like the theater light that enables you to see the theater, the actors, and the play while the play is going on, but also remains a light and enables you to say that there is no play on when it is all finished. Or there is another illustration. We see objects all around us, but in complete darkness we do not see them and we say, I see nothing. In the same way, you are there even in the void you mention. You are the witness of the three bodies, the gross, the subtle, and the causal, and of the three times, past, present, and future, and also this void. In the story of the 10th man, when each of them counted and thought they were only 9, each one forgetting to count himself. There is a stage when they think one is missing and do not know who it is, and that corresponds to the void. We are so accustomed to the notion that all that we see around us is permanent and that we are this body, that when all this ceases to exist we imagine and fear that we also have ceased to exist. The nature of the self or I must be illumination. You perceive all modifications in their absence. How? To say that you get the illumination from another would raise the question how he got it, and there would be no end to the chain of reasoning. So you yourself are the illumination. The usual illustration of this is the following. You make all kinds of sweets of various ingredients and in various shapes, and they all taste sweet because there is sugar in all of them, and sweetness is the nature of sugar. And in the same way all experiences and the absence of them contain the illumination which is the nature of the self. Without the self they cannot be experienced, just as without sugar not one of the articles you make can taste sweet. First one sees the self as objects, then one sees the self as void, then one sees the self as the self. Only in this last case there is no seeing, because seeing is being. Question: if everything is illusion, can one then take life? Ramana: who has the illusion? That is what you must find out. In fact, everyone is a killer of the self at Mahan, at every moment of his life. Question: which posture is the best? Ramana: any posture, possibly Sukhasana, the easy or half-Buddha posture. But that is immaterial for jhana, the path of knowledge. Question: does posture indicate temperament? Ramana: yes. Question: which is the most suitable time for meditation? Ramana: what is time? Question: tell me what it is. Ramana: time is only an idea. There is only reality. Whatever you think it is, it appears to be. If you call it time, it is time. If you call it existence, it is existence, and so on. After calling it time, you divide it into days and nights, months, years, hours, minutes, and so on. Time is immaterial for the path of knowledge. But some of these rules and disciplines are good for beginners. Question: does Bhagavan recommend any special posture for Europeans? Ramana: it depends on the mental equipment of the individual. There are no hard and fast rules. Question: is meditation to be practiced with eyes open or closed? Ramana: it may be done either way. The important thing is that the mind should be turned inwards and kept active in its quest. Question: it is said in some books that one should cultivate all the good or divine qualities in order to prepare oneself for self-realization. Ramana: all good or divine qualities are included in spiritual knowledge, and all bad or demoniac qualities are included in ignorance. When knowledge comes, ignorance goes, and all the divine qualities appear automatically. If a man is self-realized, he cannot tell a lie or commit a sin or do anything wrong. It is no doubt said in some books that one should cultivate one virtue after another and thus prepare for ultimate realization. But for those who follow the jhana marga, path of knowledge, self-enquiry is quite enough for acquiring all the divine qualities. They need not do anything else. Question: please tell me how I am to realize the self. Am I to make an incantation of who am I? Ramana: no. It is not intended to be used as an incantation. Self-enquiry is a different method from the meditation I am Shiva or I am He. I rather lay stress on self-knowledge, because you are first concerned with yourself before you proceed to know the world and its Lord. The I am He or I am Brahman meditation is more or less mental, but the quest for the self of which I speak is a direct method and is superior to the other. or as soon as you undertake the quest and begin to go deeper and deeper, the real self is waiting there to receive you, and then whatever is done by something else and you have no hand in it. In this process, all doubts are automatically given up, just as one who sleeps forgets all his cares for the time being. Although the scriptures proclaim thou art that, it is only a sign of weakness to meditate I am that, not this, because you are eternally that. What has to be done is to investigate what one really is and remain that. Only if the thought I am a body occurs will the meditation I am not this, I am that help one to abide as that. Why should you forever be thinking I am that? Is it necessary for a man to go on thinking I am a man? Are we not always that? Question. After a few moments, blank prevails, my brain gets heated and I become afraid of death. Ramana, who sees the blank? Question. I know that I see it. Ramana, the consciousness overlooking the blank is the self. Question. That doesn't satisfy me. I can't realize it. Ramana, the fear of death arises only after the I thought arises. Whose death do you fear? To whom does the fear come? So long as there is identification of the self with the body, there will be fear. Question. But I am not aware of my body. Ramana, who says that he is not aware? Question. I don't understand. Ramana, I am Brahman is only a thought. Who says it? Brahman himself does not say so. What need is there for him to say it? Nor can the real I say so. For I always abides as Brahman. So it is only a thought. Whose thought is it? All thoughts come from the unreal I, that is the I thought. Remain without thinking. So long as there is thought, there will be fear. Question. When I go on thinking on this line, forgetfulness ensues. The brain becomes heated and I become afraid. Ramana, yes, the mind is concentrated in the brain and hence you get a hot sensation there. That is because of the I thought. So long as there is thought, there will be forgetfulness. There is the thought I am Brahman, then forgetfulness supervenes. Then the I thought arises and simultaneously the fear of death also. Forgetfulness and thought exist only for the I thought. Investigate this and it will disappear like a phantom. What remains then is the real I. That is the self. The thought I am Brahman may be an aid to concentration insofar as it keeps other thoughts away and persists alone. But then you have to ask whose thought it is. It will be found to come from the I. But where does thy thought come from? Probe into it and it will vanish. The Supreme Self will shine forth of itself. No further effort is needed. When the one real I remains alone, it will not need to say, I am Brahman. Does a man go on repeating, I am a man? Unless he is challenged, why should he declare himself a man? Does anyone mistake himself for an animal that he should say, no, I am not an animal, I am a man? Similarly, since Brahman or I alone is, there is no one to challenge it, and so there is no need to repeat I am Brahman. Question. Is a set meditation necessary for strengthening the mind? Ramana, not if you keep the idea always before you that it is not your work. At first effort is needed to remind yourself of it, but later on it becomes natural and continuous. The work will go on of its own accord and your peace will remain undisturbed. Meditation is your true nature. You call it meditation now because there are other thoughts distracting you. When these thoughts are dispelled, you remain alone, that is, in the state of meditation, free from thoughts, and that is your real nature, which you are now trying to realize by keeping away other thoughts. Such keeping away of other thoughts is now called meditation. But when the practice becomes firm, your real nature shows itself as true meditation. Question: may I be assured that there is nothing further to be learnt, so far as the technique of spiritual practice is concerned, than what is written in Bhagavan's books? I ask because in all other systems, the Guru holds back some secret technique to reveal to his disciple at the time of initiation. Ramana, there is nothing more to be known than what you find in the books. No secret technique. It is all an open secret in this system. Question: but is it not funny that the I should be searching for the I? Does not the inquiry, who am I, turn out in the end an empty formula? Or am I put the question to myself endlessly, repeating it like some mantra? Ramana, self-inquiry is certainly not an empty formula. It is more than repetition of any mantra. If the inquiry, who am I, were a mere mental questioning, it would not be of much value. The very purpose of self-inquiry is to focus the entire mind at its source. It is not, therefore, a case of one eye searching for another eye. Much less is self-inquiry an empty formula, for it involves an intense activity of the entire mind to keep it steadily poised in pure self-awareness. Self-inquiry is the one infallible means, the only direct one, to realize the unconditioned absolute being that you really are. Question: Sri Bhagavan speaks of the heart as the seat of consciousness and as identical with the self. What does the heart exactly signify? Ramana, the question about the heart arises because you are interested in seeking the source of consciousness. To all deep-thinking minds, the inquiry about the I and its nature has an irresistible fascination. Call it by any name, God, self, the heart, or the seat of consciousness, it is all the same. The point to be grasped is this, that heart means the very core of one's being, the center without which there is nothing whatever. Question: but Sri Bhagavan has specified a particular place for the heart within the physical body, that it is in the chest, 2 digits to the right from the meridian. Ramana: yes, that is the center of spiritual experience according to the testimony of sages. Spiritual heart center is quite different from the blood-propelling, muscular organ known by the same name. The spiritual heart center is not an organ of the body. All that you can say of the heart is that it is the very core of your being, that which you are really identical, as the word in Sanskrit literally means, whether you are awake, asleep, or dreaming, whether you are engaged in work or immersed in samadhi. Question: in that case, how can it be localized in any part of the body? Fixing a place for the heart would imply setting physiological limitations to that which is beyond space and time. Ramana: that is right. But the person who puts the question about the position of the heart considers himself as existing with or in the body. While putting the question now, would you say that your body alone is here, but that you are speaking from somewhere else? No, you accept your bodily existence. It is from this point of view that any reference to a physical body comes to be made. Truly speaking, pure consciousness is indivisible, it is without parts. It has no form and shape, no within and without. There is no right or left for it. Pure consciousness, which is the heart, includes all, and nothing is outside or apart from it. That is the ultimate truth. From this absolute standpoint, the heart, self, or consciousness can have no particular place assigned to it in the physical body. What is the reason? The body is itself a mere projection of the mind, and the mind is but a poor reflection of the radiant heart. How can that in which everything is contained be itself confined as a tiny part within the physical body, which is but an infinitesimal, phenomenal manifestation of the one reality? But people do not understand this. They cannot help thinking in terms of physical body and the world. For instance, you say, I have come to this asrama all the way from my country beyond the Himalayas. But that is not the truth. Where there is a coming or going or any movement whatever for the one all-pervading spirit which you really are, you are where you have always been. It is your body that moved or was conveyed from place to place, till it reached this asrama Ramana. This is the simple truth, but to a person who considers himself a subject living in an objective world, it appears as something altogether visionary. Question: how then shall I understand Sri Bhagavan's statement that the experience of the heart center is at the particular place in the chest? Ramana: once you accept that from the true and absolute standpoint, the heart as pure consciousness is beyond space and time, it will be easy for you to understand the rest in its correct perspective. Question: it is only on that basis that I have put the question about the position of the heart. I am asking about Sri Bhagavan's experience. Ramana: pure consciousness wholly unrelated to the physical body and transcending the mind is a matter of direct experience. Sages know their bodiless, eternal existence just as the layman knows his bodily existence. But the experience of consciousness can be with bodily awareness as well as without it. In the bodiless experience of pure consciousness, the sage is beyond time and space, and no question about the position of the heart can then at all arise. Question: how can any inquiry initiated by the ego reveal its own unreality? Ramana: the ego's phenomenal existence is transcended when you dive into the source wherefrom arises the aham-vritti. Question: but is not the aham-vritti only one of the three forms in which the ego manifests itself? Yoga Vasishta and other ancient texts describe the ego as having a threefold form. Ramana: it is so. The ego is described as having three bodies, the gross, the subtle, and the casual, but that is only for the purposes of analytical exposition. If the method of inquiry were to depend on the ego's form, you may take it that any inquiry would become altogether impossible, because the forms the ego may assume are legion. Therefore, for purposes of jnana-vichara, you have to proceed on the basis that the ego has but one form, namely that of aham-vritti. Question: the question still remains why the quest for the source of aham-vritti, as distinguished from other vrittis, should be considered the direct means to self-realization. Ramana: the word aham is itself very suggestive. The two letters of the word, namely a and ha, are the first and the last letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. The suggestion intended to be conveyed by the word is that it comprises all. How? Because aham signifies existence itself. Question: conceding that the aham-vritti essentially comprises all the forms of the ego, why should that vritti alone be chosen as the means for self-inquiry? Ramana: because it is the one irreducible datum of your experience, because seeking its source is the only practicable course you can adopt to realize the self. The ego is said to have a casual body, but how can you make it the subject of your investigation? When the ego adopts that form, you are immersed in the darkness of sleep. Question: but is not the ego in its subtle and casual forms too intangible to be tackled through the inquiry into the source of aham-vritti conducted while the mind is awake? Ramana: no. The inquiry into the source of aham-vritti touches the very existence of the ego. Therefore, the subtlety of the ego's form is not a material consideration. Question: while the one aim is to realize the unconditioned, pure being of the self, which is in no way dependent on the ego, how can inquiry pertaining to the ego in the form of aham-vritti be of any use? Ramana: From the functional point of view, the form, activity, or whatever else you may call it, it is immaterial since it is evanescent. The ego has one and only one characteristic. The ego functions as the knot between the self, which is the pure consciousness, and the physical body, which is inert and insentient. The ego is therefore called the Chitjatagranthi. In your investigation into the source of Aham Vritti, you take the essential chit aspect of the ego, and for this reason the inquiry must lead to the realization of the pure consciousness of the self. Question: if I go on rejecting thoughts, can I call it vichara? Ramana: it may be a stepping stone. But really vichara begins when you cling to yourself and are already off the mental movement, the thought waves. Question: then vichara is not intellectual? Ramana: no, it is anthara vichara, inner quest. Question: that is dhyana? Ramana: to stick to a position unassailed by thoughts is abhyasa or sadhana. You are watchful. But the condition grows intenser and deeper when your effort and all responsibilities are taken away from you. That is aruta, siddh, I state. Note from the audiobook producer for the audiobook listeners. Here begins the part of the appendices that are from time to time less suitable for the audiobook format. I recommend the following audiobook part only to those who are interested. Everyone else can finish the audiobook at this point. Now here is the continuation of the appendices. Appendix 1. Who am I? Nanyar? Introduction. Who am I is the title given to a set of questions and answers bearing on self-enquiry. The questions were put to Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi by one Sri Shivaprakasam Pillai about the year 1902. Sri Pillai, a graduate in philosophy, was at the time employed in the Revenue Department of the South Arcot Collectorate. During his visit to Tiruvannamalai in 1902 on official work, he went to Virupaksha cave on Arunachala hill and met the master there. He sought from him spiritual guidance and solicited answers to questions relating to self-enquiry. As Bhagavan was not talking then, not because of any vow he had taken, but because he did not have the inclination to talk, he answered the questions put to him by gestures, and when these were not understood, by writing. As recollected and recorded by Sri Shivaprakasam Pillai, there were 14 questions with answers to them given by Bhagavan. This record was first published by Sri Pillai in 1923, along with a couple of poems composed by himself relating how Bhagavan's grace operated in his case by dispelling his doubts and by saving him from a crisis in life. Who Am I has been published several times subsequently. We find 30 questions and answers in some editions and 28 in others. There is also another published version in which the questions are not given, and the teachings are rearranged in the form of an essay. The extant English translation is of this essay. The present rendering is of the text in the form of 28 questions and answers. Along with Vicharasangraham self-enquiry Nanyar, Who Am I? Constitutes the first set of instructions in the Master's own words. These two are the only prospices among Bhagavan's works. They clearly set forth the central teaching that the direct path to liberation is self-enquiry. The particular mode in which the inquiry is to be made is lucidly set forth in Nanyar. The mind consists of thoughts. The I thought is the first to arise in the mind. When the inquiry, Who am I? Is persistently pursued, all other thoughts get destroyed, and finally the I, thought itself vanishes, leaving the supreme non-dual self alone. The false identification of the self with the phenomena of non-self such as the body and mind thus ends, and there is illumination, sakshatkara. The process of inquiry, of course, is not an easy one. As one inquires, who am I? Other thoughts will arise, but as these arise, one should not yield to them by following them. On the contrary, one should ask, to whom do they arise? In order to do this, one has to be extremely vigilant. Through constant inquiry, one should make the mind stay in its source, without allowing it to wander away and get lost in the mazes of thought created by itself. All other disciplines, such as breath control and meditation on the forms of God, should be regarded as auxiliary practices. They are useful in so far as they help the mind to become quiescent and one-pointed. For the mind that has gained skill in concentration, self-inquiry becomes comparatively easy. It is by ceaseless inquiry that the thoughts are destroyed and the self realized, the plenary reality in which there is not even the I, thought, the experience which is referred to as silence. This, in substance, is Bhagavan's Sri Ramana Maharshi's teaching in Nanyar. Who am I? Who am I? Nanyar? As all living beings desire to be happy always without misery, as in the case of everyone there is observed supreme love for oneself, and as happiness alone is the cause for love, in order to gain that happiness which is one's nature, and which is experienced in the state of deep sleep where there is no mind, one should know oneself. For that, the path of knowledge, the inquiry of the form who am I, is the principal means. 1. Who am I? The gross body which is composed of the 7 humors, datus, I am not. The 5 cognitive sense organs, namely, the senses of hearing, touch, sight, taste, and smell, which apprehend their respective objects, namely, sound, touch, color, taste, and odor, I am not. The 5 cognitive sense organs, namely, the organs of speech, locomotion, grasping, excretion, and procreation, which have as their respective functions speaking, moving, grasping, excreting, and enjoying, I am not. The 5 vital airs, prana, etc., which perform respectively the 5 functions of inbreathing, etc., I am not. Even the mind which thinks, I am not. The nescience too, which is endowed only with the residual impressions of objects, and in which there are no objects and no functionings, I am not. 2. If I am none of these, then who am I? After negating all of the above mentioned as not this, that awareness which alone remains, that I am. 3. What is the nature of awareness? The nature of awareness is existence, consciousness, bliss. 4. When will the realization of the self be gained? When the world which is what is seen has been removed, there will be realization of the self which is the seer. 5. Will there not be realization of the self even while the world is there taken as real? There will not be. 6. Why? The seer and the object seen are like the rope and the snake. Just as the knowledge of the rope which is the substrate will not arise unless the false knowledge of the illusory serpent goes, so the realization of the self which is the substrate will not be gained unless the belief that the world is real is removed. 7. When will the world which is the object seen be removed? When the mind, which is the cause of all cognitions and of all actions, becomes quiescent, the world will disappear. 8. What is the nature of the mind? What is called mind is a wondrous power residing in the self. It causes all thoughts to arise. Apart from thoughts, there is no such thing as mind. Therefore, thought is the nature of mind. Apart from thoughts, there is no independent entity called the world. In deep sleep there are no thoughts and there is no world. In the states of waking and dream there are thoughts and there is a world also. Just as the spider emits the thread of the web out of itself and again withdraws it into itself. Likewise, the mind projects the world out of itself and again resolves it into itself. When the mind comes out of the self, the world appears. Therefore, when the world appears to be real, the self does not appear, and when the self appears, shines, the world does not appear. When one persistently inquires into the nature of the mind will end leaving the self as the residue. What is referred to as the self is the Atman. The mind always exists only in dependence on something gross. It cannot stay alone. It is the mind that is called the subtle body or the soul jiva. 9. What is the path of inquiry for understanding the nature of the mind? That which rises as I, and this body is the mind. If one inquires as to where in the body the thought I rises first, one would discover that it rises in the heart. That is the place of the mind's origin. Even if one thinks constantly I, one will be led to that place. Of all the thoughts that arise in the mind, the I thought is the first. It is only after the rise of this that the other thoughts arise. It is after the appearance of the first personal pronoun that the second and third personal pronouns appear. Without the first personal pronoun, there will not be the second and third. 10. How will the mind become quiescent? By the inquiry, who am I? The thought, who am I? Will destroy all other thoughts, and like the stick used for stirring the burning pyre, it will itself in the end get destroyed. Then there will arise self-realization. 11. What is the means for constantly holding on to the thought, who am I? When other thoughts arise, one should not pursue them but should inquire, to whom do they arise? It does not matter how many thoughts arise. As each thought arises, one should inquire with diligence, to whom has this thought arisen? The answer that would emerge would be to me. Thereupon, if one inquires, who am I, the mind will go back to its source, and the thought that arose will become quiescent. With repeated practice in this manner, the mind will develop the skill to stay in its source. When the mind that is subtle goes out through the brain and the sense organs, the gross names and forms appear. When it stays in the heart, the names and forms disappear. Not letting the mind go out, but retaining it in the heart, is what is called inwardness antarmukha. Letting the mind go out of the heart is known as externalization bahirmukha. Thus, when the mind stays in the heart, the I, which is the source of all thoughts, will go, and the self which ever exists will shine. Whatever one does, one should do without the egoity I. If one acts in that way, all will appear as of the nature of Shiva, God. 12. Are there no other means for making the mind quiescent? Other than inquiry, there are no adequate means. If through other means it is sought to control the mind will appear to be controlled, but will again go forth. Through the control of breath also, the mind will become quiescent. But it will be quiescent only so long as the breath remains controlled, and when the breath resumes, the mind also will again start moving, and will wander as impelled by residual impressions. The source is the same for both mind and breath. Thought indeed is the nature of the mind. The thought I is the first thought of the mind, and that is egoity. It is from that whence egoity originates, that breath also originates. Therefore, when the mind becomes quiescent, the breath is controlled, and when the breath is controlled, the mind becomes quiescent. But in deep sleep, although the mind becomes quiescent, the breath does not stop. This is because of the will of God, so that the body may be preserved and other people may not be under the impression that it is dead. In the state of waking and in samadhi, when the mind becomes quiescent, the breath is controlled. Breath is the gross form of mind. Till the time of death, the mind keeps breath in the body, and when the body dies, the mind takes the breath along with it. Therefore, the exercise of breath control is only an aid for rendering the mind quiescent, mananagraha. It will not destroy the mind, mananasa. Like the practice of breath control, meditation on the forms of God, repetition of mantras, restriction on food, etc., are but aids for rendering the mind quiescent. Through meditation on the forms of God and through repetition of mantras, the mind becomes one-pointed. The mind will always be wandering. Just as when a chain is given to an elephant to hold in its trunk, it will go along grasping the chain and nothing else, so also when the mind is occupied with a name or form, it will grasp that alone. When the mind expands in the form of countless thoughts, each thought becomes weak, but as thoughts get resolved, the mind becomes one-pointed and strong. For such a mind, self-inquiry will become easy. Of all the restrictive rules, that relating to the taking of sattvic food in moderate quantities is the best. By observing this rule, the sattvic quality of mind will increase, and that will be helpful to self-inquiry. 13. The residual impressions, thoughts, of objects appear wending like the waves of an ocean. When will all of them get destroyed? As the meditation on the self rises higher and higher, the thoughts will get destroyed. 14. Is it possible for the residual impressions of objects that come from beginningless time, as it were, to be resolved, and for one to remain as the pure self? Without yielding to the doubt, is it possible or not? One should persistently hold on to the meditation on the self. Even if one be a great sinner, one should not worry and weep, "Oh, I am a sinner, how can I be saved?" One should completely renounce the thought "I am a sinner," and concentrate keenly on meditation on the self. Then one would surely succeed. There are not two minds, one good and the other evil. The mind is only one. It is the residual impressions that are of two kinds, auspicious and inauspicious. When the mind is under the influence of auspicious impressions, it is called good, and when it is under the influence of inauspicious impressions, it is regarded as evil. The mind should not be allowed to wander towards worldly objects and what concerns other people. However bad other people may be, one should bear no hatred for them. Both desire and hatred should be eschewed. All that one gives to others, one gives to oneself. If this truth is understood, who will not give to others? When oneself arises, all arises. When oneself becomes quiescent, all becomes quiescent. To the extent we behave with humility, to that extent there will result good. If the mind is rendered quiescent, one may live anywhere. 15. How long should inquiry be practiced? As long as there are impressions of objects in the mind, so long the inquiry, "Who am I?" is required. As thoughts arise, they should be destroyed then and there in the very place of their origin through inquiry. If one resorts to contemplation of the self unintermittently, until the self is gained, that alone would do. As long as there are enemies within the fortress, they will continue to sally forth. If they are destroyed as they emerge, the fortress will fall into our hands. 16. What is the nature of the self? What exists in truth is the self alone. The world, the individual soul, and God are appearances in it. Like silver and mother of pearl, these three appear at the same time and disappear at the same time. The self is that where there is absolutely no I thought. That is called silence. The self itself is the world. The self itself is I. The self itself is God. All is Shiva the self. 17. Is not everything the work of God? Without desire, resolve, or effort, the the sun rises, and in its mere presence, the sunstone emits fire, the lotus blooms, water evaporates, people perform their various functions and then rest. Just as in the presence of the magnet, the needle moves, it is by virtue of the mere presence of God that the souls governed by the three cosmic functions or the fivefold divine activity perform their actions and then rest in accordance with their respective karmas. God has no resolve, no karma attaches itself to him. That is like worldly actions not affecting the sun, or like the merits and demerits of the other four elements not affecting all-pervading space. 18. Of the devotees, who is the greatest? He who gives himself up to the self that is God is the most excellent devotee. Giving oneself up to God means remaining constantly in the self without giving room for the rise of any thoughts other than that of the self. Whatever burdens are thrown on God, he bears them. Since the supreme power of God makes all things move, why should we, without submitting ourselves to it, constantly worry ourselves with thoughts as to what should be done and what should not be done and how not? We know that the train carries all loads, so after getting on it, why should we carry our small luggage on our head to our discomfort, instead of putting it down in the train and feeling at ease? 19. What is non-attachment? As thoughts arise, destroying them utterly without any residue in the very place of their origin is non-attachment. Just as the pearl diver ties a stone to his waist, sinks to the bottom of the sea and there takes the pearls, so each one of us should be endowed with non-attachment, dive within oneself and obtain the self-pearl. 20. Is it not possible for God and the Guru to effect the release of a soul? God and the Guru will only show the way to release. They will not by themselves take the soul to the state of release. In truth, God and the Guru are not different. Just as the prey which has fallen into the jaws of a tiger has no escape, so those who have come within the ambit of the Guru's gracious look will be saved by the Guru and will not get lost. Yet, each one should by his own effort pursue the path shown by God or Guru and gain release. One can know oneself only with one's own eye of knowledge, and not with somebody else's. Does he who is Rama require the help of a mirror to know that he is Rama? 21. Is it necessary for one who longs for release to inquire into the nature of categories, tattvas? Just as one who wants to throw away garbage has no need to analyze it and see what it is, so one who wants to know the self has no need to count the number of categories or inquire into their characteristics. What he has to do is to reject altogether the categories that hide the self. The world should be considered like a dream. 22. Is there no difference between waking and dream? Waking is long and a dream short. Other than this, there is no difference. Just as waking happenings seem real while awake, so do those in a dream while dreaming. In dream the mind takes on another body. In both waking and dream states thoughts, names and forms occur simultaneously. 23. Is it any use reading books for those who long for release? All the texts say that in order to gain release one should render the mind quiescent. Therefore their conclusive teaching is that the mind should be rendered quiescent. Once this has been understood, there is no need for endless reading. In order to quieten the mind, one has only to inquire within oneself what oneself is. How could this search be done in books? One should know oneself with one's own eye of wisdom. The self is within the 5 sheaths, but books are outside them. Since the self has to be inquired into by discarding the 5 sheaths, it is futile to search for it in books. There will come a time when one will have to forget all that one has learned. 24. What is happiness? Happiness is the very nature of the self. Happiness and the self are not different. There is no happiness in any object of the world. We imagine through our ignorance that we derive happiness from objects. When the mind goes out, it experiences misery. In truth, when its desires are fulfilled, it returns to its own place and enjoys the happiness that is the self. Similarly, in the states of sleep, samadhi and fainting, and when the object desired is obtained or the object disliked is removed, the mind becomes inward turned and enjoys pure self-happiness. Thus the mind moves without rest, alternately going out of the self and returning to it. Under the tree the shade is pleasant, out in the open the heat is scorching. A person who has been going about in the sun feels cool when he reaches the shade. Someone who keeps on going from the shade into the sun, and then back into the shade is a fool. A wise man stays permanently in the shade. Similarly, the mind of the one who knows the truth does not leave Brahman. The mind of the ignorant, on the contrary, revolves in the world, feeling miserable, and for a little time returns to Brahman to experience happiness. In fact, what is called the world is only thought. When the world disappears, in other words, when there is no thought, the mind experiences happiness, and when the world appears, it goes through misery. 25. What is wisdom insight? Remaining quiet is what is called wisdom insight. To remain quiet is to resolve the mind in the self. Telepathy, knowing past, present, and future happenings, and clairvoyance do not constitute wisdom insight. 26. What is the relation between desirelessness and wisdom? Desirelessness is wisdom. The two are not different, they are the same. Desirelessness is refraining from turning the mind towards any object. Wisdom means the appearance of no object. In other words, not seeking what is other than the self is detachment or desirelessness. Not leaving the self is wisdom. 27. What is the difference between inquiry and meditation? Inquiry consists in retaining the mind in the self. Meditation consists in thinking that one's self is Brahman, existence, consciousness, bliss. 28. What is release? Inquiring into the nature of one's self that is in bondage, and realizing one's true nature is release. Appendix 2, Self-Enquiry. Introduction. The present work in prose consists of 40 questions with answers covering the entire range of spiritual disciplines required for the gaining of release, moksha. The questioner was Gambhiram Sashya, one of the early devotees of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. He was a municipal overseer at Tiruvannamalai about 1900. Besides being an ardent Rama Bhakta worshipper of Rama, he was interested in the study and practice of yoga. He used to read Swami Vivekananda's lectures on the different yogas, as also an English translation of the Rama Gita. For resolving the difficulties which he came across while studying these books and in his spiritual practices, he approached Bhagavan Sri Ramana from time to time. Bhagavan, who was only 21 years old, was then living in Virupaksha cave on Arunachala hill. As he was keeping silent at the time, not because of any vow taken, but because he was not inclined to talk, he wrote out his answers to Sashya's questions on bits of paper. These writings over the period 1900 to 1902 were later copied in a notebook by Sashya. The material thus gathered was published by Sri Ramana Ashramam under the Little Vichara Sangraham, which literally means a compendium of self-enquiry. A digest of the teaching contained in this work was later printed in English bearing the title Self-Enquiry. In that English version, the questions were omitted and the substance of Bhagavan's teaching was given, classifying it in 12 short chapters with appropriate headings. The present English translation is of the entire original text Vichara Sangraham as it is in Tamil. The Vichara Sangraham has unique value in the sense that it constitutes the first set of instructions given by Bhagavan in his own handwriting. A careful study of the instructions given by Bhagavan here will reveal that they are based on his own plenary experience as confirmed by the sacred texts which were brought to his notice by the early devotees, and which he perused for the purpose of clearing the doubts that arose in the minds of the devotees. In the course of his instructions, Bhagavan makes use of such expressions as, "the scriptures declare, thus say the sages," etc. He also cites passages from texts like the Bhagavad Gita and the Vivekachudamani, and once he mentions by name the Ribhu Gita. But it is quite clear that these citations are offered only as confirmations of the truth discovered by Bhagavan himself in his own experience. The basic teaching is that of Advaita Vedanta. Plenary experience of the non-dual self is the goal. Inquiry into the nature of the self is the means. When the mind identifies the self with the not-self, the body, etc., there is bondage. When this wrong identification is removed through the inquiry, "Who am I?" there is release. Thus self-inquiry is the direct path taught by Bhagavan Ramana. Thy experience is common to all. Of all thoughts thy thought is the first to arise. What one has to do is to inquire into the source of thy thought. This is the reverse process of what ordinarily happens in the life of the mind. The mind inquires into the constitution and source of everything else which, on examination, will be found to be its own projection. It does not reflect on itself and trace itself to its source. Self-discovery can be achieved by giving the mind an inward turn. This is not to be confused with the introspection of which the psychologists speak. Self-inquiry is not the mind's inspection of its own contents. It is tracing the mind's first mode, the I thought, to its source, which is the self. When there is proper and persistent inquiry, the I thought also ceases, and there is the wordless illumination of the form I, which is the pure consciousness. This is release, freedom from bondage. The method by which this is accomplished, as has been shown, is inquiry, which in Vedanta is termed jnana, knowledge. True devotion, bhakti, meditation, dhyana, and concentration, yoga, are identical therewith. As Bhagavan makes it perfectly clear, not to forget the plenary self-experience is real devotion, mind control, knowledge, and all other austerities. In the language of devotion, the final goal may be described as the resolution of the mind in its source, which is God, the self. In that of technical yoga, it may be described as the dissolution of the mind in the heart lotus. These are only different ways of expressing the same truth. The path of self-inquiry is found difficult by those who have not acquired the necessary competence for it. The mind should first be rendered pure and one-pointed. This is done through meditation, etc. So the various paths, in their secondary sense, are auxiliaries to the direct path, which is self-inquiry. In this context, Bhagavan refers to 3 grades of aspirants: the highest, the medium, and the lowest. For the highest type of aspirants, the path prescribed is Vedanta inquiry. Through this path, the mind becomes quiescent in the self and finally ceases to be, leaving the pure self-experience untarnished and resplendent. The path for the medium is meditation on the self. Meditation consists in directing a continuous flow of the mind towards the same object. There are several modes of meditation. The best mode is that which is of the form I am the self. This mode eventually culminates in self-realization. For the lowest grade of aspirants, the discipline that is useful is breath control, which in turn results in mind control. Bhagavan explains the difference between jnana yoga, path of knowledge, and dhyana yoga, path of meditation. Thus, jhana is like subduing a self-willed bull by coaxing it with the help of a sheaf of green grass, while dhyana is like controlling it by using force. Just as there are 8 limbs for dhyana yoga, there are 8 for jhana yoga. The limbs of the latter are more approximate to the final stage than those of the former. For instance, while the pranayama of technical yoga consists in regulating and restraining breath, the pranayama that is a limb of jhana relates to rejecting the name and form world which is non-real, and realizing the real which is existence, consciousness, bliss. Realization of the self can be gained in this very life. In fact, self-realization is not something which is to be gained afresh. We are already the self alone is. It is ignorance that makes us imagine that we have not realized the self. When this ignorance is removed through self-knowledge, we realize our eternal self-nature. One who has gained this realization is called a jivan mukta, liberated while living. To others he may appear to continue to tenant a body. For the benefit of those others, it is stated that the body will continue so long as the residue of the prarabdha karma, that karma of the past which has begun to fructify in the shape of the present body, lasts, and that when the momentum is spent the body will fall and the given mukta will become a Vaidha mukta. But, from the standpoint of the absolute truth, there is no difference in mukti. What needs to be understood is that mukti or release is the inalienable nature of the self. This, in substance, is Bhagavan Sri Ramana's teaching in the Vichara Sangraham. University of Madras, November 15, 1965. Self-Enquiry Vichara Sangraham of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi and Vocation. Is there any way of adoring the Supreme which is all, except by abiding firmly as that? Disciple, Master. What is the means to gain the state of eternal bliss, ever devoid of misery? Master, apart from the statement in the Veda that wherever there is body there is misery, this is also the direct experience of all people. Therefore, one should inquire into one's true nature which is ever bodiless, and one should remain as such. This is the means to gaining that state. Disciple, what is meant by saying that one should inquire into one's true nature and understand it? Master, experiences such as I went, I came, I was, I did come naturally to everyone. From these experiences, does it not appear that the consciousness I is the subject of those various acts? Inquiry into the true nature of that consciousness, and remaining as oneself is the way to understand, through inquiry, one's true nature. Disciple, how is one to inquire, who am I? Master, actions such as going and coming belong only to the body. And so when one says I went, I came, it amounts to saying that the body is I. But can the body be said to be the consciousness I, since the body was not before it was born, is made up of the 5 elements, is non-existent in the state of deep sleep, and becomes a corpse when dead? Can this body which is inert like a log of wood be said to shine as I? Therefore the I consciousness which at first arises in respect of the body is referred to variously as self-conceit, turbidam, egoity, ahankara, nescience, avidya, maya, impurity, mala, and individual soul, jiva. Can we remain without inquiring into this? Is it not for our redemption through inquiry that all the scriptures declare that the destruction of self-conceit is release mukti? Therefore, making the corpse body remain as a corpse, and not even uttering the word I, one should inquire keenly thus, now, what is it that rises as I? Then there would shine in the heart a kind of wordless illumination of the form I. That is, there would shine of its own accord the pure consciousness which is unlimited and one, the limited and the many thoughts having disappeared. If one remains quiescent without abandoning that experience, the egoity, the individual sense of the form I am the body, will be totally destroyed, and at the end the final thought, namely, the I form also, will be quenched like the fire that burns camphor. The great sages and scriptures declare that this alone is release. Disciple, when one inquires into the root of self-conceit, which is of the form I, all sorts of different thoughts without number seem to rise, and not any separate I thought. Master, whether the nominative case, which is the first case, appears or not, the sentences in which the other cases appear have as their basis the first case. Similarly, all the thoughts that appear in the heart have as their basis the egoity, which is the first mental mode I, the cognition of the form I am the body. Thus it is the rise of egoity that is the cause and source of the rise of all other thoughts. Therefore, if the self-conceit of the form of egoity, which is the root of the illusory tree of samsara, bondage consisting of transmigration, is destroyed, all other thoughts will perish completely like an uprooted tree. Whatever thoughts arise as obstacles to one's sadhana, spiritual discipline, the mind should not be allowed to go in their direction, but should be made to rest in one's self, which is the Atman. One should remain as witness to whatever happens, adopting the attitude, let whatever strange things happen, happen. Let us see. This should be one's practice. In other words, one should not identify oneself with appearances, one should never relinquish oneself. This is the proper means for destruction of the mind, mananasa, which is of the nature of seeing the body as self, and which is the cause of all the aforesaid obstacles. This method, which easily destroys egoity, deserves to be called devotion, bhakti, meditation, dhyana, concentration, yoga, and knowledge, jhana. Because God remains of the nature of the self, shining as I in the heart, because the scriptures declare that thought itself is bondage, the best discipline is to stay quiescent without ever forgetting Him, God, the Self, after resolving in Him the mind which is of the form of the I thought, no matter by what means. This is the conclusive teaching of the Scriptures. Disciple, is inquiry only the means for removal of the false belief of selfhood in the gross body, or is it also the means for removal of the false belief of selfhood in the subtle and causal bodies? Master, it is on the gross body that the other bodies subsist. In the false belief of the form I am the body are included all the three bodies consisting of the five sheaths. And destruction of the false belief of selfhood in the gross body is itself the destruction of the false belief of selfhood in the other bodies. So inquiry is the means to removal of the false belief of selfhood in all the three bodies. Disciple, while there are different modifications of the internal organ, namely, manas reflection, buddhi intellect, chitta memory, and ahankara egoity, how can it be said that the destruction of the mind alone is release? Master, in the books explaining the nature of the mind, it is thus stated. The mind is formed by the concretion of the subtle portion of the food we eat. It grows with the passions such as attachment and aversion, desire and anger. Being the aggregate of mind, intellect, memory and egoity, it receives the collective singular name mind. The characteristics that it bears are thinking, determining, etc. Since it is an object of consciousness, the self, it is what is seen, inert. Even though inert, it appears as if conscious because of association with consciousness, like a red-hot iron ball. It is limited, non-eternal, partite, and changing like wax, gold, candle, etc. It is of the nature of all elements of phenomenal existence. Its locus is the heart lotus, even as the places of the sense of sight, etc., are the eyes, etc. It is the adjunct of the individual soul thinking of an object. It transforms itself into a mode, and along with the knowledge that is in the brain, it flows through the 5 sense channels, gets joined to objects by the brain that is associated with knowledge, and thus knows and experiences objects and gains satisfaction. That substance is the mind. Even as one and the same person is called by different names according to the different functions he performs, so also one and the same mind is called by the different names: mind, intellect, memory, and egoity, on account of the difference in the modes, and not because of any real difference. The mind itself is of the form of all, in other words, of soul, God, and world. When it becomes of the form of the self through knowledge, there is release, which is of the nature of Brahman. This is the teaching. Disciple, if these 4, mind, intellect, memory, and egoity, are one and the same, why are separate locations mentioned for them? Master, it is true that the throat is stated to be the location of the mind, the face or the heart of the intellect, the navel of the memory, and the heart or sarvanga of the egoity. Though differently stated thus, yet, for the aggregate of these, that is the mind or internal organ, the location is the heart alone. This is conclusively declared in the scriptures. Disciple, why is it said that only the mind, which is the internal organ, shines as the form of all, that is of soul, God, and world? Master, as instruments for knowing the objects, the sense organs are outside, and so they are called outer senses, and the mind is called the inner sense because it is inside. But the distinction between inner and outer is only with reference to the body. In truth, there is neither inner or outer. The mind's nature is to remain pure like ether. What is referred to as the heart or the mind is the collocation of the elements of phenomenal existence that appear as inner and outer. So there is no doubt that all phenomena consisting of names and forms are of the nature of mind alone. All that appear outside are in reality inside and not outside. It is in order to teach this that in the Vedas also all have been described as of the nature of the heart. What is called the heart is no other than Brahman. Disciple, how can it be said that the heart is no other than Brahman? Master, although the self enjoys its experiences in the states of waking, dream, and deep sleep, residing respectively in the eyes, throat, and heart, in reality, however, it never leaves its principal seat, the heart. In the heart lotus, which is of the nature of all, in other words, in the mind ether, the light of that self in the form I shines. As it shines thus in everybody, this very self is referred to as the witness Sakshi, and the transcendent Turiya, literally the fourth. The I less supreme Brahman, which shines in all bodies as interior to the light in the form I, is the self-ether or knowledge ether. That alone is the absolute reality. This is the super-transcendent Turiya. Therefore, it is stated that what is called the heart is no other than Brahman. Moreover, for the reason that Brahman shines in the hearts of all souls as the self, the name heart is given to Brahman. The meaning of the word hridayam when split thus hridayam is in fact Brahman. The adequate evidence for the fact that Brahman, which shines as the self, resides in the hearts of all is that all people indicate themselves by pointing to the chest when saying I. Disciple, if the entire universe is of the form of mind, then does it not follow that the universe is an illusion? If that be the case, why is the creation of the universe mentioned in the Veda? Master, there is no doubt whatsoever that the universe is the merest illusion. The principal purport of the Veda is to make known the true Brahman after showing the apparent universe to be false. It is for this purpose that the Vedas admit the creation of the world, and not for any other reason. Moreover, for the less qualified persons creation is taught, that is the phased evolution of Prakriti, primal nature Mahat-Tattva, the great intellect, Tanmatras, the subtle essences, Bhutas, the gross elements, the world, the body, etc. from Brahman, while for the more qualified simultaneous creation is taught, that is, that this world arose like a dream on account of one's own thoughts induced by the defect of not knowing oneself as the self. Thus, from the fact that the creation of the world has been described in different ways, it is clear that the purport of the Vedas rests only in teaching the true nature of Brahman after showing somehow or other the illusory nature of the universe. That the world is illusory, everyone can directly know in the state of realization which is in the form of experience of one's bliss nature. Disciple, is self-experience possible for the mind whose nature is constant change? Master, since sattva guna, the constituent of prakriti which makes for purity, intelligence, etc., is the nature of mind, and since the mind is pure and undefiled like ether, what is called mind is in truth of the nature of knowledge. When it stays in that natural, in other words pure, state, it has not even the name mind. It is only the erroneous knowledge which mistakes one for another that is called mind. What was originally the pure sattva mind of the nature of pure knowledge forgets its knowledge nature on account of nescience, gets transformed into the world under the influence of tamoguna, in other words the constituent of prakriti which makes for dullness, inertness, etc., being under the influence of rajoguna, in other words, the constituent of prakriti which makes for activity, passions, etc., imagines I am the body, etc. The world is real, it acquires the consequent merit and demerit through attachment, aversion, etc., and through the residual impressions, vasanas, thereof attains birth and death. But the mind, which has got rid of its defilement, sin, through action without attachment performed in many past lives, listens to the teaching of Scripture from a true guru, reflects on its meaning, and meditates in order to gain the natural state of the mental mode of the form of the self, in other words, of the form I am Brahman, which is the result of the continued contemplation of Brahman. Thus will be removed the mind's transformation into the world in the aspect of tamoguna, and its roving therein in the aspect of rajoguna. When this removal takes place, the mind becomes subtle and unmoving. It is only by the mind that is impure and is under the influence of rajas and tamas that reality, in other words, the self, which is very subtle and unchanging, cannot be experienced, just as a piece of fine silk cloth cannot be stitched with a heavy crowbar, or as the details of subtle objects cannot be distinguished by the light of a lamp flame that flickers in the wind. But in the pure mind that has been rendered subtle and unmoving by the meditation described above, the self-bliss, in other words, Brahman, will become manifest. As without mind there cannot be experience, it is possible for the purified mind endowed with the extremely subtle mode, vritti, to experience the self-bliss by remaining in that form, in other words, in the form of Brahman. Then that oneself is of the nature of Brahman will be clearly experienced. Disciple, is the aforesaid self-experience possible, even in the state of empirical existence, for the mind which has to perform functions in accordance with its prarabdha, the past karma which has begun to fructify? Master, a Brahmin may play various parts in a drama, yet the thought that he is a Brahmin does not leave his mind. Similarly, when one is engaged in various empirical acts, there should be the firm conviction, I am the self, without allowing the false idea, I am the body, etc., to rise. If the mind should stray away from its state, then immediately one should inquire, oh, we are not the body, etc. Who are we? And thus one should reinstate the mind in that pure state. The inquiry, who am I, is the principal means to the removal of all misery and the attainment of the supreme bliss. When in this manner the mind becomes quiescent in its own state, self-experience arises of its own accord without any hindrance. Thereafter sensory pleasures and pains will not affect the mind. All phenomena will appear then without attachment like a dream. Never forgetting one's plenary self-experience is real bhakti, devotion, yoga, mind control, jhana, knowledge, and all other austerities. Thus say the sages. Disciple, when there is activity in regard to works, we are neither the agents of those works nor their enjoyers. The activity is of the three instruments, in other words, the mind, speech, and body. Could we remain unattached, thinking thus? Master, after the mind has been made to stay in the self which is its deity, and has been rendered indifferent to empirical matters because it does not stray away from the self, how can the mind think as mentioned above? Do not such thoughts constitute bondage? When such thoughts arise due to residual impressions, vasanas, one should restrain the mind from flowing that way, endeavor to retain it in the self-state, and make it turn indifferent to empirical matters. One should not give room in the mind for such thoughts as, is this good? Or is that good? Can this be done? Or can that be done? One should be vigilant even before such thoughts arise and make the mind stay in its native state. If any little room is given, such a disturbed mind will do harm to us while posing as our friend. Like the foe appearing to be a friend, it will topple us down. Is it not because one forgets oneself that such thoughts arise and cause more and more evil? While it is true that to think through discrimination, I do not do anything, all actions are performed by the instruments, is a means to prevent the mind from flowing along thought vasanas, does it not also follow that only if the mind flows along thought vasanas that it must be restrained through discrimination as stated before? Can the mind that remains in the self-state think as I, and as I behave empirically thus and thus? In all manner of ways possible one should endeavor gradually not to forget one's true self, that is God. If that is accomplished, all will be accomplished. The mind should not be directed to any other matter. Even though one may perform, like a mad person, the actions that are the result of prarabdha karma, one should retain the mind in the self-state without letting the thought I do arise. Have not countless bhaktas, devotees, performed their numerous empirical functions with an attitude of indifference? Disciple, what is the real purpose of sannyasa, renunciation? Master, sannyasa is only the renunciation of the I thought, and not the rejection of the external objects. He who has renounced the I thought thus remains the same whether he is alone or in the midst of the extensive samsara, empirical world. Just as when the mind is concentrated on some object, it does not observe other things even though they may be proximate, so also, although the sage may perform any number of empirical acts, in reality he performs nothing, because he makes the mind rest in the self without letting the I thought arise. Even as in a dream one appears to fall head downwards, while in reality one is unmoving, so also the ignorant person, in other words, the person for whom the I thought has not ceased, although he remains alone in constant meditation, is in fact one who performs all empirical actions. Thus the wise ones have said, Disciple, the mind, sense organs, etc., have the ability to perceive, yet why are they regarded as perceived objects? Master, as shown in the above scheme, since we, the consciousness, know all objects, we are said to be drik knower. The categories ending with pot are the objects seen, since they are what unknown. In the table of knowledge, ignorance, in other words, knower known given above, among the knowers and objects of knowledge, it is seen that one is knower in relation to another, Yet, since that one is object in relation to another, none of those categories is in reality the knower. Although we are said to be the knower because we know all, and not the known because we are not known by anything else, we are said to be the knower only in relation to the known objects. In truth, however, what is called the known is not apart from us. And so we are the reality that transcends those two, the knower and the known. All the others fall within the knower-known categories. Disciple, how do egoity, soul, self, and Brahman come to be identified? Master, the example, the exemplified. 1. The iron ball egoity. 2. The heated iron ball, the soul which appears as a superimposition on the self. 3. The fire that is in the heated iron ball, the light of consciousness, in other words, the immutable Brahman which shines in the soul in everybody. 4. The flame of fire which remains, the all-pervading Brahman which remains as one from the examples given above. It will be clear how egoity, soul, witness, and all witness come to be identified. Just as in the wax lump that is with the smith numerous and varied metal particles lie included and all of them appear to be one wax lump, so also in deep sleep the gross and subtle bodies of all the individual souls are included in the cosmic Maya, which is nescience, of the nature of sheer darkness, and since the souls are resolved in the self becoming one with it, they see everywhere darkness alone. From the darkness of sleep, the subtle body, namely, egoity, and from that egoity, the gross body arise respectively. Even as the egoity arises, it appears superimposed on the nature of the self like the heated iron ball. Thus, without the soul jiva, which is the mind or egoity that is conjoined with the consciousness light, there is no witness of the soul, namely, the self, and without the self there is no Brahman that is the all-witness. Just as when the iron ball is beaten into various shapes by the smith, the fire that is in it does not change thereby in any manner, even so the soul may be involved in ever so many experiences and undergo pleasures and pains, and yet the self-light that is in it does not change in the least thereby, and like the ether it is the all-pervasive pure knowledge that is one, and it shines in the heart as Brahman. Disciple, how is one to know that in the heart the self itself shines as Brahman? Master, just as the elemental ether within the flame of a lamp is known to fill without any difference and without any limit both the inside and the outside of the flame, so also the knowledge ether that is within the self-light in the heart fills without any difference and without any limit both the inside and the outside of that self-light. This is what is referred to as Brahman. Disciple, how do the three states of experience, the three bodies, etc., which are imaginations, appear in the self-light which is one, impartite and self-luminous? Even if they should appear, how is one to know that the self alone remains ever unmoving? Master, the example, the exemplified. 1. The lamp, the self. 2. The door, sleep. 3. The doorstep, Mahatattva. 4. The inner wall, nescience or the causal body. 5. The mirror, the egoity. 6. The windows, the 5 cognitive sense organs. 7. The inner chamber, deep sleep in which the causal body is manifest. 8. The middle chamber, dream in which the subtle body is manifest. 9. The outer court, waking state in which the gross body is manifest. The self which is the lamp, 1. Shines of its own accord in the inner chamber, in other words, the causal body. 7. That is endowed with nescience as the inner wall. 4. And sleep as the door. 2. When by the vital principle as conditioned by time, karma, etc., the sleep door is opened, there occurs a reflection of the self in the egoity mirror. 5. that is placed next to the doorstep, Mahatattva. The egoity mirror thus illumines the middle chamber, in other words, the dream state, 8, and through the windows, which are the 5 cognitive sense organs, 6, the outer court, in other words, the waking state. When again, by the vital principle as conditioned by time, karma, etc., the sleep door gets shut, the egoity ceases along with waking and dream, and the self alone ever shines. The example just given explains how the self is unmoving, how there is difference between the self and the egoity, and how the 3 states of experience, the 3 bodies, etc., appear. Disciple, although I have listened to the explanation of the characteristics of inquiry in such great detail, my mind has not gained even a little peace. What is the reason for this? Master, the reason is the absence of strength or one-pointedness of the mind. Disciple, what is the reason for the absence of mental strength? Master, the means that make one qualified for inquiry are meditation, yoga, etc. One should gain proficiency in these through graded practice, and thus secure a stream of mental modes that is natural and helpful. When the mind that has in this manner become ripe listens to the present inquiry, it will at once realize its true nature, which is the self, and remain in perfect peace, without deviating from that state. To a mind which has not become ripe, immediate realization and peace are hard to gain through listening to inquiry. Yet if one practices the means for mind control for some time, peace of mind can be obtained eventually. Disciple, of the means for mind control, which is the most important? Master, breath control is the means for mind control. Disciple, how is breath to be controlled? Master, breath can be controlled either by absolute retention of breath, kavala kamhaka, or by regulation of breath, pranayama. Disciple, what is absolute retention of breath? Master, it is making the vital air stay firmly in the heart even without exhalation and inhalation. This is achieved through meditation on the vital principle, etc. Disciple, what is regulation of breath? Master, it is making the vital air stay firmly in the heart through exhalation, inhalation, and retention, according to the instructions given in the yoga texts. Disciple, how is breath control the means for mind control? Master, there is no doubt that breath control is the means for mind control, because the mind, like breath, is a part of air, because the nature of mobility is common to both, because the place of origin is the same for both, and because when one of them is controlled the other gets controlled. Disciple, since breath control leads only to quiescence of the mind, manalaya, and not to its destruction, mananasa, how can it be said that breath control is the means for inquiry which aims at the destruction of mind? Master, the scriptures teach the means for gaining self-realization in 2 modes, as the yoga with 8 limbs Ashtanga Yoga, and as knowledge with 8 limbs Ashtanga Jhana. By regulation of breath, pranayama, or by absolute retention thereof, kavala kamhaka, which is one of the limbs of yoga, the mind gets controlled. Without leaving the mind at that, if one practices the further disciplines such as withdrawal of the mind from external objects, pratyahara, then at the end, self-realization, which is the fruit of inquiry, will surely be gained. Disciple, what are the limbs of yoga? Master, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Of these one, yama. This stands for the cultivation of such principles of good conduct as non-violence, ahimsa, truth, satya, non-stealing, asteya, celibacy, brahmacharya, and non-possession, aparigraha. 2. Yama. This stands for the observance of such rules of good conduct as purity, saucha, contentment, santosha, austerity, tapas, study of the sacred texts, svadhyaya, and devotion to God, isvara pranidhana. 3. Asana. Of the different postures, 84 are the main ones. Of these again 4, Visimha, Bhadra, Padma, and Seda, are said to be excellent. Of these 2 it is only Saya that is the most excellent. Thus the yoga texts declare. 4. Pranayama. According to the measures prescribed in the sacred texts, exhaling the vital air is richoka, inhaling isparaka, and retaining it in the heart is kamhaka. As regards measure, some texts say that richoka and puraka should be equal in measure, and kamhaka twice that measure, while other texts say that if richoka is 1 measure, puraka should be of 2 measures, and kamhaka of 4. By measure what is meant is the time that would be taken for the utterance of the Gayatri Mantra once. Thus pranayama consisting of richoka, puraka, and kamhaka should be practiced daily according to ability, slowly and gradually. Then there would arise for the mind a desire to rest in happiness without moving. After this one should practice pratyahara. 5. Pratyahara. This is regulating the mind by preventing it from flowing towards the external names and forms. The mind, which had been till then distracted, now becomes controlled. The aids in this respect are 1. Meditation on the pranava, 2. Fixing the attention betwixt the eyebrows, 3. Looking at the tip of the nose, and 4. Reflection on the nada. The mind that has thus become one-pointed will be fit to stay in one place. After this, dharana should be practiced. 6. Dharana. This is fixing the mind in a locus which is fit for meditation. The places that are eminently fit for meditation are the heart and Brahmarandra, aperture in the crown of the head. One should think that in the middle of the 8-petaled lotus, that is, at this place there shines, like a flame, the deity which is the self, in other words, Brahman, and fix the mind therein. After this one should meditate. 7. Dhyana. This is meditation through the I am he thought that one is not different from the nature of the aforesaid flame. Even thus, if one makes the inquiry, who am I? Then, as the scripture declares, the Brahman which is everywhere shines in the heart as the self that is the witness of the intellect, one would realize that is the divine self that shines in the heart as I. This mode of reflection is the best meditation. 8. Samadhi. As a result of the fruition of the aforesaid meditation, the mind gets resolved in the object of meditation without harboring the ideas I am such and such, I am doing this and this. This subtle state in which even the thought I disappears is samadhi. If one practices this every day, seeing to it that sleep does not supervene, God will soon confer on one the supreme state of quiescence of mind. Disciple, what is the purport of the teaching that in pratyahara one should meditate on the pranava? Master, the purport of prescribing meditation on the pranava is this. The pranava is Omkara consisting of 3.5 mutras viz. And ardhamatra. Of these, a stands for the waking state, Vasvajiva, and the gross body, U stands for the dream state Taijasa Jiva, and the subtle body, M stands for the sleep state Prajna Jiva, and the causal body. The ardhamatra represents the turiya, which is the self or I nature, and what is beyond that is the state of turiyatita or pure bliss. The 4th state, which is the state of nature, was referred to in this section on meditation, dhyana. This has been variously described as of the nature of amatra, which includes the 3 matras, A, U, and M, as monakshara, silence syllable, as a japa, as muttering without muttering, and as the Advaita mantra, which is the essence of all mantras such as Panchakshara. In order to get at this true significance, one should meditate on the pranava. This is meditation which is of the nature of devotion, consisting in reflection on the truth of the self. The fruition of this process is samadhi, which yields release, which is the state of unsurpassed bliss. The revered gurus also have said that release is to be gained only by devotion, which is of the nature of reflection on the truth of the self. D. What is the purport of the teaching that one should meditate, through that I am he thought, on the truth that one is not different from the self-luminous reality that shines like a flame? Master. The purport of teaching that one should cultivate the idea that one is not different from the self-luminous reality is this. Scripture defines meditation in these words: in the middle of the eight-petaled heart lotus, which is of the nature of all, and which is referred to as Kailasa, Vaikunta, and Paramapada, there is the reality which is of the size of the thumb, which is dazzling like lightning and which shines like a flame. By meditating on it, a person gains immortality. From this we should know that by such meditation one avoids the defects of one, the thought of difference, of the form I am different, and that is different too, the meditation on what is limited, 3, the idea that the real is limited, and 4, that it is confined to one place. Be the purport of teaching that one should meditate with the I am he thought is this: Sahaham, Soham, Sa the Supreme Self, Aham the Self that is manifest as I. The Jiva, which is the Shiva Linga, resides in the heart lotus, which is its seat situated in the body, which is the city of Brahman. The mind, which is of the nature of egoity, goes outward identifying itself with the body, etc. Now the mind should be resolved in the heart, in other words, the I sense that is placed in the body, etc., should be got rid of. When thus one inquires, who am I? Remaining undisturbed in that state, the self-nature becomes manifest in a subtle manner as I, that self-nature is all and yet none, and is manifest as the Supreme Self everywhere without the distinction of inner and outer, that shines like a flame, as was stated above, signifying the truth I am Brahman. If without meditating on that as being identical with oneself, one imagines it to be different, ignorance will not leave. Hence the identity meditation is prescribed. If one meditates for a long time, without disturbance, on the self ceaselessly, with the I am he thought, which is the technique of reflection on the self, the darkness of ignorance which is in the heart and all the impediments which are, but the effects of ignorance will be removed, and the plenary wisdom will be gained. Thus realizing the reality in the heart cave which is in the city of Brahman, namely, the body, is the same as realizing the all-perfect God. In the city with 9 gates, which is the body, the wise one resides at ease. The body is the temple, the Jiva is God Shiva. If one worships him with the I am he thought, one will gain release. The body, which consists of the 5 sheaths, is the cave, the supreme that resides there is the Lord of the cave. Thus the scriptures declare, since the self is the reality of all the gods, the meditation on the self, which is oneself, is the greatest of all meditations. All other meditations are included in this. It is for gaining this that the other meditations are prescribed. So if this is gained, the others are not necessary. Knowing oneself is knowing God. Without knowing oneself that meditates, imagining that there is a deity which is different and meditating on it, is compared by the great ones to the act of measuring with one's foot one's own shadow, and to the search for a trivial conch after throwing away a priceless gem that is already in one's possession. Disciple, even though the heart and the Brahmarandra alone are the places fit for meditation, could one meditate, if necessary, on the 6 mystic centers? Master, the 6 mystic centers, etc., which are said to be places of meditation, are but products of imagination. All these are meant for beginners in yoga. With reference to meditation on the 6 centers, the Shiva Yogins say, God, who is of the nature of the non-dual, plenary consciousness self, manifests, sustains and resolves us all. It is a great sin to spoil that reality by superimposing on it various names and forms such as Ganapati, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Mahesvara, and Sadashiva, and the Vedantines declare, all those are but imaginations of the mind. Therefore, if one knows oneself, which is of the nature of consciousness that knows everything, one knows everything. The great ones have also said, when that one is known as it is in itself, all that has not been known becomes known. If we who are endowed with various thoughts meditate on God, that is the self, we would get rid of the plurality of thoughts by that one thought, and then even that one thought would vanish. This is what is meant by saying that knowing one's self is knowing God. This knowledge is release. Disciple, how is one to think of the self? Master, the self is self-luminous without darkness and light, and is the reality which is self-manifest. Therefore, one should not think of it as this or as that. The very thought of thinking will end in bondage. The purport of meditation on the self is to make the mind take the form of the self. In the middle of the heart cave the pure Brahman is directly manifest as the self in the form I. Can there be greater ignorance than to think of it in manifold ways, without knowing it as aforementioned? Disciple, it was stated that Brahman is manifest as the self in the form I in the heart. To facilitate an understanding of this statement, can it be still further explained? Master, is it not within the experience of all that during deep sleep, swoon, etc., there is no knowledge whatsoever, in other words, neither self-knowledge nor other knowledge? Afterwards, when there is experience of the form I have woken up from sleep or I have recovered from swoon, is that not a mode of specific knowledge that has arisen from the aforementioned distinctionless state? This specific knowledge is called vijnana. This vijnana becomes manifest only as pertaining to either the self or the not-self, and not by itself. When it pertains to the self, it is called true knowledge, knowledge in the form of that mental mode whose object is the self, or knowledge which has for its content the impartite self, and when it relates to the not-self, it is called ignorance. The state of this vijnana, when it pertains to the self and is manifest as of the form of the self, is said to be the I manifestation. This manifestation cannot take place as apart from the real, in other words, the self. It is this manifestation that serves as the mark for the direct experience of the real. Yet, this by itself cannot constitute the state of being the real. That depending on which this manifestation takes place is the basic reality, which is also called prajna. The Vedantic text Prajna and Brahmdi teaches the same truth. Know this as the purport of the scripture also. The self which is self-luminous and the witness of everything manifests itself as residing in the vijnana kosa, sheath of the intellect. By the mental mode which is impartite, seize this self as your goal, and enjoy it as the self. Disciple, what is that which is called the inner worship or worship of the attributeless? Master, in texts such as the Ribhu-gita, the worship of the attributeless has been elaborately explained as a separate discipline. Yet, all disciplines such as sacrifice, charity, austerity, observance of vows, japa, yoga, and pijya, are in effect modes of meditation of the form I am Brahman. So, in all the modes of disciplines, one should see to it that one does not stray away from the thought I am Brahman. This is the purport of the worship of the attributeless. Disciple, what are the 8 limbs of knowledge, Jnana Ashtanga? Master, the 8 limbs are those which have been already mentioned, Visyama, Niyama, etc., but differently defined. Of these, 1. Yama. This is controlling the aggregate of sense organs, realizing the defects that are present in the world consisting of the body, etc. 2. Yama. This is maintaining a stream of mental modes that relate to the self and rejecting the contrary modes. In other words, it means love that arises uninterruptedly for the Supreme Self. 3. Asana, that with the help of which constant meditation on Brahman is made possible with ease is asana. 4. Pranayama, Richaka exhalation, is removing the 2 unreal aspects of name and form from the objects constituting the world, the body, etc. Piraka inhalation, is grasping the 3 real aspects, existence, consciousness, and bliss, which are constant in those objects, and kumbhaka is retaining those aspects thus grasped. 5. Pratyahara. This is preventing name and form which have been removed from re-entering the mind. 6. Dharana. This is making the mind stay in the heart, without straying outward, and realizing that one is the self itself, which is existence, consciousness, bliss. 7. Dhyana. This is meditation of the form I am only pure consciousness. That is, after leaving aside the body which consists of 5 sheaths, one inquires, who am I? And as a result of that, one stays as I, which shines as the self. 8. Samadhi. When the I manifestation also ceases, there is subtle, direct experience. This is samadhi. For the pranayama, etc., detailed here, the disciplines such as asana, etc., mentioned in connection with yoga, are not necessary. The limbs of knowledge may be practiced at all places and at all times. Of yoga and knowledge, one may follow whichever is pleasing to one, or both according to circumstances. The great teachers say that forgetfulness is the root of all evil and is death for those who seek release. So one should rest the mind in one's self and should never forget the self. This is the aim. If the mind is controlled, all else can be controlled. The distinction between yoga with 8 limbs and knowledge with 8 limbs has been set forth elaborately in the sacred texts, so only the substance of this teaching has been given here. Disciple, is it possible to practice at the same time the pranayama belonging to yoga and the pranayama pertaining to knowledge? Master, so long as the mind has not been made to rest in the heart either through absolute retention, kavala kumbhaka, or through inquiry, richoka, piraka, etc., are needed. Hence, the pranayama of yoga is to be practiced during training, and the other pranayama may be practiced always. Thus both may be practiced. It is enough if the yogic pranayama is practiced till skill is gained in absolute retention. Disciple, why should the path to release be differently taught? Will it not create confusion in the minds of aspirants? Master, several paths are taught in the Vedas to suit the different grades of qualified aspirants. Yet, since release is but the destruction of mind, all efforts have for their aim the control of mind. Although the modes of meditation may appear to be different from one another, in the end all of them become one. There is no need to doubt this. One may adopt that path which suits the maturity of one's mind. The control of prana, which is yoga, and the control of mind, which is jhana, these are the 2 principal means for the destruction of mind. To some the former may appear easy, and to others the latter. Yet jhana is like subduing a turbulent bull by coaxing it with green grass, while yoga is like controlling through the use of force. Thus the wise ones say, of the 3 grades of qualified aspirants, The highest reach the goal by making the mind firm in the self through determining the nature of the real by Vedantic inquiry and by looking upon oneself and all things as of the nature of the real. The mediocre by making the mind stay in the heart through Kavala Kumbhaka and meditating for a long time on the real, and the lowest grade by gaining that state in a gradual manner through breath control, etc. The mind should be made to rest in the heart till the destruction of the I thought, which is of the form of ignorance, residing in the heart. This itself is jhana. This alone is dhyana also. The rest are mere digression of words, digression of the texts. Thus the scriptures proclaim. Therefore, if one gains the skill of retaining the mind in one's self through some means or other, one need not worry about other matters. The great teachers also have taught that the devotee is greater than the yoginsal, and that the means to release is devotion, which is of the nature of reflection on one's own self. Thus, it is the path of realizing Brahman that is variously called Dharavidya, Brahmavidya, Atmavidya, etc. What more can be said than this? One should understand the rest by inference. The scriptures teach in different modes. After analyzing all those modes, the great ones declare this to be the shortest and the best means. Disciple, by practicing the disciplines taught above, one may get rid of the obstacles that are in the mind, namely, ignorance, doubt, error, etc., and thereby attain quiescence of mind. Yet there is one last doubt. After the mind has been resolved in the heart, there is only consciousness shining as the plenary reality. When thus the mind has assumed the form of the self, who is there to inquire? Such inquiry would result in self-worship. It would be like the story of the shepherd searching for the sheep that was all the time on his shoulders. Master, the jiva itself is Shiva. Shiva himself is the jiva. It is true that the jiva is no other than Shiva. When the grain is hidden inside the husk, it is called paddy. When it is dehusked, it is called rice. Similarly, so long as one is bound by karma, one remains a jiva. When the bond of ignorance is broken, one shines as Shiva, the deity. Thus declares a scriptural text. Accordingly, the jiva, which is mind, is in reality the pure self, but forgetting this truth, it imagines itself to be an individual soul and gets bound in the shape of mind. So its search for the self, which is itself, is like the search for the sheep by the shepherd. But still the jiva which has forgotten itself will not become the self through mere immediate knowledge. By the impediment caused by the residual impressions gathered in previous births, the jiva forgets again and again its identity with the self, and gets deceived, identifying itself with the body, etc. Will a person become a high officer by merely looking at him? Is it not by steady effort in that direction that he could become a highly placed officer? Similarly, the jiva, which is in bondage through mental identification with the body, etc., should put forth effort in the form of reflection on the self in a gradual and sustained manner. And when thus the mind gets destroyed, the jiva would become the selful. The reflection on the self, which is thus practiced constantly, will destroy the mind, and thereafter will destroy itself like the stick that is used to kindle the cinders burning a corpse. It is this state that is called release. Disciple, if the jiva is by nature identical with the self, what is it that prevents the jiva from realizing its true nature? Master, it is forgetfulness of the jiva true nature. This is known as the power of veiling. Disciple, if it is true that the jiva has forgotten itself, how does thy experience arise for all? Master, the veil does not completely hide the jiva. It only hides the self-nature afi, and projects the I am the body notion, but it does not hide the self's existence which is I, and which is real and eternal. Disciple, what are the characteristics of the Jivanmukta, the liberated in life, and the Vidamukta, the liberated at death? Master, I am not the body. I am Brahman, which is manifest as the Self. In me who am the plenary reality, Alafai the world consisting of bodies, etc., are mere appearance, like the blue of the sky. He who has realized the truth thus is a Jivanmukta. Yet so long as his mind has not been resolved, there may arise some misery for him because of relation to objects on account of prarabdha, karma which has begun to fructify and whose result is the present body, and as the movement of mind has not ceased, there will not be also the experience of bliss. The experience of self is possible only for the mind that has become subtle and unmoving as a result of prolonged meditation. He who is thus endowed with a mind that has become subtle, and who has the experience of the self, is called a Jivanmukta. It is the state of Jivanmukti that is referred to as the attributeless Brahman and as the Turiya. When even the subtle mind gets resolved, an experience of self ceases, and when one is immersed in the ocean of bliss and has become one with it without any differentiated existence, one is called a Vidamukta. It is the state of Vidamukti that is referred to as the transcendent attributeless Brahman and as the transcendent Turiya. This is the final goal. Because of the grades in misery and happiness, the released ones, the Jivanmuktas and Vidamuktas, may be spoken of as belonging to four categories: Brahmavid, Varavaryan, and Varishtha. But these distinctions are from the standpoint of the others who look at them. In reality, however, there are no distinctions in release gained through jhana. Obeisance. May the feet of Ramana, the Master, who is the great Shiva himself, and is also in human form, flourish forever. Appendix 3. Spiritual Instruction. Forward to the original Tamil version. The Tamil-speaking world knows the life history and the spiritual instructions of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi well through the books which have already come out. He shines in the resplendent Arunachala hill, Tiruvannamalai, as the sun of knowledge which destroys the sorrows of those who worship him. In this book named Upadhyaya Manjari, Bouquet of Spiritual Instructions, Sri Natanananda, a true devotee of his, who serves and praises him by laying at his lotus feet many garlands of songs, has brought out Bhagavan's words heard by him at different times. They consist of questions and answers comprising 4 chapters entitled Upadhyaya, Instruction, Abhyasa, Practice, Anubhava, Experience, and Arudha, Attainment. I humbly request devotees to accept this small book which offers wholesome food for the spirit. I seek refuge at the sacred feet of the blessed Ramana, who performs the entire work of creation, preservation and destruction, while remaining wholly unattached, and who makes us aware of what is real, and thus protects us, that I may set down his words fittingly. Importance of the work. Worshipping with the instruments of thought, word and body, the sacred lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, the very embodiment of the beginningless, infinite, supreme Brahman, the Satchitananda, existence, consciousness, bliss, I have gathered this bouquet of the flowers of his instructions, Upadhyaya Manjari, for the benefit of those who are foremost among the seekers of liberation and who are adored by learned persons, in order that they might adorn themselves with it and attain salvation. This book is an epitome of the immortal words of that great soul, Sri Ramana Maharshi, whose teachings entirely dispel the doubts and wrong notions of this humble person, even as the sun dispels darkness. The subject of this book is that eternal Brahman which shines as the pinnacle and heart of all the Vedas and Agamas. That incomparable self-realization Atma-Siddhi, which is praised by all the Upanishads and which is the supreme good to be sought by all noble aspirants, Brahmavids, is the theme of this work. Chapter 1. Instruction Upadesa. 1. What are the marks of a real teacher, Sadguru? Steady abidance in this self, looking at all with an equal eye, unshakable courage at all times, in all places and circumstances, etc. 2. What are the marks of an earnest disciple, Sadsasya? An intense longing for the removal of sorrow, an attainment of joy, and an intense aversion for all kinds of mundane pleasure. 3. What are the characteristics of instruction Upadesa? The word Upadesa means near the place or seat, upa, near desa, place or seat. The Guru, who is the embodiment of that which is indicated by the terms sat, chit, and ananda, existence, consciousness, and bliss, prevents the disciple who, on account of his acceptance of the forms of the objects of the senses, has swerved from his true state and is consequently distressed and buffeted by joys and sorrows, from continuing so, and establishes him in his own real nature without differentiation. Upadesa also means showing a distant object quite near. It is brought home to the disciple that the Brahman which he believes to be distant and different from himself is near and not different from himself. 4. If it be true that the Guru is one's own self, Atman, what is the principle underlying the doctrine which says that, however learned a disciple may be, or whatever occult powers he may possess, he cannot attain self-realization, Atma-siddhi, without the grace of the Guru? Although in absolute truth the state of the Guru is that of oneself, it is very hard for the self which has become the individual soul, jiva, through ignorance to realize its true state or nature without the grace of the Guru. All mental concepts are controlled by the mere presence of the real Guru. If he were to say to one who arrogantly claims that he has seen the further shore of the ocean of learning, or one who claims arrogantly that he can perform deeds which are well nigh impossible, yes, you learnt all that is to be learnt, but have you learnt to know yourself? And you who are capable of performing deeds which are almost impossible, have you seen yourself? They will bow their heads in shame and remain silent. Thus it is evident that only by the grace of the Guru, and by no other accomplishment, is it possible to know oneself. 5. What are the marks of the Guru's grace? It is beyond words or thoughts. 6. If that is so, how is it that it is said that the disciple realizes his true state by the Guru's grace? It is like the elephant which wakes up on seeing a lion in its dream. Even as the elephant wakes up at the mere sight of the lion, so too is it certain that the disciple wakes up from the sleep of ignorance into the wakefulness of true knowledge through the Guru's benevolent look of grace. 7. What is the significance of the saying that the nature of the real Guru is that of the Supreme Lord, Sarvasvara? In the case of the individual soul which desires to attain the state of true knowledge or the state of Godhood is Svara, and with that object always practices devotion, when the individual's devotion has reached a mature stage, the Lord, who is the witness of that individual soul and identical with it, comes forth in human form with the help of Sat, Chit, and Ananda, his three natural features, and form and name, which he also graciously assumes, and in the guise of blessing the disciple, absorbs him in himself. According to this doctrine, the Guru can truly be called the Lord. 8. How then did some great persons attain knowledge without a Guru? To a few mature persons the Lord shines as the light of knowledge and imparts awareness of the truth. 9. What is the end of devotion, bhakti, and the path of siddhanta, in other words, seva siddhanta? It is to learn the truth that all one's actions performed with unselfish devotion, with the aid of the three purified instruments, body, speech, and mind, in the capacity of the servant of the Lord, become the Lord's actions, and to stand forth free from the sense of I and mine. This is also the truth of what the Seva Siddhantins call parabhakti, supreme devotion, or living in the service of God, Urai Pani Nitral. 10. What is the end of the path of knowledge, jhana, or Vedanta? It is to know the truth that the I is not different from the Lord Isvara, and to be free from the feeling of being the doer, Kartava Ahamkara. 11. How can it be said that the end of both these paths is the same? Whatever the means, the destruction of the sense I and mine is the goal, and as these are interdependent, the destruction of either of them causes the destruction of the other. Therefore, in order to achieve that state of silence which is beyond thought and word, either the path of knowledge which removes the sense of I, or the path of devotion which removes the sense of mine will suffice. So there is no doubt that the end of the paths of devotion and knowledge is one and the same. Note, so long as the I exists, it is necessary to accept the Lord also. If anyone wishes to regain easily the supreme state of identity, Sayajya, now lost to him, it is only proper that he should accept this conclusion. 12. What is the mark of the ego? The individual soul of the form of I is the ego, the self which is of the nature of intelligence, Chit, has no sense of I. Nor does the insentient body possess a sense of I. The mysterious appearance of a delusive ego between the intelligent and the insentient, being the root cause of all these troubles, upon its destruction by whatever means, that which really exists will be seen as it is. This is called liberation, moksha. Chapter 2. Practice. 1. What is the method of practice? As the self of a person who tries to attain self-realization is not different from him, and as there is nothing other than or superior to him to be attained by him, self-realization being only the realization of one's own nature, the seeker of liberation realizes, without doubts or misconceptions, his real nature by distinguishing the eternal from the transient, and never swerves from his natural state. This is known as the practice of knowledge. This is the inquiry leading to self-realization. 2. Can this path of inquiry be followed by all aspirants? This is suitable only for the ripe souls. The rest should follow different methods, according to the state of their minds. 3. What are the other methods? They are 1. Studi, 2. Japa, 3. Dhyana, 4. Yoga, 5. Jhana, etc. Here is a more detailed explanation of these 5 points. 1. Studi is singing the praises of the Lord with a great feeling of devotion. 2. Japa is uttering the names of the gods or sacred mantras like Om either mentally or verbally. While following the methods of studi and japa, the mind will sometimes be concentrated, literally closed, and sometimes diffused, literally open. The vagaries of the mind will not be evident to those who follow these methods. 3. Dhyana denotes the repetition of the names etc. mentally with feelings of devotion. In this method the state of the mind will be understood easily. For the mind does not become concentrated and diffused simultaneously. When one is in dhyana, it does not contact the objects of the senses, and when it is in contact with the objects, it is not in dhyana. Therefore those who are in this state can observe the vagaries of the mind then and there, and by stopping the mind from thinking other thoughts, fix it in dhyana. Perfection in dhyana is the state of abiding in the self. As meditation functions in an exceedingly subtle manner at the source of the mind, it is not difficult to perceive its rise and subsidence. 4. Yoga. The source of the breath is the same as that of the mind, therefore the subsidence of either leads effortlessly to that of the other. The practice of stilling the mind through breath control, pranayama, is called yoga. Fixing their minds on psychic centers such as the Sahasrara, literally the 1,000-petaled lotus. Yogis remain any length of time without awareness of their bodies. As long as this state continues, they appear to be immersed in some kind of joy. But when the mind which has become tranquil becomes active again, it resumes its worldly thoughts. It is therefore necessary to train it with the help of practices like dhyana, whenever it becomes externalized. It will then attain a state in which there is neither subsidence nor emergence. 5. Jhana is the annihilation of the mind in which it is made to assume the form of the self through the constant practice of dhyana or inquiry, vichara. The extinction of the mind is the state in which there is a cessation of all efforts. Those who are established in this state never swerve from their true state. The terms silence, mauna, and inaction refer to this state alone. Note: 1. All practices are followed only with the object of concentrating the mind. As all the mental activities like remembering, forgetting, desiring, hating, attracting, discarding, etc. are modifications of the mind, they cannot be one's true state. Simple changeless being is one's true nature. Therefore, to know the truth of one's being and to be it, is known as release from bondage and the destruction of the not, grant inasam. Until this state of tranquility of mind is firmly attained, the practice of unswerving abidance in the self and keeping the mind unsoiled by various thoughts is essential for an aspirant. 2. Although the practices for achieving strength of mind are numerous, all of them achieve the same end. For it can be seen that whoever concentrates his mind on any object will, on the cessation of all mental concepts, ultimately remain merely as that object. This is called successful meditation. Those who follow the path of inquiry realize that the mind which remains at the end of the inquiry is Brahman. Those who practice meditation realize that the mind which remains at the end of the meditation is the object of their meditation. As the result is the same in either case, it is the duty of aspirants to practice continuously either of these methods till the goal is reached. 4. Is the state of being still a state involving effort or effortless? It is not an effortless state of indolence. All mundane activities which are ordinarily called effort are performed with the aid of a portion of the mind and with frequent breaks. But the act of communion with the self, atmavayavahara, or remaining still inwardly, is intense activity which is performed with the entire mind and without break. Maya, delusion or ignorance, which cannot be destroyed by any other act, is completely destroyed by this intense activity which is called silence, mauna. 5. What is the nature of Maya? Maya is that which makes us regard as non-existent the self, the reality which is always and everywhere present, all-pervasive and self-luminous, and as existent the individual soul, Jiva, the world, Jagat, and God, Para, which have been conclusively proved to be non-existent at all times and places. 6. As the self shines fully of its own accord, why is it not generally recognized like the other objects of the world by all persons? Wherever particular objects are known, it is the self which has known itself in the form of those objects. For what is known as knowledge or awareness is only the patency of the self. The self is the only sentient object. There is nothing apart from the self. If there are such objects, they are all insentient and therefore cannot either know themselves or mutually know one another. It is because the self does not know its true nature in this manner that it seems to be immersed and struggling in the ocean of birth and death, in the form of the individual soul. 7. Although the Lord is all-pervasive, it appears, from passages like adorning him through his grace, that he can be known only through his grace. How then can the individual soul by its own efforts attain self-realization in the absence of the Lord's grace? As the Lord denotes the self and as grace means the Lord's presence or revelation, there is no time when the Lord remains unknown. If the light of the sun is invisible to the owl, it is only the fault of that bird and not of the sun. Similarly can the unawareness by ignorant persons of the self, which is always of the nature of awareness, be other than their own fault. How can it be the fault of the self? It is because grace is of the very nature of the Lord that he is well known as the blessed grace. Therefore the Lord, whose nature itself is grace, does not have to bestow his grace. Nor is there any particular time for bestowing his grace. 8. What part of the body is the abode of the self? The heart on the right side of the chest is generally indicated. This is because we usually point to the right side of the chest when we refer to ourselves. Some say that the Sahasrara, the thousand-petaled lotus, is the abode of the self. But, if that were true, the head should not fall forward when we go to sleep or faint. 9. What is the nature of the heart? The sacred texts describing it say, between the two nipples, below the chest and above the abdomen, there are 6 organs of different colors. One of them resembling the bud of a water lily and situated 2 digits to the right is the heart. It is inverted, and within it is a tiny orifice which is the seat of dense darkness, ignorance, full of desires. All the psychic nerves, nadis, depend upon it. It is the abode of the vital forces, the mind and the light of consciousness. But although it is described thus, the meaning of the word heart, hardayam, is the self-atman. As it is denoted by the terms existence, consciousness, bliss, eternal and plenum, sat, chit, anandam, nityam, purnam, it has no differences such as exterior and interior or up and down. That tranquil state in which all thoughts come to an end is called the state of the self. When it is realized as it is, there is no scope for discussions about its location inside the body or outside. 10. Why do thoughts of many objects arise in the mind even when there is no contact with external objects? All such thoughts are due to latent tendencies, purvasamskaras. They appear only to the individual consciousness, jiva, which has forgotten its real nature and become externalized. Whenever particular things are perceived, the inquiry, who is it that sees them, should be made. They will then disappear at once. 11. How do the triple factors, in other words, knower, known and knowledge, which are absent in deep sleep, samadhi, etc., manifest themselves in the self, in the states of waking and dreaming? From the self there arise in succession 1. Chittapasa, reflected consciousness, which is a kind of luminosity. 2. Jiva, the individual consciousness, or the seer or the first concept. 3. Phenomena, that is the world. 12. Since the self is free from the notions of knowledge and ignorance, how can it be said to pervade the entire body in the shape of sentience or to impart sentience to the senses? Wise men say that there is a connection between the source of the various psychic nerves and the self, that this is the knot of the heart, that the connection between the sentient and the insentient will exist until this is cut asunder with the aid of true knowledge, that just as the subtle and invisible force of electricity travels through wires and does many wonderful things, so the force of the self also travels through the psychic nerves and, pervading the entire body, imparts sentience to the senses, and that if this knot is cut, the self will remain as it always is without any attributes. 13. How can there be a connection between the self, which is pure knowledge, and the triple factors, which are relative knowledge? This is in a way like the working of a cinema as shown below, cinema shows self. 1. The lamp inside, the apparatus 1, the self 2, the lens in front of the lamp, the pure, sattvic, mind close to the self. 3. The film which is a long series of separate photos. 3. The stream of latent tendencies consisting of subtle thoughts. 4. The lens, the light passing through it, and the lamp, which together form the focused light. 4. The mind, the illumination of it, and the self, which together form the seer or the jiva. 5. The light passing through the lens and falling on the screen. 5. The light of the self emerging from the mind through the senses and falling on the world. 6. The various kinds of pictures appearing in the light of the screen, the various forms and names appearing as the objects perceived in the light of the world. 7. The mechanism which sets the film in motion. 7. The divine law manifesting the latent tendencies of the mind. Just as the pictures appear on the screen as long as the film throws the shadows through the lens, so the phenomenal world will continue to appear to the individual in the waking and dream states as long as there are latent mental impressions. Just as the lens magnifies the tiny specks on the film to a huge size, and as a number of pictures are shown in a second, so the mind enlarges the sprout-like tendencies into tree-like thoughts and shows in a second innumerable worlds. Again, just as there is only the light of the lamp visible when there is no film, so the self alone shines without the triple factors when the mental concepts in the form of tendencies are absent in the states of deep sleep, swoon and samadhi. Just as the lamp illumines the lens, etc., while remaining unaffected, the self illumines the ego, chittapasa, etc., while remaining unaffected. 14. What is dhyana meditation? It is abiding as oneself without swerving in any way from one's real nature, and without feeling that one is meditating. As one is not in the least conscious of the different states, waking, dreaming, etc. In this condition, the sleep noticeable here is also regarded as dhyana. 15. What is the difference between dhyana and samadhi? Dhyana is achieved through deliberate mental effort. In samadhi there is no such effort. 16. What are the factors to be kept in view in dhyana? It is important for one who is established in his self atmanistha to see that he does not swerve in the least from this absorption. By swerving from his true nature he may see before him bright effulgences, etc., or hear unusual sounds or regard as real the visions of gods appearing within or outside himself. He should not be deceived by these and forget himself. Note 1. If the moments that are wasted in thinking of the objects which are not the self are spent on inquiry into the self, self-realization will be attained in a very short time. 2. Until the mind becomes established in itself, some kind of bhavana, contemplation of a personified god or goddess with deep emotion and religious feeling, is essential. Otherwise the mind will be frequently assailed by wayward thoughts or sleep. 3. Without spending all the time in practicing bhavanas like I am Shiva or I am Brahman, which are regarded as nirgunapassana, contemplation of the attributeless Brahman, the method of inquiry into oneself should be practiced as soon as the mental strength which is the result of such upassana, contemplation, is attained. 4. The excellence of the practice sadhana lies in not giving room for even a single mental concept. Vritti 17. What are the rules of conduct which an aspirant sadhaka should follow? Moderation in food, moderation in sleep, and moderation in speech. 18. How long should one practice? Until the mind attains effortlessly its natural state of freedom from concepts, that is, till the sense of I, and mine exists no longer. 19. What is the meaning of dwelling in solitude at Kandavasa? As the self is all-pervasive, it has no particular place for solitude. The state of being free from mental concepts is called dwelling in solitude. 20. What is the sign of wisdom, Viveka? Its beauty lies in remaining free from delusion after realizing the truth once. There is fear only for one who sees at least a slight difference in the Supreme Brahman. So long as there is the idea that the body is the self, one cannot be a realizer of truth, whoever he might be. 21. If everything happens according to karma, prarabdha, the result of one's acts in the past, how is one to overcome the obstacles to meditation, dhyana? Prarabdha concerns only the outturned, not the interned mind. One who seeks his real self will not be afraid of any obstacle. 22. Is asceticism sannyasa one of the essential requisites for a person to become established in the self, atmanista? The effort that is made to get rid of attachment to one's body is really towards abiding in the self. Maturity of thought and inquiry alone removes attachment to the body, not the stations of life, asramas such as student, brahmachari, etc. For the attachment is in the mind while the stations pertain to the body. How can bodily stations remove the attachment in the mind? As maturity of thought and inquiry pertain to the mind, these alone can, by inquiry on the part of the same mind, remove the attachments which have crept into it through thoughtlessness. But as the discipline of asceticism, sannyasasrama, is the means for attaining dispassion, vairagya, and as dispassion is the means for inquiry, joining an order of ascetics may be regarded in a way as a means of inquiry through dispassion. Instead of wasting one's life by entering the order of ascetics before one is fit for it, it is better to live the householder's life. In order to fix the mind in the self, which is its true nature, it is necessary to separate it from the family of fancies, samkalpas, and doubts, vikalpas, that is, to renounce the family, samsara, in the mind. This is the real asceticism. 23. It is an established rule that so long as there is the least idea of I am the doer, self-knowledge cannot be attained. But is it possible for an aspirant who is a householder to discharge his duties properly without this sense? As there is no rule that action should depend upon a sense of being the doer, it is unnecessary to doubt whether any action will take place without a doer or an act of doing. Although the officer of a government treasury may appear, in the eyes of others, to be doing his duty attentively and responsibly all day long, he will be discharging his duties without attachment, thinking I have no real connection with all this money, and without a sense of involvement in his mind. In the same manner, a wise householder may also discharge without attachment the various household duties which fall to his lot according to his past karma, like a tool in the hands of another. Action and knowledge are not obstacles to each other. 24. Of what use to his family is a wise householder who is unmindful of his bodily comforts, and of what use is his family to him? Although he is entirely unmindful of his bodily comforts, if, owing to his past karma, his family have to subsist by his efforts, he may be regarded as doing service to others. If it is asked whether the wise man derives any benefit from the discharge of domestic duties, it may be answered that, as he has already attained the state of complete satisfaction, which is the sum total of all benefits and the highest good of all, he does not stand to gain anything more by discharging family duties. 25. How can cessation of activity, nivritti, and peace of mind be attained in the midst of household duties which are of the nature of constant activity? As the activities of the wise man exist only in the eyes of others and not in his own, although he may be accomplishing immense tasks, he really does nothing. Therefore his activities do not stand in the way of inaction and peace of mind. For he knows the truth that all activities take place in his mere presence, and that he does nothing. Hence he will remain as the silent witness of all the activities taking place. 26. Just as the sage's past karma is the cause of his present activities, will not the impressions, vasanas, caused by his present activities adhere to him in future? Only one who is free from all the latent tendencies, vasanas, is a sage. That being so, how can the tendencies of karma affect him who is entirely unattached to activity? 27. What is the meaning of brahmacharya? Only inquiry into Brahman should be called brahmacharya. 28. Will the practice of brahmacharya, which is followed in conformity with the 4 orders of life asramas, be a means of knowledge? As the various means of knowledge, such as control of senses, etc., are included in brahmacharya, the virtuous practices duly followed by those who belong to the order of students, brahmacharans, are very helpful for their improvement. 29. Can one enter the order of ascetic sannyasa directly from the order of students, brahmacharya? Those who are competent need not formally enter the orders of brahmacharya, etc., in the order laid down. One who has realized his self does not distinguish between the various orders of life. Therefore no order of life either helps or hinders him. 30. Does an aspirant sadhaka lose anything by not observing the rules of caste and orders of life? As the attainment theana, literally practice, of knowledge is the supreme end of all other practices, there is no rule that one who remains in any one order of life and constantly acquires knowledge is bound to follow the rules laid down for that order of life. If he follows the rules of caste and orders of life, he does so for the good of the world. He does not derive any benefit by observing the rules, nor does he lose anything by not observing them. Chapter 3. Experience and Abhava. 1. What is the light of consciousness? It is the self-luminous existence consciousness which reveals to the seer the world of names and forms both inside and outside. The existence of this existence consciousness can be inferred by the objects illuminated by it. It does not become the object of consciousness. 2. What is knowledge, Vijnana? It is that tranquil state of existence consciousness which is experienced by the aspirant, and which is like the waveless ocean or the motionless ether. 3. What is bliss? It is the experience of joy or peace, in the state of vijnana, free of all activities and similar to deep sleep. This is also called the state of kavala nirvikalpa, remaining without concepts. 4. What is the state beyond bliss? It is the state of unceasing peace of mind which is found in the state of absolute quiescence, jagrat sushupti, literally sleep with awareness, which resembles an active deep sleep. In this state, in spite of the activity of the body and the senses, there is no external awareness, like a child immersed in sleep, one who is not conscious of the food given to him by his mother. A yogi who is in this state is inactive even while engaged in activity. This is also called sahaja nirvikalpa samadhi, natural state of absorption in oneself without concepts. 5. What is the authority for saying that the entire moving and unmoving worlds depend upon oneself? The self means the embodied being. It is only after the energy, which was latent in the state of deep sleep, emerges with the idea of I, that all objects are experienced. The self is present in all perceptions as the perceiver. There are no objects to be seen when the I is absent. For all these reasons it may undoubtedly be said that everything comes out of the self and goes back to the self. 1. The acts of sleeping children like eating and drinking are acts only in the eyes of others and not in their own. They do not therefore really do those acts in spite of their appearing to do them. 6. As the bodies and the selves animating them are everywhere actually observed to be innumerable, how can it be said that the self is only one? If the idea I am the body is accepted one, the selves are multiple. The state in which this idea vanishes is the self, since in that state there are no other objects. It is for this reason that the self is regarded as one only. 7. What is the authority for saying that Brahman can be apprehended by the mind, and at the same time that it cannot be apprehended by the mind? It cannot be apprehended by the impure mind, but can be apprehended by the pure mind. 8. What is pure mind and what is impure mind? When the indefinable power of Brahman separates itself from Brahman and in union with the reflection of consciousness, Chittapasa, assumes various forms, it is called the impure mind. When it becomes free from the reflection of consciousness, Abhasa, through discrimination, it is called the pure mind. Its state of union with the Brahman is its apprehension of Brahman. The energy which is accompanied by the reflection of consciousness is called the impure mind, and its state of separation from Brahman is its non-apprehension of Brahman. 9. Is it possible to overcome, even while the body exists, the karma prarabdha, which is said to last till the end of the body? Yes. If the agent doer, upon whom the karma depends, namely the ego which has come into existence between the body and the self, merges in its source and loses its form, will the karma which depends upon it alone survive? Therefore, when there is no I, there is no karma. 10. As the self is existence and consciousness, what is the reason for describing it as different from the existent and the non-existent, the sentient and the insentient? Although the self is real, as it comprises everything, it does not give room for questions involving duality about its reality or unreality. Therefore it is said to be different from the real and the unreal. Similarly, even though it is consciousness, since there is nothing for it to know or to make itself known to, it is said to be different from the sentient and the insentient. 1. The idea that one is one's body is what is called Ardaya Granthi, knot of the heart. Of the various knots, this knot which binds together what is conscious with what is insentient is what causes bondage. Chapter 4. Attainment Arita. 1. What is the state of attainment of knowledge? It is firm and effortless abidance in the self, in which the mind which has become one with the self does not subsequently emerge again at any time. That is, just as everyone usually and naturally has the idea, I am not a goat nor a cow nor any other animal, but a man when he thinks of his body, so also when he has the idea, I am not the principles tattvas, beginning with the body and ending with sound, nada, but the self which is existence, consciousness and bliss, the innate self-consciousness atmaprajna, he is said to have attained firm knowledge. 2. To which of the 7 stages of knowledge jhana bhumikas does the sage jnani belong? He belongs to the 4th stage. 3. If that is so, why have 3 more stages superior to it been distinguished? The marks of the stages 4 to 7 are based upon the experiences of the realized person, Jivan Mukta. They are not states of knowledge and release. So far as knowledge and release are concerned, no distinction whatever is made in these 4 stages. The 7 jhana bhumikas are 1. Subhaka, the desire for enlightenment. 2. Vicharana, inquiry. 3. Tanimanasa, tenuous mind. 4. Atwapati, self-realization. 5. Asamsakti, non-attachment. 6. Hydarthabhavana, non-perception of objects. 7. Turiyaga, transcendence. Those who have attained the last 4 bhumikas are called Brahmavid, Brahmavidvara, Brahmavidvarya, and Brahmavidvaristha respectively. 4. As liberation is common to all, why is the Varistha, literally the most excellent, alone praised excessively? So far as the Varistha's common experience of bliss is concerned, he is extolled only because of the special merit acquired by him in his previous births, which is the cause of it. 5. As there is no one who does not desire to experience constant bliss, what is the reason why all sages, jhanis, do not attain the state of Varistha? It is not to be attained by mere desire or effort. Karma prarabdha is its cause. As the ego dies along with its cause even in the 4th stage, bhumika, what agent is there beyond that stage to desire anything or to make efforts? So long as they make efforts, they will not be sages, jhanis. Do the sacred texts, srutis, which specially mention the Varistha, say that the other 3 are unenlightened persons? 6. As some sacred texts say that the supreme state is that in which the sense organs and the mind are completely destroyed, how can that state be compatible with the experience of the body and the senses? If that were so, there would not be any difference between that state and the state of deep sleep. Further, how can it be said to be the natural state when it exists at one time and not at another? This happens, as stated before, to some persons, according to their karma prarabdha, for some time or till death. Cannot properly be regarded as the final state. If it could, it would mean that all great souls in the Lord, who were the authors of the Vedantic works, jhana granthas, and the Vedas, were unenlightened persons. If the supreme state is that in which neither the senses nor the mind exist, and not the state in which they exist, how can it be the perfect state, paripurnam? As karma alone is responsible for the activity or inactivity of the sages, great souls have declared the state of sahaja nirvikalpa, the natural state without concepts, alone to be the ultimate state. 7. What is the difference between ordinary sleep and waking sleep, Jagrat Sushupti? In ordinary sleep there are not only no thoughts, but also no awareness. In waking sleep there is awareness alone. That is why it is called awake while sleeping, that is the sleep in which there is awareness. 8. Why is the self described both as the 4th state, Turiya, and beyond the 4th state, Turiya Tita? Turiya means that which is the 4th. The experiencers, Jeva, of the 3 states of waking, dreaming, and deep sleep known as Visva, Taijasa, and Prajna, who wander successively in these 3 states, are not the self. It is with the object of making this clear, namely that the self is that which is different from them, and which is the witness of these states, that it is called the 4th, Turiya. When this is known, the 3 experiencers disappear, and the idea that the self is a witness, that it is the 4th, also disappears. That is why the self is described as beyond the 4th, Turiya Tita. 9. What is the benefit derived by the sage from the sacred books, srutis? The sage who is the embodiment of the truths mentioned in the scriptures has no use for them. 10. Is there any connection between the attainment of supernatural powers, siddhis, and liberation, mukti? Enlightened inquiry alone leads to liberation. Supernatural powers are all illusory appearances created by the power of Maya Shakti. Self-realization which is permanent is the only true accomplishment, Siddhi. Accomplishments which appear and disappear, being the effect of Maya, cannot be real. They are accomplished with the object of enjoying fame, pleasures, etc. They come unsought to some persons through their karma. Know that union with Brahman is the real aim of all accomplishments. This is also the state of liberation, Aikyamukti, known as union, Sayajya. 11. If this is the nature of liberation, moksha, why do some scriptures connect it with the body and say that the individual soul can attain liberation only when it does not leave the body? It is only if bondage is real that liberation and the nature of its experiences have to be considered. So far as the self, Purusha, is concerned, it has really no bondage in any of the four states. As bondage is merely a verbal assumption according to the emphatic proclamation of the Vedanta system, how can the question of liberation, which depends upon the question of bondage, arise when there is no bondage? Without knowing this truth, to inquire into the nature of bondage and liberation is like inquiring into the non-existent height, color, etc. of a barren woman's son or the horns of a hare. 12. If that is so, do not the descriptions of bondage and release found in the scriptures become irrelevant and untrue? No, they do not. On the contrary, the delusion of bondage fabricated by ignorance from time immemorial can be removed only by knowledge, and for this purpose the term liberation mukti has been usually accepted. That is all. The fact that the characteristics of liberation are described in different ways proves that they are imaginary. 13. If that is so, are not all efforts such as study, literally hearing, reflection, etc., useless? No, they are not. The firm conviction that there is neither bondage nor liberation is the supreme purpose of all efforts. As this purpose of seeing boldly, through direct experience, that bondage and liberation do not exist, cannot be achieved except with the aid of the aforesaid practices, these efforts are useful. 14. Is there any authority for saying that there is neither bondage nor liberation? This is decided on the strength of experience and not merely on the strength of the scriptures. 15. If it is experienced, how is it experienced? Bondage and liberation are mere linguistic terms. They have no reality of their own. Therefore they cannot function of their own accord. It is necessary to accept the existence of some basic thing of which they are the modifications. If one inquires, for whom is there bondage and liberation? It will be seen they are for me. If one inquires, who am I? One will see that there is no such thing as the I. It will then be as clear as an amalaka fruit in one's hand that what remains is one's real being. As this truth will be naturally and clearly experienced by those who leave aside mere verbal discussions and inquire into themselves inwardly, there is no doubt that all realized persons uniformly see neither bondage nor liberation so far as the true self is concerned. 16. If truly there is neither bondage nor liberation, what is the reason for the actual experience of joys and sorrows? They appear to be real only when one turns aside from one's real nature. They do not really exist. 17. Is it possible for everyone to know directly without doubt what exactly is one's true nature? Undoubtedly it is possible. 18. How? It is the experience of everyone that even in the states of deep sleep, fainting, etc., when the entire universe, moving and stationary, beginning with earth and ending with the unmanifested, prakriti, disappear, he does not disappear. Therefore the state of pure being which is common to all, and which is always experienced directly by everybody, is one's true nature. The conclusion is that all experiences in the enlightened as well as the ignorant state, which may be described by newer and newer words, are opposed to one's real nature. May this book, consisting of the words of experience, which have come out of the lotus heart of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, shine as a lamp of true knowledge to illuminate the true minds of those who have renounced the world. Blessings. May the world be blessed for long with the feet of Guru Ramayana, who abides as that silent principle which absorbs all of us and remains by itself as the root of the three principles, soul, world and Iswara.